It's the pole, the pro. It's the pole in the AM class. In third, it is. It's the pole, the pro. It's the pole in the AM class. In third, it is the Phoenix team, of course, who are the current reigning European champions. Who let's see if I can quick word with Sven Herberger. Sven, how are you doing?
Very good, excited.
Car is starting third behind another set of Audis. How are you going to get past them over the next 12 hours of racing?
Got to pass them. That's an interesting one. We rather see ourselves like in a sandwich, so because there are other people as well. And no, it's going to be an exciting one. I think when the weather stays like it is for now, it will be a clean start. I hope so. I mean, turn one, you never know. But I think the exciting or interesting stuff comes in the afternoon when the weather will change, and yeah.
The weather will change at Spa. I mean, just out of interest, because there are so many Audis in this grid. Is the Audi particularly suited to Spa or particularly suited to the Graventic rules?
I think the Audi as such, the R8 is a bulletproof car here with how to say, with a less aggressive setup, you can reach a proper level of performance without stressing the tires too much. And I think this is here the goal, and also the recipe. Mid-engine always is good, and compared to the Mercedes or to the Porsche, I think we have a bit of a benefit because it's such a fast track.
Thanks, Ben. Now, don't forget, there's a very strong rumour that Audi Custom Sport Racing is stopping at the end of the year, which means support for these machines will end. Will we see Audis at this race next year? Now, talking about Audi Custom Sport Racing and Audi drivers, it's Chris Meese from the Land Racing Car. Chris, you're quite a lot further back than we expected. Is that just because the rain was at the wrong time during qualifying?
Yeah, we gambled a little bit, wanted to go out late, and obviously halfway through the lap the rain arrived, and obviously it was only one lap, so half dry, half wet. But still happy with P5. I mean, it's a long race. It's 2 times 6 hours or 12 hour total. Long time and good, and enough time to make some positions.
Now, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you a serious question now, because this week it's heavily rumoured that Audi Custom Sport Racing are pulling out next end of the year. We've got so many Audis here. How does that affect you? How does that affect the teams?
Well, honestly, I can't tell you anything because I don't know. So I've read the articles as well, but we as drivers have no info. So even if I would like to tell you something, I can't.
That's fair enough. Thanks, Chris. Well, we'll find out. We have our ways, but I'm sure Chris is being absolutely honest there. Across the way, we go to the brand new GT3 Porsche with the not brand new Herbert team, the team that has dominated in past years and now looking for a bit more luck. Now it's a casual Renault, so I'm going for Alfred. Am I right? No. Robert, you casual?
Yeah.
I noticed your brother was back on the entry list. Is he actually going to run in the race?
Yeah, he will do some stints maybe, depends on the weather. Like always, we try to keep the M driver as much drive time as they have or as they can. Depends on the weather conditions. Clouds coming up now, so we will see.
And you got another superstar in the team in Lauren Heinrich.
Yeah, he did a fantastic job yesterday. Set the fastest time in Q3. So yeah, definitely good move to have him on the car.
And how's the new car going?
So far, yeah, really good. Performance-wise, it was okay yesterday. And let's see the race. We did the test on Wednesday, so lost a bit of track time, but in the end, should be working out.
So thank you, Robert. Honestly, they say one's not driving, and they're trying to confuse me. They're permanently confused, really. Anyway, okay, so we're meandering a little bit further down. We can find another. Actually, it's a brand new Porsche. It's another brand new Porsche, but actually, it's the car in pole on 992 class, and it is the marvellous Red Camel Jordan. And let's say hello to Ivo. Ivo, we're very pleased to see you here because basically, you know, you were nearly dead last week, weren't you?
No, not nearly dead, but I was suffering some problems with my appendix. Yes.
It sits there for like 50 years doing nothing and then suddenly plays up. You must be really annoyed with it.
Yeah, I was, and I had a choice. They said, okay, maybe open it up and clean everything, and then you get the operation later. I said, that's not possible, because next week I have a race. So they said, okay, then we open up. If we can remove it, we remove it. And so if you wake up with some tubes coming out, you cannot race, and if you have no tubes, you could race. So I woke up, and there were no tubes, so I can race.
And you're feeling fine?
Yeah, I'm feeling fine, yes. I have to say that for some doctors listening in, so I'm feeling great.
Good stuff. Now I'm going to have my, I've decided I'm always going to talk to the world's greatest tactical genius, Paul Trossard. Now Paul, you obviously are known for running strategy. Is there any point running a strategy at Spa with the weather?
Well, you do your best, don't you? And you make your calls. The trouble is the weather, as you say. Even now, I mean, there's rain in them there clouds, and I mean, what we want is for either it to rain properly or for it not to rain at all. The problem is this in between stuff, and if you run on a drying track with wet tyres, you're only going to kill the wet tyres. So you've got to be very careful when you make the call to change tyres.
Of course, the big problem is it could be wet on one side of the track and not the other.
Wet on the left and good.
Near enough, yeah.
Yeah, no. I mean, it can be, and that's the problem as well. So we rely on the drivers, and yeah, we keep our fingers crossed.
Great stuff, thank you, Paul. And Paul will be joining us at Le Mans for the Radio Le Mans coverage in just a few weeks' time of the big 100th anniversary event at Le Sarthe. Let's have a look at the next is the 16 machine, and that is the Modena Motorsports. And let's have a quick word with John Shen. John, good to see you back in the Creventic series. Was it the race, or was it just I've got to be at Spa again?
Yes, this is our most favored track, so of course we come back.
What is it about Spa that drivers love so much?
Well, it's world famous, and all in Asia, and everybody is just saying Le Mans and Spa, the top two. Yeah.
And how close are you to taking Eau Rouge flat?
Nowhere near. I just want to bring the car safe and stay out of troubles. That's my job.
John, thank you very much. Now, John Shen likes the track. Most of the drivers like the track. And now Bruce and Joe can talk us round the track.
Thank you very much indeed, Nick. And when you look at the track, you look at something that is not flat. And Joe Bradley alongside me loves this circuit as much as John Shen. Talk us through from a driver's point of view these wonderful 20 turns.
You heard what John Shen said. You know, it's an historic venue. It's, you know, we've been racing here since the 30s, and La Source hairpin there, out of La Source, down the hill, very important corner because you're going to carry that speed, and if you can, we've heard that Eau Rouge isn't flat, perhaps one of the most daunting pieces of racetrack across the globe, if not the universe. Up and over the hill, you have to carry momentum all the way down that Camel Straight, which is uphill all the way, and then it's heavy on the brakes for the right, left, and then accelerate. The right-hand bit of the exit of Le Combe is an acceleration zone. You want to be out of there because there's a potential braking an overtaking point. Le Bruxelles hairpin. Immediately you come out of that, the Jackie X corner, the left-hander, and again you have to get that one absolutely right. Try not to use too much curb on the outside of that. And here we go into the double left-hander. That's almost flat. Is it? Is it not? Double gauche is the left-hand sweep that carries you towards the piff-paff, right and left. It's a very fast. It's not a chicane. It's more of an S-bend. And then here is the important bit. Through the Lecole corner and then into Stavolo, the right-hander, and you've got to get this absolutely exact. Carry that momentum. That's going to take you all the way through to that left-hand sweep at Blanchimont. And then if you can carry enough speed at Blanchimont, carry your speed quicker than your opponent, this is where you can chance outbraking. I'm not a fan of the bus stop.
3-2-1, mobilní kamera, pink. We're live.
Hello everyone and welcome to the second round of the European GT4 series. We are here at the legendary Spa for a 12-hour race which will be split into, like the last race weekend, 6 hours on Saturday, 6 hours on Sunday. And if you're new here and you weren't here for the last race weekend, I am your host or co-host Jasmin, and I am here with Jan, the main host.
Já vás taky moc zdravím, jak Jasmínka řekla v angličtině, já budu českého překladatele. Budeme se vám snažit zprostředkovat závodní víkend tady v legendárním okruhu v Belgii, ve Spa, kde se jezdí i Formule 1 a spoustu jiných velmi významných motoristických událostí. Dneska se tady bude konat 12-hodinový závod, kde tým BUGGYRA se bude účastnit s tím krasavcem tady za náma ve složení Alia Koloc, David Vršecký a Adam Lacko. A spolu s Jasmínkou vám tady budeme dneska zprostředkovat trochu pohled do toho zákulisí tohohle dnešního rozděleného závodu, kdy dneska nás čeká prvních 6 hodin a zítra pokračujeme druhými 6 hodinami.
Now we have our GT4 and it is going to be quite an interesting race. There are 50 cars on the grid. on the 7-kilometer long track, and we have had so far interesting weather conditions with it being a very rainy day and possible rain during today's race. So we will see how it's going to end.
Okruh ve Spa je hodně specifický, už nejenom dílkou kolem 7 km, což je oproti všem standardním okruhům skoro jednou tak delší, ale i počasím, který se tady dost často mění, jak je vidět, tak mraky předurčují, že sice teď svítí sluníčko, ale rozhodně nás čeká určitě nějaká přehánka, takže celý tým se připravuje na to, že bude muset měnit gumy, reagovat. Na trati bude 50 závodních vozů, takže i ten provoz bude dost dramatický, takže určitě nás čeká velmi zajímavý závodní víkend.
Yes, indeed, a very, very interesting weekend.
Já jdu teďka tady odchytit Aliu. Ali, shall we make an interview?
Okay.
You're nervous?
Yes.
Why? What for?
I don't know if it's for the race or the interview right now.
For the interview, no need. We are just before the start of the 12-hour race.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
I'm feeling good. Hopefully the weather will be okay, but it's said to be raining a little bit. But I'm gonna hope for good weather.
Počasí bude asi hodně skloňované téma ten víkend, takže Alia předurčuje, že prostě samozřejmě na dešti to není úplně jednoduchý. Tady za mnou jsou připravený sady gum jak na mokro, tak na sucho. Takže určitě to bude asi to největší drama. How was yesterday qualification and the practices? How do you get familiar with the circuit? Because there's lots of elevation, early high speed. How do you feel that as a circuit itself?
Oh, the circuit is really nice. It's of course really long, but there's a lot of varieties. Some fast corners, some slow corners. So it's for sure one of my favorite circuits. The race is gonna be long. We didn't have a really good qualifying, but it's gonna be a really long race. So we're gonna try and get back positions and try and get a podium.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Kvalifikace, jak už jsme avizovali, včera se úplně týmu nevydařila. Trošku jsme doplatili právě na ty změny počasí, štěstí nám úplně nepřálo, ale v tom dlouhém 12 hodin závodě to není zas tak důležité, takže všichni předpokládáme a věříme, že se v tom závodě nám to vydaří trochu líp. Viď, Adame?
Už jsi tady zas?
Už jsem tady zas.
Samozřejmě, Jane.
Tak co? Jak se těšíš?
Já výborný.
Jo? Jenom?
Trošku se začínám mračit.
To říká každý, no tak jsem radši, no. Tak
já se směju, ale.
Tak se mi usmějem.
Já se směju. Takže by ten závod mohl být zajímavější, já to říkám proto. No. Že ten závod by mohl být zajímavější, protože se začíná mračit a když spadne pár kapek, tak nám to zamotá hlavy a začne se dít spousta věcí.
No,
jak na trati, tak v depu.
My jsme koukali včera právě na ten onboard, diváci si to asi úplně nedovedou představit, ale jak je ten okruh jakoby velký, rozlehlej, tak když začne pršet, tak ono třeba začne pršet nějaký části okruhu je totálně sucho ještě. To je docela jako hodně zajímavý podmínky pro pilota, ne? S čím se vypořádat?
Tak je to takovéto specifikum pro Spa, že tady je to hodně známé díky tomu, že tady je velké převýšení, je trať velmi dlouhá, že na cílovce se skoro plave a vzadu svítí sluníčko, jo? Takže, jak říkám, tady to je specifikum a musí se s tím člověk poprat. Je to tak, jak třeba v Le Mans, kdy ten okruh má přes 20 km taky. Na jedné straně prší a na druhé straně ani neví, že tam padá nějaký déšť. Tady aspoň to vidíme, když prší a modlíme se, že to brzo odejde.
Ty o tobě se ví, že ty vodu rád máš. Je to velký rozdíl, jakoby, jak se říká, poukazuje to na kvality těch jezdců, kdo jako vyloženě umí na té vodě nebo ne, nebo je to spíš prostě jenom fakt jakoby o tom umět na vodě?
Tak na ježdění na vodě je hlavně o citu a zžití s tím autem, takže když člověk se zžije s tím autem a má ten cit, tak se s tím dá a já vždycky hlavně říkám, na vodě se nesmí spěchat. Okamžitě, jak se začne spěchat, přijde chyba.
V tracích si měl jednoznačně přezdívku, že na vodě si prostě válcoval každýho. Cítíš to tady i s tím autem podobně?
Tak tady jsme zatím na té vodě moc nenajeli. Včera na suchých gumách na vodě a na mokrých na suchu, takže z toho nejde poznat moc co, ale určitě se mi s tím mělo dobře, takže kdyby začalo pršet, já se na to těším, protože je to zase úplně jiný styl a jiná zábava.
Tak budu držet palce, zatím se tady ještě rozíme, protože startuje předpokládám David, jestli jsem to dobře pochopil.
Ano, ano.
Tak já jdu ještě vyspovídat Davea a ty se hezky připrav na, ještě budeme povídat spolu.
A ty si to pěkně užij.
No to já si to užiju, neboj. Můžu vás tady chlapci vyrušit? Máme tady, pojď, Rado, ještě pojď k nám. Tady je naše dakarská posila, která nás přijela podpořit tady do Spa. Ahoj, Rado.
Pozdravujem všetkých.
Tam máme kameru, můžeš pozdravit.
Pozdravujem všetkých. Ďakujem, že ste ma privítali na takejto veľkolepej udalosti. Dúfam, že chalani, čo sa týka toho projektu, ktorý chceme spustiť, akadémie, takže takisto navnímajú tú atmosféru. Sme radi, že tu môžu okúkať všetko a dúfam, že to spoločne dáme.
Vy jste se byli podívat Mugellu, viď? Tohle je druhý závod váš, vytrvalostní. Jak se ti líbí tady zatím ten okruh? Protože tohle je jako pro motoristu taková meka, takový prostě něco nejkrásnější asi okruh, bych řekl, nebo jeden z nejkrásnějších okruhů.
Tak áno, ja od malička tiež som fandil nielen nákladným autám, ale aj v jednotke a celkové motošportu a fakt potvrdím tvoje slova, že tento okruh je výnimočný, je to jednotka asi na svete, takže má to svoje pro aj proti, je to dosť ťažký okruh v rámci tých úhrnov zrážiek, že tá voda môže prekvapiť, takže hovorím, je to dobré, že vy ako tým ste dobre prichystaní, čo vidím gumy, aj voda, takže za mňa jednotka.
Tak to je dobře. Tak když tak já si tě pak ještě vyspovídám, co říkáš na průběh závodu, jo?
OK.
Tak jo. Jdeme konečně chytit toho Davida. Dave, pojď nám taky něco říct.
Já už nemám čas.
Já myslím, že ještě čas máš. Máme 4 minuty, než nás vyhodí.
Já musím koukat, jo, no.
Koukej. Už si chytil toho maršála z té 17, co nás včera dával trochu zabrat.
Ale tady jsem nějaký otravoval právě, že jsme kamarádi. 17 je tady daleko, no, takže to asi nebylo, no.
Není úplně daleko, je to tady také za rohem, a to včera projížděl na kole a...
No, běžte mu domluvit, jako, jestli by neměl si jako to, no, všech bylo tam, já nevím, 20 penalizací, no, my jsme byli mezi nimi, bohužel bylo to jednoměřený kolo, který prostě nás posunul takhle dozadu, což mě dost mrzí, ale řekněme, že v první zatáčce se může stát cokoliv, takže my to můžeme, doufám, jenom sledovat zezadu, no.
Start vypadá, že by mohl klapnout ještě na suchu. Jak se těšíš na start? Nebo jaký to je vůbec startovat vytrvalostní závod? Protože to není jak ve sprintech, kde vlastně start dost často rozhoduje, ale tady je to spíš start může spíš pokazit, jo?
Spíš pokazit, no, což samozřejmě pokazit to můžou všichni vepředu, jo. Odtaď v podstatě já to jenom můžu kontrolovat, vyhnout se v podstatě jakýmukoliv konfliktu, protože prostě těch, jako, který budou tlačit hned v první zatáčce, bude dost, budou mít studený gumy a rozhodně to nebude jako prostřed toho pole jednoduchý. Jo. Určitě to bude lepší být myslím si v tomhle případě na konci a jenom se jim vyhybat a posouvat se dopředu.
Dobrý, už tě nebudu zdržovat, koukám, Pavel už tě honí, držím palce, jo?
No, díky.
Tak to je asi prozatím všechno a jdeme sledovat závody. Máme připravený onboard kamery, pohled do depa, budeme monitorovat výměny, rozhovory s jezdci, takže určitě se máte na co těšit.
So thank you, that's Christian Klein out of the six.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
I don't think we can talk. I want to just we can get a picture of this car because this is another one of our unique entries. This is an Audi TT. Now I don't remember seeing one of these before in the Creventic series. It's the number. It's being run by Land Motorsport. It's a 755 in GTX class. It's an interesting looking car. I'm not sure whether it's a car from the One Make series that's been adapted, but that is a unique car. Well, anyway, we are being cleared from the grid. Yes, hello.
Hello, hi.
We're being cleared from the grid, so what we'll do is we'll pass it back to the boys, and they can give you all the details of all the cars, all the way round for the Spa 12 hours.
It's always sad when that's over. That's Nick's inimitable grid walk, meander, call it what you will, but he caught a lot of drivers up and down the grid. And again, Joe, it just shows the sheer variety of machinery down there.
I'm just happy Nick didn't burst into a coronation chorus.
Coronary chorus, I thought
yeah, it would have been. It would have actually been. Yeah, we've got, I tell you what, though, with Nick's overview of the grid there, it's kind of reminded us that we've got quite a few cars out of place. We've got, for instance, the 992 Championship leaders at the moment, the Vili Motorsport by EB Motors, the 955 car, way down the order in the 992 class. Sergio.
Those sectors, and you don't get an aggregate across all 3 sessions. Therefore, you have to go behind anybody who's got an aggregate on all 3 sessions. So it really, really hurts. So the JP Motorsport McLaren, I'm sure will be coming.
Já projdu až dopředu.
On est très belle le sur cette équipe des secrétaires depuis piloté par l'Italien Stéphane Bastel qui fut un des pilotes privés peut-être du BTCC de Moussala-Librand, championnat de voiture de tourisme, Stéphane Bastel. Il sera assez loin, 40 minutes sur la ligne de départ avec une Lotus énergie couleur noir et or qui rappelle l'époque Jean-Pierre Specials en Formule 1, et plus cher à Colin Chapman bien évidemment. Voilà, donc en dehors de ça, eh bien, ce sont des bolides bien connus, bien traditionnels sur la scène des courses d'endurance, GT3, GT4 et Porsche Cup. Hein. Quand on prend ces 3 catégories, eh bien, on a 2 tiers du plateau ici avec des Lamborghini en super troféo également. Donc c'est du connu, mais en super de plateau. Et on rappelle la philosophie de la 24 Hours Powered by Hankook, c'est de mettre le cap et de diriger tout vers les gentlemen drivers en fait, pas les pilotes professionnels, les gentlemen drivers, c'est un peu que les équipages. Les équipages trop haut à cette équipe, bien sûr, finaliser la bien pardon, c'est le cas de on parle ici avec le groupe, c'est bien pour
HRT performance of their Porsche alongside Lippert Motorsport with their Lamborghini as well. They're one of these cars that's sort of out of sequence. Let's see where they move up to. Black Falcon, such supporters of this championship and all racing on the great circuits on the Spa Francorchamps and the Nürburgring of this world. They will start with their American and Luxembourgeois crew. Carlos Rivas will be driving that one at the start. Then the first of the 2 Vortexes. They're orange, they're loud, they're quick. Let's see what Lionel Amrouche can do aboard that one. A lot of teams from Lithuania come next. 3 in a row. We've got Porsche Baltic, Juta Racing and RD Signs. Again, showing the cosmopolitan and international nature of this amazing series. Red Ant, their second car from the Red Ant crew, and that'll be a Belgian driver, Sam de Jong, starting from 24th or the outside of row number 12. Moving on down, HRT Performance. This is quite a crew. 2 drivers who've never been to Spa before. They race in the Asian Porsche Carrera Cup. That's Eric Zhang and driver best known as Martin. But what a guide they have. Adam Christodoulou starting alongside them in that number 930 Porsche. So again, it just shows drivers want to come and race here at Spa. Another Porsche alongside Alexander Boehm. It's another Black Falcon Team Techstar car. Then Vili Motorsport. This is the car that should, by all Manners be further up the grid, but they had their little problems, and that's one that Joe has picked out as one that will be working its way forward. Car number 955. And certainly, again, HRT Performance, many cars. Another of their 911 GT3 Cup cars in the mix. That's car number 929. Due to racing the second one of their cars. This one, a Porsche, starts on row 15, alongside GT3 Poland's Porsche, with Andrzej Lewandowski starting in that, with son Adrian next coming up. So then Senko Motorsport, the 444 BMW, alongside the second of the Vortexes. That's car number 702. Then 9 onto 11 Racing, great looking car, but again, a little down the order from expected. That's 719, another car from the same class, the 427 Porsche. Then we go to Atlas BX Motorsport, all Korean crew. And that's in a Mercedes with Land Motorsport running an Audi alongside. That's row number 18. Row 19 is the X-Swift Racing events, the Toyota Supra, great looking car. TCL Motorsports alongside in their BMW. Then 20th row, PCR Sport with a Mercedes, and JP Motorsport with that Christian Kleen in the crew. And then the final few rows, PB Racing, Stefano D'Asti, BUGGYRA, ZM Racing and Speed Lover. But now the TCE grid, Joe.
Yeah, TCE, pole position in our Touring Car Endurance Series. It's the number 227, the SRS Team Solgren Sport. That's the Porsche Cayman. And then we've got the Wolf Power car. The Wolf Power car, remember, this is a championship-winning car with a world champion at the wheel. It's Marcus Menden, though, not Rob Huff, who will start the 117 alongside. Second row of the TCE grid, Humgard Motorsport, their Leon TCR car will share that row with the TCR. DSG Seat of Real Equipe by Todcar Sport. The Belloc Diaz and Belloc Ruath family are joined by Alvaro Rodriguez. It's Jorge Belloc Ruath, the young European junior champion, current European junior champion from 2022, will be in that car. Well, we're on the pace lap now, Bruce, so we are pretty much getting ready to see that clock start ticking. In 6 hours of racing. It's important in a split race to stay on the lead lap. Not so important when you split it right down the middle. It's very difficult indeed. And personally, if I was out there on the pit wall, I'd be treating this as a 12-hour race with a pause button right in the middle.
That's why you're in the commentary box, Joe.
Absolutely, yeah. You know what, Bruce? We're going to see so many strategies that it's going to be a moving set of goalposts that teams are going to be looking at. And then, you know what, we're at Spa Francorchamps, so that we're going to add in the mix of a little bit of precipitation as well. The track's going to be wet, the track's going to be dry, and it's going to come down to a bit of luck of being out there on the right tyres at the right time. And sometimes it's very hard to make those judgments.
And I think for a lot of the drivers, Joe, as they were driving up the climb from Radion up the Kemmel Straight, they thought, oh, that's what it looks like in the next valley. Then they'll curl back round and they'll be able to look back up towards La Source. It's changeable. We have high cloud, we have low cloud, we have white cloud, we have grey cloud. But the important thing at the start of the race, at the very least, is dry on the circuit.
Yeah, and that's what we like. You know what? If it was to be totally wet, great. Stay totally wet. It's dry at the moment. Stay dry. We like that. We like consistent track conditions. What we don't like, what we had in qualifying, we actually had a section of the track that was wet, a section of the track that was more dry. And it's like, you know, for that, it's a voyage of discovery. Every time you go on the brake pedal, you don't know what sort of grip level you've got. And you know what? That's, as you said, Bruce, that's why you and I are sat here and the drivers are out there.
Yes, it was extraordinary in qualifying. Dry at one end of the circuit.
Now, Max Edelhoff taking in the early stages of this race in the grandstand with, I presume that's his girlfriend or wife. He's been married, so I didn't know his girlfriend. So he's wanting to watch the start across from the pits in the grandstand view.
Always interesting on the formation lap to find out which cars have got the onboard camera. And, number 34 carrying around for Tim Fogler. That's starting near the sharp end of the field. But one car will be starting from the pit lane. It's one of the two Vortexes.
702.
702. The door is up. Thank you very much indeed. So that's one that should be going to the start with Lucas Suliano, French racer, on board, but he will be starting from pit out. However, just bear in mind that here at Spa Francorchamps, what's the first corner? It's a very tight hairpin to the right. It's La Source. Sometimes starting from the pit, you can avoid other people's problems, but of course, no racing driver wants to start any further back than they possibly can. So just to reiterate, Fred Vervish in the 21 Haas RT Audi will be starting from pole position He knows this circuit, forwards, backwards, sideways, absolutely superb in an Audi. But Erwin Bastard, short in career so far, but getting faster and faster. He'll line up alongside in another Audi, this one entered by Santilot. A third Audi in the top 3 positions. Sven Herberger will kick off in the number 1 car. Shira Sport PHX is the entrant. And then something a little bit different, breaking the hegemony of the Audis, and it's Ian James, Heart of Racing Team Mercedes, will be starting from 4th. So the field of cars coming up to what used to be the bus stop, now it's effectively the chicane. It turns 19 and 20, a sharp right, a sharp left onto the start-finish straight, and then they'll look up to the lights on the starting gantry, and then that really short but crucial blast up to that source. So ride on board. One of the best views will be coming from a car starting just towards the tail of the top 10. Tim Vogler starting down in 9th, but it's on left of screen, closest to the pit wall. Haas RT, Fred Vervisch. It's all blue with the flag of Antigua on the roof. It's Haas RT, and alongside on the outside, Santilot Racing, bright green car with Erwin Bastard waiting for the start. It looks clean, 2 by 2. Become 4 abreast in the mid-lord. A very good start by Ian James. He's on the outside line, so third will probably drop him back to 4th, which is where he started, but then they're 3 abreast behind. But neat and tidy for the first half of this grid. As I say that, Tim Vogler gets another car on his outside and off into the gravel on the exit of La Source. They go yellow flag at turn 1. No surprise, that car quite possibly is beat, but of course we'll leave that to the officials, and a few of the others making good ground. One mistake, Joe, at La Source, and you can lose handfuls of places.
Well, it's the way that the cars have got to come together. As we approach the source there, we were 3 and 5 cars wide down in the midfield order, and here we are on the Kemmel Straight, going towards the comp for the first time, and down the inside, that's the Phoenix car. Car number 1, current champions, moving down the inside of the Sonderlock Junior Team car. Audi battling 1, 2 and 3 and 4 at the moment. Vervisch is gone. He's checked out already, and he's leaving behind in the wake. In his wake, 2nd place car now, the number 1. 3rd place is the number 26, the Erwin Bastard driven Sonderlock car, and then behind them, just beginning to ease a bit of a gap, the car in 5th place is now Ralph Bond, and that's the 91, the Herbert car, the Herbert Porsche. Hasn't really featured in qualifying, but guess what? Just keep an eye on that car, because that car will feature as we move through this race.
Why on earth would you want Fred Vervisch in your car? Well, the fact he can get 2 seconds clear by the tyre, 1 second clear by a really smooth run out of La Source, having taken the lead into the first corner, got clear out of Radion, slight mistake from Erwin Bastard. He then paid the cost of that. That's what allowed Sven Herberger to get very close and indeed move past. But of course, it's now swapped back over. Sorry, Sven Herberger still in 2nd, and now Erwin Bastard. They go through Campus and then approaching Paul Frere, what we used to call Stavolo, bottom of the hill, accelerating harder. This is a corner that, Joe, is so crucial to give you that good blast up the hill, but already disappearing in the distance. 1 whole twist, about 1.5 seconds, maybe 2 seconds clear of the pack, going into Blanchimont for the first time at full racing speed. Brilliant job by Fred Vervisch.
And the first lap into the bus stop, always a bit tricky. Brakes are cooler than they perhaps need to be. And the leader already through the bus stop and out. Here's a look at the start again, Bruce.
Well, the start was really clean from about the top 2 rows. Ian James on the outside of the 2nd row in the Mercedes tried to break up the Audi battle, got alongside Sven Herberger, who was holding down 3rd, but unfortunately it was diminishing returns for him as he got up to that source. And this is where Erwin Bastard got pushed just a little bit wide by Sven Herberger, and that kept him off the power for that nanosecond that was so important to allow Fred Vervisch to get clear long before they got to Eau Rouge. Alas, we had a car going off into the gravel after a little nudge, and then it actually spun across the track. It was a 9.09. It was Rick Broikers. Class pole. Don't worry, they will make it back. But there was Rick wanting to get in with the big boys in the GT3 class, and I think he would just effectively, it's not always your fault, but if you're on the outside at the exit of La Source, you take the consequences of other people's movements, and he got a shoulder charge. I think it was from the 34, Tim Vogler, Land Motorsport Audi.
The problem with that is, has he featured any damage there? Has he picked up any damage there? It's easy to knock a wheel arch in onto a tyre. We'll see how that car. It's a recovery drive now for the Red Camel car, but midfield just continuing to sort themselves out. That's the number 16 car, John Shen, Modena Motorsports Porsche, just moving ahead of the number 58. That's the Manuel Gostner MP Racing Mercedes. Gostner coming back and
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Touch at all is our race leader, Fred Vervies, at the end of the opening lap, clear very, very comfortably. And he's just pulling away because the second place battle, Sven Herberg, Erwin Bastard, and now Christopher Mies making the moves are really closing in.
3.6 seconds was the gap at the line. He's just about to complete 2 laps. And I know we're talking about literally just a couple of laps in a 12-hour motor race. But as the second, third and fourth place cars, the gap out at 5.5 seconds already. Second place, Sven Herberg, a great first lap from him. With Christopher Mies now moving up ahead of Erwin Bastard. The Sonderlock car started second, now being demoted first by Herberger, then by Christopher Mies. Mies in the dark coloured Audi R8. And he's just moved forward and been very, very kind of what you expect in a very Christopher Mies kind of way. He was just there and he got straight onto it and he followed those cars round. Now he's in third and I'm pretty sure we're going to see him challenge that number 1 Shearer Motorsport Phoenix Audi very, very soon.
Well, Joe, you know full well that while Nick was doing his grid meander, we looked at each other when he started interviewing Christopher Mies and went, well, he'll be going up the order, and he's done exactly what has been expected. Now, it seems almost rude while just looking at the cars, describing them with the light bouncing off their wings, looking brilliant at this circuit in the High Ardennes. Some of the teams may be thinking, OK, we'll suffer a bit at the front, but we actually have got to set up on our car for the thing that we think might be arriving later, which could be routine called rain. But right now we'll take the sunshine, the spring sunshine here at Spa Francorchamps, and Fred Vervies is maximising his opportunities. And who else is starting to make moves? No, Sven Herberger hanging on to that second place, Christopher Mies making the attack. Going a little further down the order, we've got Charles Espinal, made a very good start, gained many positions. CP Racing, the white, red and blue Mercedes, up into 6th position. He's just behind Ian James's Mercedes, so look for that one. Ralph Bone, yeah, there or thereabouts, Herbert Motorsport. Let's complete the top 10. 8th, Tim Vogler, recovering after that little clash at La Source on the opening lap. Then another Porsche, second best of the Porsches. It's Antonio Saniero for E2P Racing, and then Stefano Modico. So he's made great progress, and he's topping the 992 class. But we have a car in the pits, and let's go down to Nick Damon.
Yeah, it sneaked in whilst I was watching the field go. Now, it's got suspicious damage on the front left. Now, whether that was anything to do with the first lap kerfuffles and people going on, they've completely taken out that front left headlamp, and they're now using oodles of tank tape to try and fix it. It's the 72, isn't it? No, it's the 71. The 71 Tutor Racing. There's 2 very, very similar looking cars from the Latvian team, or Lithuanian team. Yes, they have had a big accident that's taken out a corner of the car. And I assume that either had something to do with the car that got run off into the gravel, or Vic Royk is facing the wrong way. Not sure if we've got one of the drivers, which is actually he's driving the other two. They've got driving 19. Yeah, Vitalius Gulbianus is just looking on. Let's see if Valtteri can tell us what's going on. Hi. Who did you hit?
Other Lithuanian.
You hit each other?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Too many Lithuanians, and yeah, we had too many Lithuanians in that track, so it happened.
We have a Baltic state incident. Thank you very much. Is the other car okay then?
Yeah. No, not our car. Other Lithuanians.
Other Lithuanians.
Yeah. So yeah, but it's a long race.
Thanks indeed. That's Vitalius Gulbinas from the 71IP. We got code 60, boys.
Yes, we have. That came out just as we went to you there, Nick. I'm just happy to have as many Lithuanians as we possibly can in this series. It's great to have them racing there. Just a bit unfortunate that they came together, too many Lithuanians on the same piece of tarmac. While we've gone code 60, gives us a chance to catch up with our TCE categories. We've got a 1, 2, 3 in the TCR class leading TCE. We've got the 102 numbered Holmgard car, the Cooper Leon, that's leading ahead of and that's been driven by Martin Vedel Mortensen. It's Marcus Menden in the Wolf Power car. That's the 117, the Audi RS3. That's in second. And then we've got our current European Young Driver Champion, Jorge Belloc Ruiz, in the rail equipped by Totcar Sport Cupra. He's currently third. First of the TCX runners, fourth in TCE, and that's the Patrick Gruter. That's the Porsche 718, the GT4 spec 718 Cayman. That's currently fourth in the TCE part of this race. Fifth is the Audi RS3, the second of the Wolf Power cars. That's the 121, Ivers Valles at the wheel of that car. And then sixth, it's the BMW Mark II M2 of the Hofer Racing by Bonk. Michael Bonk at the wheel of that car, 331. And it's the only car in TC, but it is part of the TCE class. So TCE part of the race, the Touring Car Endurance Series, part of this 12 Hours of Spa.
Quick update? Yes.
Quick update from Nick.
The 85 car, the CP Racing machine with Charles Espelab on board, trundled down the pit lane. I think he's gone for fuel, which seems really strange after, 10 minutes when they would have brimmed the thing you would expect to begin with. So, not sure.
It's a funny one, Spa, because it's such a long lap. It all depends on your track position, whether or not you take the advantage of a top-up of fuel. And even just 10 minutes of fuel can sometimes repay you in boatloads, depending on when that Code 60 comes out and where your car, and indeed your competitor's car, is on the track in relation to the pit entrance when we go to purple. So, you know what, CP Racing, they had a pretty poor, by their standards, a pretty poor qualifying session. So they are in a bit of a recovery drive for the whole of the 12 hours to get back up that grid order and to the front of the field, which is where we are usually commonly more of a common sight. Oh, it's gone green. And Christopher Meese there, the pro driver, Christopher Meese, was really, really awake and ready for that green. And when it went green, Bruce, he had his car, did he have that car in the gravel when he accelerated past the Herberger Audi?
That's why you have Fred Vervisch leading the race. That's why Christopher Meese has worked his way up the order. The teams would have been saying, right, we've got a message on our screen under 1 minute until the end of the Code 60. And again, I was just about to chip in saying CP Racing will have also had a guesstimation about how long the Code 60 may be, because they want to, obviously not to be refueling when it goes back to green flag. And I'm sure they will, coming back out into the race, they'll have timed it well. But yes, indeed they are. And just diving down towards Bruxelles, they've got a lot of cars around them, but they can go 3 laps longer minimum, 4 laps longer possibly, when the others have to come in and make their pit stops.
We're going to have another look at that replay where Christopher Meese was really on it. He was waiting for the Code 6 to be pulled in, and he was the driver that was awake the most. And there's the acceleration. It goes green, and he immediately puts the car to the right of Herberger, puts his right-hand wheels right into the gravel trap, spews out the gravel, but he had the acceleration, and it was out of Le Combe down to Bruxelles where he was able to make that move, and it was before the corner, Bruce. He actually had him on acceleration rather than on the brakes.
He did. It was the right-hander coming out at the end of the Le Combe complex, and yeah, there wasn't a lot of track left for him, so he didn't have a full car width, and I'm afraid we've got a spinner, is that the 902 Porsche going
992.
around? 992, multi-coloured, but unfortunately for them, and the driver on board, that's another of the Lithuanian cars, that's Porsche Baltic.
Milka Panu, actually, in the HRT Performance 929 I'm looking at. Sorry, Bruce. You were right. It was Robertas Kupikas in the Porsche Baltic car. He was helped round, though. He was helped round. If you look, there's contact. And as they go through Stavolo, it's side by side on the all-important run towards, and they're just squeezing. It was the 955 current championship leaders who were on the inside.
Sergio Nicolau at the wheel of that, and he's got some experience, but it was right at the apex of the corner when you're now just going feed it in, full acceleration, and unfortunately when you're hit halfway down your car on the door, you're already unweighted, you're already pivoting. And so it's going to be a recovery drive for Porsche Baltic 992. So really unfortunate.
He just turned in a bit too tight, didn't he? Didn't account for enough room for the width of that other Porsche. So he's spun, he's rejoined. Didn't really cause much consternation to the cars behind him as he rejoined. And we now get a situation where we've got a few cars, Bruce, that are dropping down the order. The 909, for instance, that's the car that spun at turn 1. Rick Breukers, he's moving back up the order into that 992 6th place. He dropped right to the back of the 992 field with that spin, and he's already, you know what, if that's going to happen to you, let it happen on the first lap, because the cars are so close, I can make a lot of ground very, very quickly.
Well, very, very fortunately, the TV directors managed to get an onboard camera. It was already there at the start of the race in the Red Camels Jordan car. So that would be telling a story as Rick picks off those ahead of him. But Rick's been round the block enough time to know when to take a risk and when not. But he's got a whole line of cars ahead of him going down towards Fagnes on the exit of Double Gauche. And he's just got to bide his time. He doesn't want to be someone suffering an incident like the Porsche Baltic car at the corner after next. Now turning down into Campus, past the university facility down there, and then into Curve Paul Frere. And Rick will be looking for his moments. But up at the front of the race, it's back to 3.8 seconds between Fred Vervisch and Christopher Mies, the new second-place runner. 5 laps on the board, down to 2.4 seconds. So a better lap for Mies than it was for the race leader. So it's Audis all the way in the top 4 positions. But Haas-RT not getting away any longer. And another car working its way up the order is the JP Motorsport McLaren. Of course, that started down at the back. We heard Nick talking to them on the grid. It's now with Patrick Krupicki, the team owner, up to 16th position. So it's gained a good 20 positions since the start of this race. And just to reiterate, Joe, 50 cars. It's a very, very busy track.
It's very busy, yeah, very busy indeed. And that Code 60 has not so much brought the whole field together, but it certainly brought the cars that were circulating together back together, as it would do with the 60km/h speed limit around the track. There's the Rick Breukers car, the new livery on the Red Camels car, just going down the inside of the source and taking another spot back. That puts Rick up to 5th spot already, making ground out of La Source and down towards Eau Rouge, and then up the hill and across the brow at Radion and onto the all-important Kemmel Straight. It's an uphill straight, this, and you need horsepower. You basically need grunt. And just at the back of that group of 4, I mean, we're too wide in groups of cars that are clean.
Land Motorsport didn't have the luck that went with their form, but at the moment sitting quite pretty with the best of their cars, and they have many cars in field in second.
It came in the pause, Bruce. They identified a problem with the car that if they'd taken parc fermé conditions in the interval between the split race, it would have manifested.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Performance Porsche, we talked about that. It's second in the 992 Cup class, but that's the one that Adam Christodoulou will be at the helm of sometime later in the race alongside his two Chinese Spa novices.
Well, there was pretty much nothing to lose. We've got lots of action developing in the 992 class. Some going wild out of, I think that's Jackie Ick's corner, and one of our Porsche 992 class runners just behind the 955. Not quite sure the number on that car, but getting very, very wide, and certainly waking the driver up. It's
It was the 929, Mika Panu, HRT Performance, running in 22nd position, but that doesn't help your tyres, and it could do other damage as well, but it was only the right-hand wheels hooked in the gravel, only.
CP Racing Mercedes continue to make their way through the 992 class, arguably one of the most competitive classes, if not the most competitive class in the 24H series, certainly the European Championship. And as our live stream goes on board with Rick Breukers once again, who's recovering after that spin, there in front of him is the CP Racing car that's now making its way back up after that early pit stop, currently in 17th place overall, 12th, and down the order in GT3, as I look at that sheet, he's 11th in GT3, so number 85, and getting a bit of a tow out of the source behind that Mercedes. Mercedes, if anything, big trip up slightly. It's just behind the Piquet Car Sport car, currently 4th in the 992 class. Bert Longin at the wheel of the 924, that's the yellow Porsche, and the white Mercedes just slipping into its slipstream. It should get by, hopefully, before Eau Rouge.
Chris Vermees now under 2 seconds down on the race leader, so 1.8 seconds last time round, first part of this lap. Actually, each time the Haas RT Audi is better in the first of 3 sectors. He's got a 10th back, so it's nip and tuck, but all eyes at the moment really drawn to the cars that are recovering, and among their rankings, Rick Breukers, he lost the position last time, which seems counter, but that's only because he was passed by the CP Racing Mercedes, which is a GT3 car.
There's a great example of just that proves just how quick these 992 cars are. The CP Mercedes could not get past Bert Longin on the Kemmel straight. He had to wait and use the better aero grip on the Mercedes to get through in that sequence of right, left, right corners at Le Combe, and just taking advantage while Longin had to deal with the CP Mercedes coming by him. Rick Breukers has moved ahead of Longin, so that's a class position that Breukers has taken. So now Breukers in the 909 is now up to 4th place in the 992 class. He's demoted the Piquet Car Sport car down to 5th, and he looks like he is on fire at the moment. He's sidling through this field after that first lap spin.
Well, it really is. The gap between Fred Vervies in the lead and Chris Vermees is, he went out to 1.995 seconds, so we're quibbling about a 10th here, a 10th there, but important, he started lapping the back of the field, and he may be able to use a bit of the traffic to make sure that Chris Vermees doesn't get close enough to get onto his tail, to follow him up the Kemmel straight and then maybe try and move. But both these drivers too experienced to do anything rash at this early stage, but it just emphasises their pace. They've got 8 laps on the board, they're lapping the tail end of the field. They would have come sooner if it hadn't been, of course, for the Code 60 that slowed everything down, but neat and tidy through the source. They would choose their moments, but right now all the drivers in this 50-car field, Joe, just revelling in Spa Francorchamps, spring sunshine, dry surface. It may not last forever, take it while you can.
That really is developing into a bit of a scrap, isn't it, for the overall lead of this race, and of course our GT3 class. 2:22.401 the last time by was a personal best for Christopher Mees, who is on a charge. The gap was 2 seconds. It looks a little bit closer than that actually when you see it on the screen.
One of the cars that's really been making progress, E2P, their Porsche E2P Racing car number 90, pressing on very hard indeed, and Antonio Saniero really pushing Ralph Bone, but Ralph been round the block several times, notably here at Spa Francorchamps, so he holds on to 7th place for Herbert Motorsport, into and out of Les Combes, down the hill to Bruxelles. Another great gaggle of cars a little bit further back is the Mercedes of, she's fallen down quite a way, Chantal Prince. She's got the Lamborghini from the GTX class. It's the second car in the GTX class. It's car number 720 with another driver from Lithuania, Paulius Pasquier-Vilcius, and he makes the move up the straight. Again, classic manoeuvre. You get a good run, a better run out of Radiant, or even equal if you're close, and then you've just got the slipstream all the way up the straight. And then as long as the driver inside isn't trying to do the old two-move manoeuvre, which is frowned upon, yes, all is fair. Good move.
Chantal Prince, of course, formerly Chantal Kroll, and former ladies champion in the 24-inch series, obviously changed the name, being married. 2 children, Alexander Prince and Chantal. And great to see the Volvo team back, actually. They had a bit of time out while Chantal and Alex went to work at creating a family, and it's a great family unit now down at that Volvo Racing garage.
It's quite handy having Grandpa here as well with Martin. We heard from him.
Just further down. Yeah. Michael Kroll will see out in that car later as well.
Right, yellow flag at turn 18. By my reckoning, that should be the exit of Blanchimont. It's not a slow place to go off. We'll wait for further messages there, but haven't seen what triggered that. But just to reiterate, at the moment it's 2.3 seconds. The last few laps have been better. That's the gap between first and second, between Fred Verbeek in the Haas, RT, Audi and Chris Vermees in the Land Motorsport car. And we haven't really mentioned the gap back to the driver in third. That's Sven Herberger, still Sven Herberger, but he's 14.2 seconds behind them. Those first two, their pedigree is shining through.
Yeah, absolutely. Gap slightly out there, as you mentioned there, Bruce.
Sitting sideways on the grass, can't really see any notable damage, but again can't see if the car's sitting on its belly or sitting on its wheels, because there's a crest of grass between the camera and where they're standing. The field's still streaming past, yellow flag still protecting that position at turn 18. That's as the cars come back up the slope towards the final chicane. Some cars are starting to dive in the pits in the background, and those are cars possibly from the tail of the top 15 or so, maybe seizing the moment. Code 60, so good move from those who dived in straight away, and it's suddenly going to be busy down in the world of Nick Damon, so we'll just listen out and hear when he wants to cut in. But Code 60 down to 60 kph.
Well, that one.
Mentioned it, the 47, but no, they've taken off the rear deck, and it is leaking water. It's coolant that's come out. Now, whether they overfilled it and it kind of, the back pressure blew off it, they had a large amount of coolant that's come out, and that is the stuff that's got the various additives within it. They did put some very nice tap water ready to go, but I think it may have overfilled it, it may have overheated or back pressured, but that was not just a standard stop. That was a little bit of mechanic as well, as the 416 GT4 Mercedes goes past me as well.
That's the one from BUGGYRA ZM Racing, increasing force in the championship. But yes, Nick, relatively quiet, but thank you for picking up that fluid leak. And for the rest of the cars out on the track, they're going around still under code 60. And Joe, just to reiterate, it's the 117 Wolf Power Racing Audi that needs clearing up.
Yes, hopefully we can get that car recovered back to the pits. With a very small field, Bruce, in our TCE Touring Car Endurance Series, part of the 12 Hours of Spa, with only 5 cars, it's always going to be worth repairing the car. It doesn't matter how long it's going to take, even if it takes an hour or two for a gearbox or an engine change. We've got under a minute before we go to green. So the drivers will be given that information. That's the information that's come from the officials, and that's on everybody's screen in all of the garages. So they'll be putting that to the drivers of the cars as we see the 117 into the pits.
So we've got the leaders in, both Haas RT and Land Motorsport have come in. They're doing driver changes at land. I think Fred Vish may be getting out. It's a bit further away to confirm that. We've just seen the TCR car come back on a tow rope, so we'll see what's going on there. But yeah, so the top two have come in, taken out their pro drivers, who of course are limited in drive time. They've done what they need to do, got them nice and clear. Definitely Chris Meese got out. I'll have to go and check the garage to find out whether Fred got out as well. But they are giving full service in tyres. In all honesty, it was a much quicker stop from Haas than it was from land. And they can, of course, they came in under the code 60, though it's gone now. I'm not sure for either of them that was a tactically a good idea, guys.
Who are we though, Nick? we can question at this stage, but then, you know, as things develop, we think, right.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
After just, what was it, 4 laps?
I've heard it. I mean, just getting back to Haas RT and the comment you made there, Bruce. Yes, the team are new, the people within the team aren't. The people within the team are very old. Chris Donker has been around this sport for a long, long time. However, I've heard it. I mean, people like Barwell Motorsport, you know, and Mark Remmer have said it's very, very tricky to get your head around the regulations in the 24H series. How you use the driver times, how you react to code 60s, it takes a little bit to find your feet. Mark Lemmer, I said Remmer, why did I say Remmer? I was thinking Jeremy Remmer. Mark Lemmer is the guy who told me that, and he said it takes you, you know, you can't just come into this series and expect to be right on it. It takes you a little bit to find out just how you react to things, and you know, we've got a myriad of experience there in that Haas RT team.
Oh God, entirely so. I was trying to pick them up a bit there. But, right, just to let you know, the 117 Audi that was towed in was worked on in the pit lane. I had a look, but they've decided more work is required, and it's just been pivoted through 90 degrees and thrown back in the garage. Right, race is being led by Sven Herberger, Shearer Sport PHX, their Audi. Second in line with Fred Vervish. It's Urban Bastard. So Fred Vervish, of course, had the pit stop, and so did the Christopher Meese car as well. Just trying to see who's taking that over, waiting for them to return after their refueling. But at the moment, Sven Herberg sitting on a lead, very tiny lead, the best part of 11 seconds, and then another nearly 10 seconds back to Ralph Bones. So that black Herbert Motorsport Porsche, slowly working its way up the order.
They do. How many times we've been covering the 24H series now for a number of years? I mean, this is the 5th running of the 12 hours of Spa. And the amount of times I've said, how did the Herbert car get there? How did the Herbert car get in the lead? And it'll get into the lead somehow, and that's what we're seeing here. But also, I'm a little bit surprised to see Owen Bastard losing out to the tune of 10 seconds after laps we had.
11. Yeah. There've been a couple of slow...
10 seconds.
I'm just beginning to think, I mean, it was very, very difficult in qualifying yesterday. I just think that Santalot might be a team that's erred on the side of a rain arriving earlier than some of the rivals. So we're talking of Chris Meese. Let's talk to Chris Meese via Nick Lehman.
Chris, a very fast but very short stint, only half an hour. Why was that?
Well, honestly, I think we did a mistake. Probably the engineers thought the code 60 is going to be longer. I even told them on the radio I can see the car getting pulled away, so I was pretty sure we should have stayed out. And when I arrived here, tires weren't ready. There was only the driver in the pit lane, no lollipop. Big chaos, rookie mistake, and shouldn't have.
I suppose the good news is you've got 11 and a half hours to put it right.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's a long race, but still, I mean, you put your heart out there, you drive to the absolute limit. Obviously, I tried to catch Freddie, which worked out in the end, so I was quite happy with the stint so far, and therefore I would have liked to enjoy it a little bit more.
Chris, thank you very much. And talking about Fredovich, I think he came in because he wasn't happy with the tyres. There was a huge amount of consternation and staring at the tyres that came off from the Handbook engineer that came off his car. And of course he stayed on board and took half the tank, so I don't think he was happy with the tyres. In fact, that may have been why Chris was able to catch up quite quickly after Freddie got that lead.
Yeah, a bit early for pick-up issues, I would think. So maybe that was just, you know, a pressure issue that he wasn't having. And you know what? Fred Vervees would have probably looked at the tyres when he saw, he's like, how is Chris Mace catching me so quickly? What is the issue here? What's wrong with the... And when he's pushed harder, the tyres have been not up to the job, and that's probably what he's complaining about.
Or maybe it's like Peter Ustinov's Grand Prix du Rock. He's just thought of an insult for the team, and he's coming to tell them, and then he's driven off again.
What I do like, what is refreshing, and the thing I love about the 24-8 series, we get a lot of, you know, Chris Meese there just called the team out. He admitted, we think it's a tactical error, and you know, there's none of this sort of secrecy and none of this, oh, I can't tell you that. His team principal, Christian Lang, is ideal for that. He will tell you exactly what's going on, and it's just refreshing because there's nothing to hide. Everybody can see what happened there. Even Nick Davis saw it, so that's got to be something.
No, I agree. We were talking about this yesterday, some length, about how it's wonderful just to have honesty, and it gives so much more to the fans, the people following the series. You know, why conceal something? There are no great secrets. Of course, Herbert Motorsport have a locked box that includes their race tactics and how to handle situations, because they've been doing this series since time began, and these things are a great scrap at the moment out on the track. Tim Vogler, that Motorsport, had a little clash. We think he was the one that put the red Jordan's Camel. A red Camel Jordan's Porsche just kissing it into the gravel at the first attempt, but he's recovered. He was 9th, he was 8th, he was 7th, he's now 4th, and he's trying for 3rd, challenging Ralph Bone. He's caught Ralph, and now trying to work out where to put the 34 Audi past that Turbith Motorsport car. So, in fact, of course, Tim Vogler now knows he is the leading Land Audi, because the sister car with Christian Lees came in for that pit stop, and we heard full honesty from Chris. He's in the garage now. Of course, he'll be talking to the team about how not to do that again. But again, it's all part of the learning process.
That 2-car battle for 3rd and 4th is about to become a 3-car battle, because Antonio Sediero in the E2P Racing Porsche in the GT3 class about to close up onto the rear bumper of the Tim Vogler Land car. And that will be an battle for class honours.
Except, as you spoke about, Antonio ran off the circuit and has just rejoined. He got it wrong down at the foot between Campus and Paul Frere. And I was about to say it's going to be a 4-car battle because Patrick Krapinski was closing in. But let's go down. There's more action with Nick in the pits.
Well, there's not much action. There's some concerned faces leaning over a bonnet of the Audi RS3 117 car, and there are some liquids on the floor that should be inside the car. Never a good sign. Something oily has stopped being connected to something else oily, and resulted in some of the oil not being where it should be.
Nick, you're going to have to taste the fluids, mate. We need to know if it's engine oil, gearbox oil or coolant. They all have different tastes.
I'm not tasting it, but it's definitely oil. Down here, it's a bleach there. This is the back of the car. I don't know how far back they came in. There's some water underneath it. Stinks of oil. I don't know, gearbox. I'm sorry. More gearbox. So gearbox oil is mixed up.
Yeah, that is not an uncommon feature of what we've seen lately in this class of RS3, of Audi RS3s. We've had a few gearbox issues, haven't we?
And Nick, during the week, if you could come down to my house and tell me what's leaking out the bottom of my TBR, I'd be most appreciative. Could be anything, frankly. Right, leading the race, Sven Herberger, Shearer Sport PHX Audi by, it was over 10 seconds, it's come down a little bit, so Irvin Bastard now settling down in the Santalok bright green Challenger. So it's Audi, Porsche with Ralph Bone holding down 3rd place, but as I say that, he no longer is, because Tim Vogler, the number 34 Land Motorsport Audi, has made it an Audi 1, 2, 3. He's nipped through and is pulling clear. Let's complete the top 6. It's Patrick Krapinski, and let's complete Nick's train of thought.
Guess what? Gearbox oil! Yes! It was the gearbox that's broken. Interestingly, I can answer your question, Bruce, about what's leaking out of your TBR, and the answer is money. Money is leaking out of your TBR.
I feared as much, I just didn't want it confirmed on air. Thank you, Nick.
Never doubted you, Nick. Never doubted you could see where it was coming from.
Again, some great battling up and down the order. Chantal Prince working her way back up the order a little bit, went up, fell down, but in fact, as I say that, she's now getting lots of pressure. Kerong Lee is in close company in the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini. More visitors. I'm trying to work out who's just diving in. Certainly wasn't Sven Herberger. 14 laps on the board for Shearer Sport PHX. Just going down to Nick to tell us who's just dived in. Sorry, Nick.
It's the 979 again, the speed lovers, Nico Verdonk. They came in earlier, and they were the people who spilled out all the engine coolant. That car's back in again. Again, taking it apart, and we're chat with the driver. Nothing to do with it. It has gone straight into the garage, and the driver's getting out. So this is going to be a busy one.
Thank you very much, Nick. Now, a bit of a competition. Who was fastest on the track last time around? It was the driver in 5th place. Patrick Krupinski came up from off the bottom of our timing screen. He's now up to 5th. The next target is Ralph Bone. Ralph was just passed last lap by Tim Vogler and lost 3rd position down to 4th. And Krupinski started the run between...
40th.
Started 40th, but he started this lap just 0.6 of a second down on Ralph Bone, so I'm sure the move will come as they get towards the top of the Kemmel Straight, perhaps in behind. Right, let's talk a little bit about the battle in the Porsche 992s in the 911 GT3 Cup class. It's Sam de Jong in 10th place overall, leading that class by nearly 6 seconds from who? Rick Boykers, Rick Hamill's Jordan. So he picked his way from about 10th in class, 9th, 8th, 7th, 6th, and now the writing was on the wall. Just comparing their lap times last time around. In fact, it was a better lap for Sam de Jong, but I'm sure traffic had a role to play there. And Rick should be getting onto his tail any moment now.
It's hopefully going to be another season-long battle between the red species, the red ants versus the red camels. Sam de Jong was showing he has the same sort of pace that Rick Boykers could produce, and it really was a fabulous recovery drive. Rick having to pick his way through the field of both cars in the 992 class and also contend with the GT3 cars coming through. Cars like the Patrick Krupinski GP Motorsport McLaren. Isn't that 4th place, and the gap of 23 seconds now between itself, the McLaren that is in 5th place, not 4th place as well.
No, I'll give you 4th. He's taken that position in the first third of this lap. Just waiting for confirmation, just looking at another graphic on another screen.
And Tim Vogler has also gotten by Ralph Bond for 3rd. So the Herbert car under a barrage of attacks here from all sides. It's Audi or McLaren. Which one's going to be next?
Yeah, but what you need at this stage in the race is a lap time in the 2:25s or low 2 minutes 26s. And in fact, Tim Vogler has got, as he comes out onto the very short start-finish straight, jinking around. I think that's the BMW from Hofer Racing by Bolt Motorsport, got the McLaren right under his tail. Krupinski has a look up the inside into La Source. That would have been a really daft move to make. He wasn't close enough, but he's shifting the McLaren around. It really moves around the track so much in comparison to the Audi in front of it as they try and get the power down, coming down the hill past the old pits. And then, of course, what comes next? We know what comes next. It's Eau Rouge. They're going through there now. Then Radion. Who's going to get the better exit? But even if he doesn't get a better exit, which he does, the McLaren would get the toe up the straight. But again, remember, we found out that was the fastest car of all in that 3rd sector of the track, and the move was made super easily. So Krupinski was 5th, was 4th, is now 3rd. Long before they get to their comp, he's into that 3rd position.
But heads-up driving from Krupinski because he knew the Audi was about to get back into the slipstream. We've seen this before, where the slipstream has then assisted the car behind to regain that position. So change for 3rd, the McLaren moving up the order, and the Land Audi now, Tim Vogler dropping down to that 4th place. We'll probably see Krupinski moving away now from that Audi, and already through the double gauche, through Jackie Hicks and heading down to double gauche, and already a cushion between not just itself and the Land car, but the Land Audi there, the white car with the blue striping, is moving ahead of the Herbert Porsche and moving away from that Herbert Porsche, having got that place.
What is so noticeable though, through the run down from Jackie Hicks corner, through Pouhon, and then through Fagnes and down to Campus, the Audi is better, but when you get to the longer, straighter bits, that's where the McLaren will pull away. So as long as he gets, Patrick Krupinski gets a good exit from the Paul Frette, not a bad one. In fact, he can turn in where he wants, whereas the Audi seems to just take a little longer to get to the apex. that gap should go out. And last time around, in fact, Patrick Kropinski was a second and a half faster than the race leader. That's Sven Herberger. So the pace is there. But then, of course, the big question is what's happened to those two cars at the sharp end of the field. Haas RT had to look all the way down to 27th position at the start of last lap for Fred Vervisch. And obviously they've had the knockback. They had the visit to the pits.
And even further back down to 35th overall, Tim Mullen now at the wheel of the 55. That was the the early contender as well.
Yeah, and Nick talked about how the pit stop for Land Motorsport didn't look asleep. That was then explained to us quite fully by Chris from East, how they simply weren't ready. So they're going to be needing to atone for that. But at the moment, Sven Herberger, 8 seconds now. It was 10, it's down to 8 seconds. His advantage over Owen Bastard. In the last few minutes, it's suddenly gone from quite bright to quite grey. Oh, and the rain is on the way. Let's check in with the pits. Oh, my word.
Can someone bring my coat down, please?
Yeah,
it's spitting quite heavily now, and there's a big dark cloud. This may develop into heavy rain. Yesterday, we saw a torrential downpour for about 4 minutes. It made one of those. Nothing may happen, but I can tell you right now that the people in the pit feel a little bit nervous, a bit mildly.
Your coat is on the way, dear. We've got our Scottish contingent bringing it down.
That's the service I need. Yes, we've got some cars coming in. We've got the green Mercedes and also the Seoul Toyota GT4s coming in. So we've got the 418 Mercedes. That's come in, as has the Toyota ex-Yfit Racing. Looking like, there's a real problem with Toyota. The Toyota's just full of smoke. I need to get the camera somewhere else. This car's more interesting. The cockpit is full of smoke. I don't know what's going on there. Look, it's coming up through the engine. It's smoking back up through almost like through the air intake. So I've got no idea what's happening there. The thing is smoking like anything. Gavin Pickering's hopped out. Gavin, that looks quite unpleasant. What happened? Pretty quick. I'm glad you're okay, but certainly I got that as quickly as possible. I'm quite sure why the Mercedes came through. Hopper Racing with their Mercedes 11, they're coming in as well. They let us do some fast stop. We have Porsches. We've got Chenis. You see the sheep, that is the
Yeah, Nick, I'm not. Yeah, Nick, we've got torrential rain at the far end of the circuit. That's moving across from Le Combe and making its way towards you in the pits. But right now, it's torrential out there and wet tyres. That's the order I would suggest now. So you're going to see a flurry of cars into the pits. We've got a dry La Source, Bruce, and a very, very wet Le Combe, Bruxelles, and through Jackie Hicks. It's absolutely soaking wet out there.
Yeah, as the cars accelerate out of Radillon, they probably have a little bit of something on their screen, but it's fully wet when they get up the top of the Kemmel Straight. And again, as the cars are coming up from the lowest point on the circuit, from Curb Paul Frere, they don't want to go too fast through Blanchimont. It's such a fearful corner. Anyhow. Just keep an eye. Will Urban Bastard close in on Sven Herberger in the leading race, or will his suspected maybe slight wetter setup for that Santalok car be wasted by the fact it is fully wet here. But busy in the pits. Nick, have you got anybody coming in near you?
Have you got any of the? Tyres are going onto the Pioneer brake most of the cars in the GTX and GT4 classes coming. The GT3 is topping it out at the moment. But I'm sure in the next lap we get any more rain here, as it is now wet.
Thank you very, very much, Nick. Yes, busy down there. It's always, do we jump now or do we wait another lap? And I just want to point out, CP Racing worked their way right up the order. They've had that early pit stop, but will they be among the pit visitors? Will it slightly undo them? So Sven Herberger in from the lead, but Erwin Bastard takes the lead for Santalok junior team in the number 26 Audi. He's going on for a further lap. The Audi TT RS also diving past our commentary position, and the 444 BMW from Senka Motorsport has also issued visiting the pits.
It's Herbert, the number one car, the Phoenix team, the reigning European champion Sven Herberger. He's being pushed backwards into the pits. So it's more than just a tyre change, and it's absolutely torrential rain now over us. We've obviously picked up that rain. I mean, I'd be surprised if people could stop and hit their marks. Four cars beneath us.
Two cars off at Eau Rouge at the moment. The 427, which is the Lion Speed Porsche Cayman.
Got the 416 BUGGYRA Mercedes as well. That pirouetted down and probably needs not just a new set of tyres, but a new set of underwear.
Is massive, globule unlimited, and it's now it's pretty much undrivable. This is sort
vibrations. We don't know what. I don't know. As a driver, they're checking this now, and yeah, let's see.
Well, I suppose you're quite pleased to be missing this rain, aren't you?
Yeah. I mean, rain is fantastic. I spent a lot of time in the winter in Finland, and there we do always drive things. So
just back on this vibration again. Has this suddenly happened, or has it been getting worse and worse during the stint?
I don't know. I really can't tell whether it's a drive shaft or whether it's a weight on the tires. I don't know. So the technicians have to check.
Yeah, they've done a full check on that right rear. They've done a kind of not quite stringing it, Joe, but they had a look and they were checking all the gaps were correct on the various bits. And they pull it out now, and it is just so wet. The rivers of water.
But right now we've got a bit of a queue. It's like turning up at the supermarket service station and finding yourself not able to get on the pump and having to queue up and wait your turn. And that's what we're seeing now. Not as much time lost if we were under racing green conditions, but under code 60, and the code 60 has been brought out. I suspect, Bruce, we don't really have to be told officially, that rain came down so heavily, we went code 60 to enable the teams to, for safety reasons, to get their cars onto the right tyres.
I think you're entirely right, but just the sight of the 416 Mercedes from BUGGYRA ZM going off at Eau Rouge and then drifting backwards down the wet grass bank. I've never seen that before, but that was an absolute sign. And bear in mind, what, 5 minutes before, it was bone dry. And even now, as the cars are going up the slope towards the top of the crest there at Les Combes,
Code 60 skončí do 1 minuty, jo? Code 60 končí do 1 minuty.
On the Tuesday afternoon, it was going to be wet and sunny. Looked at it on the Wednesday, it was going to be snowing. You know, it's kind of like that place where very high altitude here in the hills in the Ardennes region, and that's why we get such changeable weather conditions. And like you said, Bruce, already having seen, we've got rivers of water running across the track at La Source, and then what looks like a pretty damp track out there at Les Combes.
well, gosh, it seems a long time ago that we had the start of the race. Right now it's fully wet but drying. Well, it's easy for me to say that from a driver. They work their way up the field, but don't forget, a lot of them would have started.
Avec la McLaren, allez savoir, quoi qu'il en soit, eh bien, c'est en
Another car pushed wide into the outside. Rick Broyker's got going again, but he's one of the drivers having a fight back. And the car that was running second very early on, the 55 Audi, that was the one started for Land Motorsport by...
C'est compliqué, oula, ils sont de nouveau compliqués également cette fois-ci.
Well, they did the first into the race, MP Motorsport, but oh dear, it's very, very tricky. Don't think just because they put wet weather tyres on, it's going to be easy for them out there, because they don't know how uniform the water is.
And they're just spinning, just turning in, and the rear end carrying.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
drivers struggling just to get their cars round, Bruce. It's quite incredible. It's quite incredible even for Spa.
It really is, and you know, if that's not exciting, just seeing people surviving on this track, it was also then suddenly there was a gaggle of 6 cars. It was basically the lead grouping, or the second, third, and fourth in the 992 class. HRT Performance, Red Ant Racing, and the second HRT Performance car with Martin on board, Yannick Redon, and Stefano Monaco, and the Mark II. The great Mustang lookalike from Team VDS, all side by side, but luckily they're now nose to tail. It was a sharp intake of breath there down at the bottom of the hill. The curb, Paul Frere accelerating gingerly out of that long right-hander to get the power down to come back up. Now, will the puddles be the same next time around? Hopefully they'll become rather less, but certainly at the foot of the dive past the old pits, the front end of the Haas RT car just washed away. Suddenly no option but to take to the grass. A good recovery, but they're way down the order now.
You get a measure of just how much water's out there by the amount of spray that's being created by these cars, and really when you're following in the wheel tracks of another car, you literally, your wipers can't cope, you're driving blind.
You absolutely certainly are, and Fred Vavish, it's luckily they've got him still on board. When you have the most experienced driver on board your car when the weather's at the worst, you thank your lucky stars, and in fact Fred has moved that car back up the order to 6th, and with a couple of other cars.
Tak co, jaký to bylo? Koukal jsem, že jsi tam měl docela zábavu.
Jako my jsme chtěli vydržet co nejdýl na suchých, protože samozřejmě měla by to být jenom přeháňka. A byl jsem asi moc optimistický, v podstatě mi to klouzlo na čistý rovince, nebo těsně před zatáčkou. Měli jsme velký štěstí, bylo tam dost místa, takže jsem se roztočil v podstatě na místě, kde je hodně místa. Zůstal jsem na trávě, v podstatě klouzlo to tak, že i do kopce na té trávě se to nedalo rozjet, musel jsem scouvat na asfalt v podstatě. Měl jsem trochu problémy to nastartovat, protože samozřejmě po takovémhle roztočení se musí všechno povypínat, znovu všechno restartovat. Takže byla to nějaká ztráta, no jsem rád, že pokračujeme dál, protože v první chvíli, kdy jsem v tom místě, se mi to utrhlo, já měl plný rejt a jenom jsem čekal, až se to zastaví, tak jsem si říkal, no asi pojedeme domů. Takže jsem rád, že to je v celku a že v podstatě jsme furt na začátku.
No, zachránil jsi to teda nádherně. Jaký to je vlastně v tom plném nasazení té maximální rychlosti, když pak takhle najednou přijde ten déšť?
No, v podstatě jenom se kontroluje, kolik té vody tam je, jo. Ten okruh je veliký, takže byly tam poměrně dost suchý místa a poměrně dost mokrý místa, jo. A prostě na těch slikách jako ten brzdnej bod se prostě v podstatě třeba strojnásobí. Jo, takže ten grip prostě tam není žádný, takže jenom to odhadnout jako dobrý, projedu, neprojedu, je prostě hrozně těžký. Jo.
Teď se nasadili mokrý gumy, jsem koukal. Jaká je strategie s Adamem?
Tak uvidíme, jak to bude osychat. Já si myslím, že to bude jako rychle schnout, rychle se bude výjíždět stopa. Samozřejmě, jakmile se začne výjíždět stopa, ty mokrý půjdou samozřejmě do háje, no, takže musíme jakoby včas zajet přes hold. Díky.
Sandstock Audi. Third place, as Joe just mentioned, JP Motorsport, Patrick Kopinski in their McLaren. That's come up from 40th. Charles Espinal, that early pit stop for them in the CP Racing Mercedes. They are top in GT3 AM and 4th overall. Ian James, Heart of Racing Mercedes, second in GT3 AM and 5th overall. Fred Vavish, at the moment 6th, but you can be sure he'll be advancing in the Haas RT Audi. And bear in mind, he just had an off-track moment and he's got that behind him. Elliot Earhart, he's taken over the car that was challenging the Shearer Sport PHX Audi. That's in 7th. 10th place, Antonio Saniero, E2P Racing Porsche, 7th in GT3 overall and 8th overall. Matt Kehoe, American racer for Black Falcon Team Techstar, that's second in the 992 class, or the 992 for 911 GT3 Cup cars, and third car in that class is 10th overall. It's Red Ant Racing, Yannick Redon at the wheel of that. In the GT3 class, of course, it's 26. GTX, it's number 720. And that, I'm just trying to see how far down, it's Paulius Cascavicius in a Lamborghini, who's top of GTX.
TCE's being led by a TCR class car. It's the Wolf Power car, car 121. Ivers Valles at the wheel of that car in 36th place overall. Second in the TCE categories is the first of our TCX class runners. It's the Porsche 718 Cayman SRST Saab Rennsport. Patrick Grutter started the car, he's still at the wheel of the number 227. They're in 39th overall. Third in TCE, second in the TCR class is the Cooper TCR of Relikey by Top Car Sport. Jorge Belek-Ruiz still at the wheel of that car, having started it. That's number still in the pits, remember. The 117 car 7th, but dropping time all at this moment with that problem with that Audi.
You talk of the pitch, let's head down to Nick Damon.
Well, the Haas racing car just come in. Fred Vervisch has got off, and I think an important point is he did those entire laps on slicks. So he's not had wets on at any point. So those gaining he was doing, he was on slicks. They've come out now and they've done a full driver change. I couldn't see what they put on, but my expectations they put some wets on the car. So Fred doing a superhuman effort. See if I can grab a word with the man himself. Fred, I've just seen that they've just I've just seen they've taken slicks off your car. You must be. How is that? How did you do those laps on slicks?
Yeah, my suit is brown, so. No, it's. I tried it was possible, but then there was a heavy shower in sector 1, which gave crazy aquaplaning, so undrivable. And I think we're lucky to have had no contact or no wall or something. Because yesterday the track dried quite quickly, so we tried again, but we expect more rain to come. So yeah, we tried something, it didn't work. But let's see, later on, I think it will be a race like that. So
you came in before the rain, you came in at code 60, which seemed strange. The team were looking at your tyres. What was the problem?
Yeah, we were discussing the different options, and so yeah. But the thing is, yeah, we as a driver have some info from inside. But obviously we don't know what will come. We don't have the weather forecast, so it was a discussion, and well, let's see how it goes. So now it's Mathieu driving, and yeah, we're on the right direction.
Good press.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Fred.
A change of overall as well. That's incredible to think. I mean, that explains why he got out of control in that aquaplaning incident in the Eau Rouge, and to think it took a driver of Vervisch's skill and experience to control that. Interesting as well, teams are reckoning more rain coming. So again, I mean, that's not a massive surprise, is it? No, it's not a massive surprise. The McLaren, Bruce, I've got to say, that has been really impressive in that climb from 40th on the grid when this race started, now up to a very, very solid third place, only 3 seconds behind the second place Bastard-driven Sonderloch Audi, and 27 seconds behind the overall race leader, which happens to be 992. The Cup car leads this race overall.
It doesn't just lead the race, it's got an advantage of over 24 seconds. It's all fallen into place for them. So Sam de Jong pushing on very hard at the moment in that glorious blue car, and he's sharing with John de Wilde and Philip Vils, but at the moment driving like that he doesn't fancy coming in. But none too surprisingly, there are messages on the overhead gantry saying lights on, because otherwise still the camera crews wouldn't pick them up at the end of the long straights, and it's about staying on your toes and again just staying off the curbs wherever possible.
Jorge Belek-Ruiz, current junior champion, he took the crown at the end of the 2022 season, so he's our reigning European junior champion at the wheel of that Relikey car, and a very experienced driver there, just back end of that front wheel drive car, just rotating round, which is exactly what he wanted from it at the Bruxelles hairpin. He just turned the car in, got a bit of karting experience. He was working in the Ultimate Karting Championship in the UK at last season, so I got to see a little bit of him actually, and he's a chap, that a young man who's trying to forge a career in motorsport, not just as a driver, but as an engineer as well. And as you can see, the way he's driving that car, just letting that car float across the wet track and just using as much of the track as he needs. And just really, that car just dancing around and sliding around in these wet conditions.
Well, it did make me laugh just as you were describing that. He ran off the circuit. I think you were looking at me.
He just let it go.
He let it go.
He just let it go. He's not fighting it. He's letting the car breathe. He's letting the car dive around, just float around and slide around. And that's if you try and correct that, that's where you can lose control. And thankfully, you have the room to be able to do that, of course.
Exactly. There are points on the circuit you can and points you cannot. But just to give you a guide, of course, we had that really heavy flurry of rain up at Lecombe and eventually through the pits. And the best laps at the moment are about 20 seconds off the pace. Slightly busy in the pits. Let's go down to Nick.
It's Di.
It's Di.
Hello, Di.
Hello, hello. Yes, I've taken over from Nick down here in the pit lane, so I'll be got my wet weather coat on, just ready, so just waiting for some more activity. But Nick's gone for a well-deserved break, but I'll give you now.
Just like being at home for you, Di, back in the borders of Scotland.
Exactly. But it's all quiet at this moment. Obviously, as you were talking about, the weather just threw itself down and then it sort of stopped again. But it's still looking a little bit grey down here. But most people are sort of taking a little bit of a deserved rest at this minute in time.
Well, you can't blame them. Out on the circuit, we've just seen the third place McLaren being overtaken very easily. It wasn't for position though. It was by car number 34. A car that was a front runner. It was the Land Motorsport car that was started by Tim Faulkner. And he is way down the order, but he's got the pace at the moment in the wet. But track conditions changing as we speak. Still windscreen wipers on around much of the circuit, but even as the cars dive past us, spray as they put the brakes on as they approach La Source. But again, a time for caution. All cars still being told to keep their taillights on. Stan de Jong just waiting for him to complete another lap. Is he going to still be 24 seconds the good? If anything, he's actually marginally pulling away from Erwin Bastard, so that's a really good performance for a driver in the 911 GT3 Cup class. And again, just waiting for that lap to be completed. But they're lapping north of 2 minutes 40. A quick lap, as we said, just before the rain arrived, was a 2 minute 25, 2 minute 26 second lap. So they're way off that pace.
Incredibly, Bruce, that 992 class car that leads this race overall. If you look at the last laps, last time they came through together, all of the top three were lapped in the 2 minutes 42 seconds range, let's call it. De Jong has just gone through in a 2:44. Let's see what Erwin Bastard. Completely different classes, these. 2:41. Right, that tells me that the rain is subsiding and maybe we're getting a bit of track evolution. Car's still picking up a lot of spray though, so it's not like we're talking about the track transitioning to dry, it's just transitioning to less wet.
Yes, indeed, that very much the case. I really want to just work out. Max Edelhoff was the second driver into the 34 Land Motorsports Audi that Tim Faulkner started. He looks like the fastest guy on the track, just looking at his pace. 2 minutes 41 again, marginally faster than Erwin Bastard, who's second. Faulkner, though, unfortunately, we saw him in the grandstand at the start of the race. He's taken over, but he's down in 17th position. Fight back, but that's looking really handy at the moment.
Yeah, former race winner, of course, Max Edelhoff knows how to win these 24-inch series races, and a good pair of hands now at the wheel of that 34. Not saying that he didn't already have a good pair of hands in the previous drivers, but Max will know how to maximise that drive. He's got a gaggle of 992 class cars ahead of him. Four of the cars from 5th place down to 8th place in the 992 class. 992 being led by our overall race leader. Not very often we get to say that. Sam de Jong leading this race overall and leading the 992 class. We've got them down into 9th place. It's a red-ant car in first and a red-ant car in second. Yannick Redon at the wheel of the 903, currently in 9th overall. 10th overall is Matt Keogh in the Black Falcon team Porsche. And then we've got Rick Boyka started on pole, had that spin at the first corner, and then recovered through to lead the class. We're currently 4th in the 992 class and 11th overall.
Right, quick scan down the time. I'm looking to see who's further down the order, reshuffle, maybe didn't get in the right position in the refueling queue, but the person who's quickest last time around, to look some way down the order, but it's down in 8th position now. Lauren Heinrich has taken over the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. He's a fast rising star in the world of Porsche racing, and he's doing a very good job. Look out for him. His next target will be Antonio Saniero in the ET2P racing Porsche. He's got to find about a second. He should catch him. I sense we might have Dye in the pits. No, again, just picking up a bit of noise down in the pits there. And in fact, looking out the window, from what we can see, the 55 Audi is just rumbling past this. Don't forget Tim Muller, who was right at the front end of the field earlier in the race.
Yeah, it's raining quite heavily for that number 55 car. It's a white cloud over it at the moment, dropping down to 32nd overall. That car was in overall contention, remember. And that's not anything to do with Tim, that's more to do with circumstance for the Land Motorsport Audi. They're currently 15th, 32nd overall, like I said, now in the pits, and I'm not quite sure why.
Maybe it jumped past the refuelling, you never know, because that was very busy, and sometimes it's better not to sit at the back of the queue, go round, do another lap. But this was the car that Chris Meese started, and the one where he surprised the crew, they weren't ready for him, and that definitely cost them moments. But the 34 Audi is going better and better. Max Edelhoff on board, we mentioned it last time, he's lapping below 2 minutes 40, which means it's very quick. Best the rest. Owen Bastard picking out the pace, 2 minutes 40.1. That's very impressive. No wonder it looks quick, but unfortunately it's just gaining. It's fortunate it's gaining position. Unfortunately for them, it's way outside the top 10. Only just now moving past the Porsche Baltic 992, number 992 for 16. So, but from these lower ranked people can rise.
I'll tell you what, Bruce, that leading 992 car, lapping at 241. Car behind it, Bastard, the Sunderland car, the GT3 car, 2 minutes 40.1. The gap has come down to 20 seconds. But I tell you what, if these conditions, these track conditions, continue to be on and off, soaking wet to moist and dry, then you know what, we could see a bit of history here this weekend. I mean, all right, 4 hours and 44 minutes, 10 hours and 44 minutes to go. But I'm going to be, presumptuous to think that that is a possibility.
My guide to how well Sam de Jong, a Belgian driver in that 904 Red Ant racing car that's leading the race, how well he's going. 2 minutes 41.7 last time around. Yeah. I'm comparing it with the gold standard for me, Rick Boyka's similar sort of car. He is second and a bit slower last time around. We'll see in the previous lap it was about the same. So anyone who could match Rick Boyka's, I think he's doing a fantastic job. But right now, Sam de Jong is astounding. 904 leading the race for Red Ant Racing. So as you pointed out, they had first and ninth. It's looking pretty good for them at this point. And first and second, of course, in the Porsche Cup.
Moving back up the order into contention. We talked about him a little earlier on. Charles Espenlaub with the number 85 Mercedes. That car up to fourth overall, 42 seconds behind the leader, 12 seconds behind Patrick Krupinski in the McLaren. And Krupinski, if anything, not on the pace of the start. So the McLaren not liking the wet weather as much as it liked the dry, and we knew where that performance advantage was with the McLaren. It was certainly on the straights, Bruce, but that's been negated somewhat in these conditions.
Yeah, and just before it started getting even slightly damp, before it became fully wet, we were just looking at the McLaren against a nearby Audi that was challenging, and the Audi was so much better in the slower corners and just seemed to be able to turn in, whereas the McLaren certainly for JP Motorsport looked quite twitchy. But their 69 car in third place. Maybe it's just a case of the driver settling into the car, into the conditions, but the conditions, of course, are not stable. It is drying out, but try telling that to some of the drivers. They're going, wherever I look, if I'm behind someone, I've got a face full of spray. So certainly you've got to know the circuit well and maybe use some sighting points alongside the circuit rather than just what you can see through your screen when you're trying to brake at the top of the Kemmel Straight, for example.
Let's say hello to some of our viewers and listeners on Twitter. Dave Alcock joins us. Mike Nash, former competitor here with that Seat. I'm sure Mike Nash still has that Seat in his garage somewhere. I'm sure we'll find somewhere for you to race it in the series. Marcus Miller joins us. He's astounded that we're about to see very shortly, I would think, Adam Christodoulou go out in a Porsche. Still got his AMG Mercedes Works driver overalls and underwear on.
But that deal is only for the Nürburgring.
That deal is only for the Nürburgring. So Marcus, don't worry. Alan Prosser is with us as well. So and Kevin Payne, Ian McCarthy, hello guys.
We've got
Mark
the gang.
Webster. Yeah, they're all along for this very wet ride here at Spa. So, keep your tweets coming in. and hopefully you'll see it through to the first part, the conclusion of this first 6 hours of the 12 hours of Spa.
Fastest driver on the circuit is in 7th place. Seems a bit of an anomaly, but that's Lauren Heinrich, the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, making up ground. 2 minutes 38.1 for him. Also going well is Max Edelhoff, 2 minutes 38.8. He's down in 16th in one of the Land Motorsport Audis. I think it's safe to say that the order was becoming set, and then it was juggled, and then it was shaken around a bit more. And with the Haas RT car, with Mathieu Detry, he's the second driver in that car, only down in 22nd position, but he's one of the quick guys. Anyone lapping underneath 2 minutes 40 is doing a good job. And behind him, Matthias Besch for Modena Motorsport is also making moves.
So we're on board with Rick Broik is in the 909 car, currently in, where is he? He's currently third in the 992 class through Eau Rouge, up the hill at Radion. Looks quite dry from the driver's perspective, using all the curve on the left there to fire himself out. The Camel Straight is uphill all the way along this straight, one of the longest straights in motorsport towards the coupe. Now he's moving across to the right-hand side of the track to get it more on the wet line. That's to cool those wet tyres, so even Rick can feel the track's coming back to him and stays. Oh, gets the car all very, very sideways indeed into the braking area for Lecomte. Now the right-hand bit out of Lecomte towards Bruxelles, using the wet line, you'll note, just a little bit off the optimum racing line. That's where the grip will be, off the more rubbered in line, and he stays around the outside of the Bruxelles hairpin. And moving downhill through the Jackie Hicks corner, very tricky corner this, off camber, left-hander, leading to the, and again we see Rick getting offline and moving onto the wetter line. He's nursing those wet tyres. He wants to stay off the dry line because he knows he's just going to overheat those heavily treaded wet weather tyres through the double apex, double gauche, and then on towards Pit Path, which is a right-left S's. The first part, very tricky to get the car to turn in, and then you kind of have to be patient here. As you turn into the left-hander, be patient, again using the wetter outside line through there into Campus, which is a conventional right-hander, but you want to keep the momentum up using all the curb and more there for Rick, and then into the right-hander at Stabilo, and then that long run flat out through the gears, up through the sweeps, the right-hand sweep that leads to the left-hand sweeps of Blanchimont. Got to position the car right, and again we see Rick getting more back onto a conventional line through the left-hander at Blanchimont. He just misses his apex by a metre. Now then on the uphill stretch to the bit of track here that breaks it up. He's down the inside, staying on the wetter line into the bus stop chicane, which is basically a right-left chicane, and that left-hand bit that finishes the lap, that's almost a hairpin, and it really is. When you look at from the helicopter shot, if you look at that, you're almost into a 180, it's about a 160-degree turn. Great lap from Rick, and it did really show just how tricky those conditions are. You saw how much opposite lock he had on at times.
Yeah, I just wanted to see. In fact, that was a good lap. 2 minutes 41.8, whereas our race leader in the same class, Rick, now is in third in the 992 class at 2 minutes 42. So he took a little bit of time out of him. But our race leader, Sam de Jonge, just goes on to the 29th lap for the 904 Porsche from Red Ant Racing. We have a while to wait, and Erwin Bastard should be next to the start-finish line, but it's a lot of seconds. Erwin crosses 13.8 seconds down, so advantage that lap to our race leader in the 992 class. Sam de Jonge, the Red Ant Racing 904 Porsche, stretching clear again, but it's a question, Joe, of where the traffic is at the moment and not wanting to go on the outside line, and at the moment the guy doing the chasing is definitely Rick Breukers.
Once again, we've seen that 992 class car just blast past a GT3 car on the Kemmel Straight and into Lecomte. They're into the Brussels hairpin now, and it's the Land Motorsport car with Tim Muller at the wheel. Tim just being into the pits, he's been out for a couple of laps now, having just taken on fuel. So he's been refueled under green, so he'll have a full tank of fuel, full quarter of fuel. Victor Bill makes a very good point, thanks to this Victor Bill. Some really sensible driving out there. I know I shouldn't be surprised from this series, but that sudden downpour would have caused havoc in other series. That's a good point there, Bruce. We could have had havoc. The conditions kind of was meant to create havoc. The amount of water we had dropping down, so full credit to all of the drivers that had to cope with those conditions, but that was a very good observation there. Well, we had some very, very sensible driving, and there was a lot of time given up by drivers that we might not have seen in other series where it's a little bit more intense and the more professional levels.
Yeah, I think you can cut yourself a tiny bit of slack, and if that's what keeps you on the circuit. But, you know, even in the dry this morning, we had around the Spanish Formula 4 Championship and the European single-seater class a little bit higher, Euro Cup 3 Series, and you could sort of go, right, okay, when's the red flag coming? Small incidents, but drivers in the dry going off into the gravel, and here, every provocation was out there with weather was just truly abysmal, even catching out the best, but how many are in the gravel at the moment? Not one. So yeah, full marks. But at the moment, this race belongs to Sam de Jonge. He'll be just reveling, leading outright in a Porsche Cup class car. The 904 from Red Ant Racing. The sister car is in 9th overall, second in class. So glorious days for Bert Redon, the father who sort of stepped down from racing so his two sons can take over. Ayrton, who started the 903 Red Ant Racing Porsche, and now brother Yannick the wheel at the moment. You can see the racing influence in there, can't you? But
a little bit, yes.
You can somehow.
Yes. His brother Ayrton and Yannick, apparently not named after Yannick Dalman.
Go on.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I think Yannick is a kind of a French-Belgian kind of name, and I said, oh, Yannick Dalman.
Who was the tennis player? Really good tennis player. I'm trying to think. Answers on the postcard, please. I'll think about it in a minute, but anyhow,
it'll come.
The best name is Sam because Sam is leading the race. Sam is Sam de Jonge, Red Ant Racing, car 904.
Gap down to 12 seconds though, Bruce. The universe is about to be righted. We've got a 992 class car leading this field overall. I know we've talked about that, but that is quite a distinctive thing to be occurring here. However, we've seen 992 class cars just being able to barrel past the Quicken GT3 cars on the straight here at Spa, and the gap down to 12 seconds. That's come down from 20 seconds, but it's coming down ever so slowly, and all de Jonge will need is for another downpour, which is probably due any moment now by the look of the sky.
Yeah, often it's talking about degrees of rain, and at the moment up at Les Combes it looks a little bit wetter than it was, but and let's go for a pit report because weather's changing all the time.
Pit lane, it just has started to spit with rain down here. Quite light at the moment. It's more a little bit cloudy over us, but it's definitely spitting with rain now. So everyone's sort of coming out of the garages to sort of have a look and looking up at the sky, walking out further out into the pit lane just to double check, but definitely spitting now.
Yannick Noah, of course, with tennis play. I've obviously got such a small brain I can only focus on one sport at a time. So, a choice of Christian names. Patrick is not named after Patrick Dupay. He's got spelt a different spelling. He's third overall. Patrick Krapinski, the number 69 JP Motorsport McLaren. Yes, the one that started 40th on the grid, but that is struggling a little bit in these tricky conditions. But he's been started in the dry, worked up the order, managing the rain at the moment. But you can be sure Christian Clean is thinking, hold on, check the weather forecast, check it again another minute because it could have changed. Will I go in next or will I do the closing stint of this first 6-hour segment of the 12 hours here?
I was disappointed to hear you weren't named after Bruce McLaren, actually. And I was very disappointed my parents not named me after Joe Bonnier.
Yes, I know. The
know,
lack of foresight,
yes.
quite staggering. Just trying to think who Nick might have been named after.
Who was that golfer?
Nick Faldo.
Yes, it was Nick Faldo, wasn't it? Just play golf, by the way, everybody.
It is drying, despite the little flurry of spit here, but you can't say that looking at that source and then turn to the left and not expect to see great grey clouds, which is exactly what I'm looking at as I look up towards. From the commentary box, I can just glimpse the track or the area around Les Combes, and then the dive down to Bruxelles. It's grey over there, slightly tinted windows, but it's still not exactly bright. But the real key point, of course, is what is the racing surface like? Is there a bit of a dry line? You don't see rivers running across the track anymore. And it's interesting to see a shot of the field down into Eau Rouge, because of course down there was where the water was at its worst. But looking at the lap times, they are just about starting to come down. A few drivers now lapping beneath 2 minutes 40. Anyone doing that can gain 1 or 2 seconds on the car that they're chasing. Really good little battle for 4th and 5th places. Charles Espenlaub holding off in the CP Racing Mercedes. The one that got out of sequence after just 4 laps, or was it 3 when it dived in and took on some fuel, but battling the American racer against the driver based in the States, Ian James, Heart of Racing and Mercedes. They're separated by half a second. They're lapping at a fairly decent pace, but they've been caught by who? The driver who was 7th is now 6th. It's Lauren Heinrich. He took 3.5 seconds out of that battle last time around, so he will be starting to close in. We said he was working his way forward. He's doing a good job, but in fact he's some distance behind them, but he's certainly taking great chunks out of their lead in 4th and 5th positions. Wait and watch on that front.
I'm not sure Heinrich is a new driver to the Herbert Motorsport team. Certainly is in this series. I've not seen him being paired with the likes of Ralph Vaughan, Daniel Alleman and Alfred Reynauer. Doing a cracking job as we expected he would do in that 91 Herbert car.
One thing I've just noticed, of course, the lights are supposed to be on the cars, but for the car in 33rd position, the 71 Audi from BUGGYRA Racing is missing its left headlight. All it has at the nose of that car is a headlight in front of the truck on the right-hand side, and the other side is all taped down. That was a car that got caught up at the first corner, and Nick elicited one of the quotes, "Too many Lithuanians fighting for the same bit of circuit." I hear that every week in, week out at races around the world. Not. Well, certainly it won't help the drivers too much if it gets a great deal darker. This race due to finish at 10 to 6 local time, so there should still be plenty of light in the sky at this point in late spring, but at the moment a lot of the drivers will feel as though they are driving in the night. It's still a lot of spray.
So with 4.5 hours remaining, let's have a bit of an update on what's happening in TCE. Being led by the 121 numbered Wolf Power Audi. Ivers Valles still at the wheel of that car. The rail equipped by Todd Car Sport Cupra. Jorge Bilek Ruiz has been at both of those drivers been at the wheel of the TCR classed cars since the very start. Car 123 that's currently second. Those cars are currently 30th and 39th overall. It's the Holmgard Motorsport Cupra Leon in third. The 102 Jonas Holmgard car in 41st overall. And then we look at the first of the TCX class cars. It's the Porsche 718 Cayman car. The SRS team saw Red Sport Patrick Ruta at the wheel of the 227, 43rd overall for that car. The BMW M2 is 5th in TCE, that's the Hover race by Bob Motorsport. The only car running in the TC class, so currently leading the class, Alexander Schmidt at the wheel of the 331. They were 45th place overall. And then 6th is the other BMW M2 running in TCX. I think that's something to do with the power of that car, 450 horsepower car, putting that car in TCX. Rover Racing, Johan Lebrechts in the 245 and 47, and still in the pits. And I think possibly, I mean, I know it's worth, I said it's worth repairing any problems. The Wolf Power car, the 117, we saw the Audi RS3 going into the pits quite a while ago now. Maybe Dyke can pop along there to the 117 pit and just see how that is going, whether they've taken the decision to do whatever is needed. Because you know what, Bruce, with such a small field, there's always a chance of getting a podium when there's only 5 cars in the field. So that's worth, and it is hashtag. This is endurance. It's very much the spirit of endurance racing. The challenge is to get to the finish of any long distance race. Where you finish is kind of, I wouldn't say irrelevant, but it's kind of an aside, really, isn't it?
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Left the circuit, but I understand they're coming back a little bit later, but there's no chance that the car will continue, which is a real shame for them at this early part of the race.
So is there anyone there to tell you exactly what's failed on the car, Dave?
No, they've all gone for the moment, but I understand they are coming back.
They've gone for lunch, haven't they?
But as soon as I get an update from them, I'll let you know. And as I'm just saying that, the number 26 Audi's just come in, and that looks like a full service. You've got the wet tyres ready and a driver change on that car right now.
So that's Erwin Bastard there from Dye reporting on the overall second place car into the pits for a full service.
Of course they'll be coming back. It's beer tasting this evening. It's part of the programme here this weekend.
Was that not last night?
That's tonight, I'm sure. Hold on, have I missed it?
I think we might have. It's possibly a good thing that we did miss the beer tasting. That might be tonight. You're probably right.
We woke up full of anticipation Saturday after race part 1. But anyhow, much more to look forward to between now and then. Sam de Jonge's still banging in really quick laps. Slower lap from Erwin Bastard because he finished it in the pit. So the car that was running second, the Santilot 26 Audi, reporting for a pit stop. It's been a good stint. That means Patrick Krapinski, unless he dives into the pit lane as well, he was about, how many seconds behind? He was about another 15, 16 seconds behind Erwin Bastard. No, he will stay. He will be promoted to second place. Charles Espinal still ahead of Ian James. Great scrap, just half a second between those two Mercedes. One car that's really going super well, leading GTX, Paulius Pascavicius for RD Sainz, that Lamborghini. He's in 11th overall to lead GTX. The next car in class is Rafael van der Straten, the VDS Mark car, down in 23rd position. So advantage very much in the GTX battle to the car 720. But let's go down to pits.
You're just chatting through the 26 coming in, running in second for the driver change in full service. Owen's just jumped out of the car now, and I'll be able to have a chat with him. A challenging first start to the race here at Spa today.
Yeah, it was a bit difficult at the start of the race, with the Pro-Am car behind a bit lighter than us, so it was difficult to defend in straight line, and then the rain appeared, so we had to manage for some laps, stay on track, wait for a cut 60. We didn't pit at the cut 60 or at the end of the cut 60, so we just had time to change tire, no fuel. But yeah, it was enough. The pace was quite okay on the rain with wet tires, so yeah, pretty happy. Second place, still in the same lap than the leader, so we'll see what happens with my teammates.
How important is it for you to be managing all of that as it's going on? You know, looking at the pace of the car, managing the traffic out there on track, and the changing conditions.
Yeah, that's a bit tricky because some guys are not on slick tires, so it's losing the car pretty much everywhere at every brakes. So we have to pay attention to brake with tire and adapt to drive style and overtake where you can and where it's safe.
From this perspective, right at the start, some really good driving out there on track for the start.
Yeah, the start was a bit tricky, but I did my best to stay on track, and it's a long race, 12 hours, so we have time. Just play it safe and at least finish the 6 first hour in the same lap than the leader is already good.
Well, I'll let you get a rest. Good to have a chat to you over the weekend.
Erwin Bastard there doing a very, very good job in very, very tricky conditions. He's just coming now from the race lead, the Red Amps Racing 992 class leader. The overall race leader has dived into the pits. That means, providing he doesn't come in, Patrick Krapinski, 9 seconds down, will take the lead in the JP Motorsport McLaren. It's a good moment for Nick Damon to jump in to the commentary box. Nick, you got wet early on, but largely when it was wet, you left Dye down in the pits, and now you're in the warm and dry of the commentary box.
Ever the chivalrous man, yes, absolutely. I've left Dye to enjoy the excitement of the weather, and there was a lot of weather out there. Even fog now in the swimming, but yeah, it absolutely sheeted down. I was very pleased I've managed to get in. It's raining again now, quite frankly, so we're going to get more weather coming in, more question marks about what tyres they're going to use, and more excitement.
It is far, far wetter than it was when Nick put his bottom on the seat alongside me, because it's suddenly, at the top of the circuit, very wet indeed. At Bruxelles, the cars are struggling to stay in. They're trying to turn right, but the dry-ish line is on the inside. Slip wide, and it'll be goodbye.
Well, Bruce, you now have to make the difficult wet transference from the back of the paddock to the area for lunch. It gives me the chance to welcome in Mr. John Hindhaugh. John, how you doing?
Good afternoon, Nick. Good afternoon, everybody. The typical Ardennes weather has played its part, hasn't it? The weather card. Somebody ruled a 6, as you used to do in the old Grand Prix. board game, and that's incident, and it's come up rain, and then not, and then rain, and then not. A number of people, Nick, and possibly this is a good chance to bring people up to date, asking how that Red Ant racing car with Sam de Jong actually managed to get to the front of the field, because the pit stops were pretty similar between that and the GT3 cars. And you'd think, as a number of our correspondents to RSL_Studio have mentioned, I think the GT3 cars would be better when it was wet because of the additional downforce. So how did it get to the front of the field?
John, we've got Di, and she's actually with Sam right now.
Yes, I am with Sam right now, and I just heard you, John. Good afternoon, and I'm with Sam. John Heinhoff was saying, how did you get that to the front of the field?
By pushing. No, I knew we were starting a bit more on the back of the grid, 24th place, and I didn't think that was a realistic position for us after quali. I mean, it was for everyone a gamble yesterday, so it was fine. But I knew in the beginning I could probably push and find some gaps, and I did, and I took some risks because I needed the track position to get into my rhythm and to give the pit stop, to give the wheel to Philip, to our second driver. So yeah, I was just pushing, but actually only in the first laps, and after that I could really manage the tires, and it was fine. But once the rain came, that was, wow, that was a hot moment.
Tell us how big that was.
More than you would imagine. I mean, in the beginning it's perfectly drivable. You're actually surprised by the grip the six are giving you. But once there's a bit of standing water, there's just like, yeah, zero grip, and you start to flood. So the Porsche is becoming more like a boat. And yeah, coming to the bus stop here, it's super tricky. I almost lost it, and then going into Rédillon Eau Rouge, the same. So I was on the radio with my engineer, like, guys, do you really want to stay out or do you want to pit? But yeah, in the end it all was fine.
And I'm guessing, you know, managing the traffic at that point as well, with everything going on and the changing conditions, because there's a big grid here this weekend. Things happen, don't they? They're out of your control, but all you can do is your best.
I mean, that's the job of the driver. I mean, I think all the mechanics and the staff, they have a much tougher job during the weekend, but during the race, the pressure is on our shoulders. And I think for sure for pro drivers like myself, of course, it's key to stay on track. That's our job, and if you stay focused, it's perfectly doable. And sometimes you have to put the ego on the side and be smart.
How much do you sort of talk with your engineer during each lap?
Almost none. So this is a personal preference. I don't really need it. I'm by myself, and the only thing I need to know if the rhythm is good enough, if it needs to be better, if I can just lay back a bit more and manage the tires. So that's the only info I need in regards to our direct competitors. That's it.
How would you describe the Spa circuit from a driver's perspective?
Well, the most beautiful one in the world. Of course, I'm Belgian, so that's easy to say, but in general I think that the fun thing about Spa and the tricky thing about Spa is that it's always changing. The conditions, the weather you can never predict. That's a factor, but even just the track layout, I think in every car it's a bit different and it needs different things, but it's always on the limit. And I think in the end that's what drivers like the most and what they enjoy.
Thank you so much. I'll have to tell you though that my commentary team decided to put me out when it was wet. I think that's a bit unfair, don't you?
So how did you manage that?
I don't know. Thank you, Sam.
Diana Binks down in the pits, and the weather up on the Camel Straight getting worse, the visibility getting worse. You can barely see halfway down that straight from Les Combes. And these are the conditions for which this circuit is absolutely famous. This is where concentration, Nick Dearman, comes into its own.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. I say yesterday we thought we had 4 seasons in one day. I think today we've had 11 so far. I think one thing that's quite interesting, it doesn't always come out on the cameras, is that the this front straight here is very heavily diamond cut, so they've got long grooves cut right across the tarmac, which actually help dissipate the rain. So actually, we see some spray. But at other parts of the track, which are aided by both the rise and fall of the circuit, the hills, the amount of water it holds is incredible. And of course, this circuit knows it's going to get wet, but they still have to work with it. And it's more of a challenge, it's more of a thrill. It's more a real pain in the backside for the strategicians, and that's quite obvious by the fact that who we've got leading this race is not who we'd expect, because at the moment people are all over the shop where they are on pit strategy, on driver strategy, on tyre strategy, which makes it very exciting, because we're going to get this 6-hour mark and the freeze job. Who will be on the same lap? Who will be on a different lap? Who will be nowhere near where they thought they were? Who will have hours of fast driver left? Who have no hours of fast driver left? Really exciting.
4 hours, 16 minutes and 24, 23, 22, 21 seconds to go, and we are back to having the top half dozen, the top 6. This will be, I think, a code 60. Laurent Mischbach, 6th in class and 36th overall. The purple flags are out, and this is coming up from the tricky Eau Rouge corner. He hasn't even made it to Radillon at the top. He's hit the wall quite hard, and that car's been turned around, and we've got intervention vehicles on the track. Not safety car, remember. We seldom do that. The flatbed is out there as well.
John.
And tyre making its bid for freedom, going back down the hill towards Eau Rouge, Nick.
But John, that is a Vortex, and that is a wheel rim that's come off with the wheel breaking again, just as they had one in Mugello did that. Now, whether that was a result of it hitting the wheel and then it fell off, or whether it failed prior to that and that caused the accident, that is the question.
Wheel centres.
Yeah, the wheel centre.
Wheel centres. We've had a couple of those because we had the CP Racing do exactly the same, if you remember.
Yeah. So
as well.
Obviously, what can we call
it? Was left. It was left rear. I remember that they had the problems with on the cars at Mugello. But that remember, as Nick brilliantly has just pulled out of the metal filing cabinet that is his brain, and it's exactly the same.
Yeah.
The wheel centre has pulled out at the spot where the spokes go into the wheel centre. So when we see the car, we will see the remnants of that with the wheel nuts still attached to it. That is extraordinary. Now, is that a machining problem? Is that a batch issue? Is it the fact we speculated on this, Nick, did we not, at Mugello, that perhaps it hadn't been put on correctly and it was putting undue stress on that part of it? Because you remember they had so much trouble tightening the wheel nuts up at one stage.
Yeah, that to me is old-fashioned, what we would call metal fatigue. Now, the only caveat from this is whether it pinged against the wall and then that popped off, but it didn't seem to have any damage on the outside indicating that. Now, it looks like the left is attached, so it'll be the rear right that's gone, so it's slightly hidden on that camera shot by a marshalling board.
Good spot.
But yeah, but the point about it is, it does sound, at this point, you know, it's one of those things where you have to kind of almost ground all the vehicles, don't you? Anyone using those wheels, they've obviously got a fatiguing issue there. How can they, if they know it's a batch, John, they have to go, right, we can't use any of that batch anymore. If it's just what they are, they might even have to make a decision not to go out anymore.
Yeah, good point. One of the 992 Cup Class Porsches there, I think that was... No, I'm not going to say it because I didn't actually see the number on the front of the windscreen, but has clearly been grass cutting recently because there was some fresh green grass in the middle of it. The code 60 is out. This is our fourth code 60 for about, 15 minutes, nearly 16 minutes that we've had under code 60 in the first hour and a half or thereabouts, getting on for 2 hours, isn't it now, of the race. Opportunity for cars that were somewhere near a pit stop to get in quite a lot of the leaders had already done that, although we've seen the JP Motorsport McLaren that was leading, the number 69, Christian Klein, your old drinking buddy from Petting Le Mans a few years ago when he was a Peugeot driver.
The look on his face when I walked up to interview him was like, what on earth are you doing here?
I know that was both ways, wasn't it?
I know,
really?
yeah. What are you doing?
He's been in and out. Lauren Heinrich for the Herberth number 91. That's one of the two 992 GT3Rs that's in. Modena Racing has the other version of that. So I reckon Ian James, Heart of Racing by SPS, is leading this motor race now from CP Racing, Charles Esplanade, and Charles Putman, of course, with a suspension of his ring permit hanging over him from the qualifying weekend after blowing a code 60 slow zone there by some margin. Just missed it. So that could have repercussions when we get to the Nürburgring in a few weeks' time. Full live commentary from Thursday onwards. We'll have Midweek Motorsport from there on Wednesday, and then live in sound and vision. Many of the drivers that are here this weekend in the 12 hours of Spa will be heading the 90 kilometres or so south and east from the Ardennes to the Eifel, and into the pits for Vili Motors by EB Motors as they come to get a bit of fuel as well. The chrome red Toro racing car. Now that's interesting. I hadn't noticed. See, you look at the list, but even with 50, you never mind 135 or whatever it is we have for the Nürburgring, there's always someone you miss. But I recognise the Toro racing livery from Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. Also, I noticed Modena are running one of their Porsches in a very similar livery to that which John Shen runs for them in Carrera Cup Asia. They had their first round at Sepang a couple of weekends ago, including some wet weather running and some darkness running as well for them there. They had the evening race. Right rear is ripped asunder from the 702. Now, what are they going to say? That's the 702 Vortex. What are they going to say at the 701 Vortex?
Well,
and its driver as they're out there.
Yeah, and it's a very busy
first position for.
It's a very busy pit lane, and Di's got. I think she's been into Vortex. She also gives an update on the movers and shakers who've been coming down there. Di from Vortex.
Yes, this 701, I've just been into the garage and spoke to the team manager, and they lost radio contact with the driver, but the driver is out of the car. I think you may have spotted that while watching round, when you're looking around the circuit and could see him. But he couldn't tell me any more than that because he's not been able to speak to the driver yet.
Thank you, Di.
And as actually we were in the pit lane, as you rightly say, lots of cars coming in, coming back up the pit lane. It was quite frantic a few minutes ago when I was inside the Vortex garage, but now I've come out. There's been a number of cars just coming in to change drivers and change tyres. So I'll make my way down the pit lane now to find who I can speak to who've just jumped out from those sessions.
Very quick one, Di. We're seeing windscreen wipers on, but is it actually raining in the pit still with you?
No, it's stopped.
Okay, cheers.
And actually it's cleared up a little bit. I mean, there's a couple of drizzles, but it's nothing like it was, say, 15 minutes ago.
Thanks for that. Thanks, Di.
Elia Earhart, that's the Audi. That's now the lead Audi after we had Audis 1, 2 and 3 in qualifying. A very damaged Vortex, and that might be done. I know how hard, Nick, the guys from Vortex work, but I think that might be done. I'll quickly run through the classes before we go back to green. Red Ant 903
in the 992 Cup class ahead of Red Camel in the 909. Good comeback from Red Camel as Ivo Breukers has been installed into that car after it was facing in the wrong direction and pretty much dead last at the end of the first lap. In 9th overall, RD Sainz, Lamborghini Huracan number 720 leads GTX. And in GT4, it's TCL by AR and Gary Terclavers in the BMW GT4. That's the G82. That's the newer shaped BMW because G comes after F. That's the only way I remember it anyway. The 488, they're down in 32nd position ahead of the Atlas BX Motorsport. Taekun Yang in the Mercedes GT4, that's the 403. In TCR and therefore leading TCE, Wolf Power Racing, Yasmin Preisig out in the Audi LMS TCR number 121 from Rail Equipe by Totcar, Jorge Belloc Diaz in the Cupra, and in third, Holmgard Motorsport for the Cupra Leon competition, that's the 102, Jonas Holmgard in that. And in TC, the BMW CS Racing 365 horsepower, Alexander Schmidt, Hofer Racing by Bonk. They're saving a car for the Nürburgring, but they're bringing a lovely, I think he said it was an E46, didn't he?
Yep.
That they're, yeah, and that's the 331. And those are your class leaders as we are under purple, full course purple with the Vortex now on the back of one of the DAF flatbeds. There is a cutout just over the top of the brow on the Camel Straight, which is where that truck will go. He has to reverse in, but then he can get in through the interior roads. Front right, left rear. Front right is still attached but broken. Left rear, Nick, I'm afraid, has been completely ripped off that Vortex. Lots of work if, and it is a big IF, that car can even come back.
Well, my guess is, as he went through the compression route, obviously you do turn left, which puts the pressure on that right-hand rear wheel. That's when it failed. The car would have spun round and done the front and the rear into the barriers on the left-hand side going up the hill. I genuinely, and I'm not trying to make trouble here, I genuinely think the Vortex needs to have a think about this. Even only financially. I know the driver got out and he's absolutely fine. Those cars are very tough, big, tough space frame cars, but you know, that's two, and that's two within, what, 4 racing hours that have gone. The other one went towards the back end of Mugello, and this one's now gone in the first couple of hours of this event. So I think that's very worrying for a team.
For those who follow such things, we've had 6 different races, leaders of this race, up until when Ian James popped into the fuel and pits for Heart of Racing. Red Newell, by the way, is taking over that car. Before that, it was JP Motorsport. Red Ant led for a wee while in the Cup car. Then Santalot Racing Team, Share Sport, and of course Haas RT led the first 10 laps or so after. That McLaren almost dwarfed it, certainly in width. That Vortex has been in both sides. There's paint from the tyre stacks, and on the left-hand side of that Vortex as well. And I can't see that one. I know that they work really hard. Now, I say that it is a proper racing car, and therefore corners can be unbolted and rebolted. It will be down to what's in the middle. About to go back to green shortly, I would say. Let's just check in with Diana Binks in the pit lane, where the weather seems to have passed over Diana, and things, if not clearing up, at least the rain isn't falling anymore as we come to the end of this Code 60.
John, you're absolutely correct, John. The rain's not fully down here, but it's still a little bit grey. I have to say, I think the wind's picked up slightly because all the flats are now moving much more than they were earlier. I've been up to see the Vortex team, but they can't give any update at the moment. I know the car was making its way in with a flat pack, so they want to look at it, but I think we've pretty much covered that. I don't think that will be back out on track. tried to get another update on the 117 Wolf Power Racing, but again, still the car is parked in the garage, not even working on it. So the team manager will be back a little bit later, so I'll be able to get an idea of what actually happened there from them. But the pit lane has gone a bit quiet at the moment. And as I say, it's, the wind's picked up, but not raining yet.
Yeah, I think the 117 is done, I'm afraid. And they could have fixed it. They got a gearbox issue. And that's a big job of the TCRs. It's engine out effectively, get the gearbox off the side, put a new gearbox in. And at that point, you are just praying that somebody else has a problem, which therefore means you can actually gain some positions, because you're going to lose an hour and a half. And I suppose they could, I suppose, if they want to, take a leisurely repair over the course of the if we go back to green, take a leisurely course over the repair of the evening, and then just come out for the second 6 hours with another 10-lap penalty. If they want to get more time, if they want to get more hours under the belt at Spa, or perhaps they just don't want to spend the money on the car hours, they will call it a day and just feel very, very hard luck.
Charles Putnam is not listed next to that car. I think he's had his licence suspended. Possibly an opportunity for Di to have a wee word and find out what their plans, if any, are towards that. 4 hours to go. First 2 hours of 12. 4 hours to go today. Will put effectively the whole field under parc fermé conditions overnight, and anything bar full laps in terms of gaps will disappear. And here's how they stand at the end of that first 2 hours. It was Heart of Racing by SPS. Came in at exactly the right time, managed to just about hold on to the lead in the 27 Mercedes. Ian handing over, Ian James handing over to Ray Newell, with Shane Lewis now behind the wheel of the 85 CP racing car. Christian Clean in third position for JP Motorsport for the 69 McLaren, that gold 720S. Herbert and Lauren Heinrich in fourth position. Then the battle for the 992 category. Ivo Brugas, Red Camel Racing, leading in the Porsche class ahead of the second place car, which is Red Ant Racing now. So that's a change since that Code 60, Red Ant dropped down to 9th position overall and second in the 992 class. So we run down through to the bottom end of the top 20. E2P Racing in 10th, Land in 11th, Modena Motorsport with the other 992 GT3 car in 12th position. And I've just realised Francis Cheers in that car as well as John Shed. John from Vancouver, but both of those drivers from Porsche Carrera Cup Asia this year, which is in fact a Pan-Asian Championship. HRT performance is should I say, 15th and 16th, third and fourth in their class, fourth and fifth in their class, should I say, the 992 category. Down into the bottom end of the top 20. More the GT3 Cup cars with the 967 HRT, the Porsche Baltic car, the 992 running in the 75th anniversary multicoloured livery. Black Falcon in there as well, that's 6th, 7th and 8th. Santa looking a bit further back, I think, than they would like. Paul Everard behind the wheel of the number 26 in 21st position. A lot of cars to get through here, so we'll rattle through the leaders in class. GTX is GT3 Portland, that's 5th in class for the GTX category. Their leaders, by the way, is still the other Lamborghini up in 15th position. Yutta Racing down in 32nd. So the Audi, the Lotus still running 4th in class as well in GTS. I noticed there. BUGGYRA Racing 4th in GT4, which is led at the moment by TCL Motorsport in 33rd position. then Atlas, then Lion Speed. So they're all quite close together, actually, in 33rd, 34th, 35th position. Top 40 completed by Swift Great. Seeing that's in the GT4. That is the Toyota Supra. Good to see that car, Peter Dennis. Vortex 701, Oliver Gomez was driving that car. He's out of it, it's on its way back. PCR Sport and Speed Lover, the 979. Speed Lover, a multiple pit lane and garage caller early on in 43rd. So that's how it stands in GT. In the TCE categories, Holmgard Motorsport lead for Cupra. Jonas behind the wheel there, ahead of Yasmin Pricing, so they've swapped over as well in the full course purple. Third is the Cupra of Totcar, the really keep car. Zorg Rensport, Hoffer, Roma and Wolf Power for your top 7 in TCE. And in TCX, it's Team Zorg Rensport that leads Hiko Eichberg at the wheel of the 227 Porsche 718. And in TC, Alexander Schmidt for the BMW CS Racing 331 is the leader in TC, and that's your live results at the end of 2 hours for the TCE Touring Car Endurance part of this race. John Hindhaugh and Nick Damon with you, and the clock counting ever closer to 2 o'clock Central European Summer Time, and the vagaries of the Ardennes weather continues. It's about survival and staying on the lead.
Yeah, unfortunately, there was a stop on the plate with one of my favourite cars, which is the Audi TTS. That is stopped on the track. Is it T5?
I
think that's what it is, isn't that?
I think that's the exit of the pit towards the top of Radion.
Right.
I would say.
He needs to call the AA because he's just got out and lifted the bonnet up. So
looks like he knows what he's doing. In all honesty. So we've got a yellow flag for that TTS. You were musing about that, whether that was an old TT Cup car. Yeah, I don't think it is.
Because you saw those guys racing, didn't you? Didn't you get offered to go in one? I think. Yeah, because you saw them racing. When you
I did. I did. It was a support race. In fact, I'd been here to Spa and was going to the Nürburgring 24, and it was a support race on the Grand Prix circuit for the Nürburgring 24. And the car that I was meant to drive got written off in the previous race.
Which stage you did that?
It was. I'm not going to mention who it was. It was a car journalist. But I'm not going to mention who he was. But it must have been 4 or 5. No, it must have been 5 years ago. So I just got the 968, brought it here to Spa, had all the kit in to do the radio from Nürburgring, plus my race gear, plus even I's kit for 2 weeks in on the continent. And I got offered some track laps around here, which, as you know, I'm not big inter-track days in cars, but I thought if I don't do it, I might never get the chance. And on my very first turn around, as we were released by the safety car, in the La Source, I went into it and very nearly ended up in the pit wall to the right. And it was all down to the 968 rather than a skill of Hindorf, I have to say. But that would have been bad. Still, it didn't put me off enough to have another go on the Sunday when the track was a bit quieter, and I thoroughly enjoyed myself. Yes, I don't think that is a TT Cup car because of the rear arches. There was a couple of TTSs that were built for the Nürburgring and the NLS races. Oh, we're back to code 60.
Must be that car obviously isn't at the end of the pit lane. Then it's probably somewhere on the side of the track. Yeah, I mean, I was wondering really because the reason I suppose that is because I couldn't work out, and you're probably going to tell me now, what that car would have been built for. It's obviously not GT3 spec. So I was kind of working out, it's not GT4 spec, so I couldn't work out why someone had built it unless they had converted it from one of those celebrity cars. But, you know, I don't know, it's just a guess, really.
There was a few of them, as I say, that were built for NLS racing, and I can't, for the life of me, remember the name of the team that did it. But I don't think it was Land, interestingly. We were running that one for Christopher Tiger, who is the driver who's out of the car. Obviously, he was earning his stripes earlier on in the...
Yeah, and he had breakfast, it was great.
Correct.
Exactly.
Correct. Now, and what I can't remember is whether that's a Quattro or not. That's the other thing that I remember talking. Johnny Palmer would have remembered this because we talked about it for ages at a Nürburgring one year about it. To be honest, car 967 has been called for overtaking, and that's the HRT Performance 6th place 992, Amadeo Pampanini, overtaking outside the track. That'll be a 10-second penalty, by the way. And also the teams have been reminded to park their cars properly when they come into the pit lane, because there is a little row of cones that blocks off the rest of that old endurance pits.
So we obviously the Creventic team were up and about and talking to their teams and their managers, and the Code 60 is a great chance to find out more about the team that was leading only a few minutes ago, Red Ant Racing.
I am Bert Redant, and I am the team owner of Red Ant Racing. We have here two Porsche 992 Cup cars. For most people, it's the section of turn number 2 and 3, Eau Rouge and Rédion. That's a very dangerous curb, as we saw last week in a race there. Several cars crashed over there, so you need to be on the exact thin line there is at more than 200 kilometers an hour. So that makes it very challenging, and it's also a track. It's in the forest, goes up and down with fluent curves. It's very, very nice to drive, and I don't think there is any circuit like it in the world. Yeah, for us it was the first time we won out of the blue. We weren't expecting that, but we took the victory home with pleasure. But now we're much more prepared, and we know what to do. That doesn't give us guarantee that we will win, but last year was certainly a big surprise for us. Me, in every case, I don't have pressure for that. It's a race like all other races, and I don't think the other drivers or other cars are looking at us as the reigning champions. It's a race you need to drive. It's a very long race, like all the races in Creventic, so anything can happen, and you need a bit of luck. And last year we had a lot of luck also, I have to admit. So I don't think that adds any more pressure than the normal pressure you have. My two sons are driving in the 903, but I will not be driving this weekend. We have two gentlemen and a very quick driver on our other car. Since this is our home race, we want to do the best we can with both our cars on home turf. That's why we have two very fast driving trios on both of the cars. If one doesn't succeed, maybe the other one.
Throw it out there, we've got the answer. That obviously is what the car is. It's the next Nürburgring machine. I'm sure probably available at a reasonable, quite cheap price. It's got nowhere else to race. When have they got any more than we can buy? Sorry, we can get.
So, still working now our 5th code 60, and we have the answers on the TT. Number 1, thanks to Mark McLaren's squad, it's at the runoff as if it was going straight on down to the old track at Les Combes. In fact, if they'd opened those gates, there is a great cut through. And at the WEC last weekend, one or two people have been a bit fast and loose with that. And noticed the Iron Dames in it a couple of times in qualifying, trying to get position and not have to slow down for Les Combes. So thank you to Marco for that. And between Right Turn Lover and Gerard Serx, Raider Motorsport have been running those TTSs in the VLM, and they were built by Rotec. Of course they were, and they are, as we speculated, front-wheel drive. Right, this will set off another set of pit stops. Paul Trustwell, Nick Damon, has decided to bring in the class-leading Red Camel 909, despite the fact that Evo's only been out 4 laps.
Well, it's all about fueling now, and I think there is a point here now where you want to have as much fuel as possible to give yourself as much flexibility in this weather as you can. So it's even more important to be full tanked if possible. So it just means you can go a bit longer, you can come a bit earlier. We've also got the Audi Sport, Shera Sport, Phoenix Audis in with Ella Earhart in the pits. You've got E2P Racing, Matthias Besch from Turner Motorsports out at the fuel station. And Shane Lewis at CB Racing has come in from 3rd place, and it's still overall, it's Gray New and Heart Racing SPS from Christian Clean and JP Motorsport. But those problems early on for the Lamb Motorsport 55, and of course for our kind of pre-race favourites, the 21 of Haas RT, has thrown it wide open. They made that mistake coming in, John, on that second code 60, one for a problem, one just because they admitted it was a mistake. And it takes a long time to get back, especially in these conditions, and especially with so many code 60s.
Yeah, and working out where they are in terms of their strategy. We're back to the athletics analogy, aren't we? And the 4x400 metres relay, where the stagger doesn't unwind until, in that case, 200 metres into, they stay in their lanes until 200 metres into the second leg. Well, here the stagger probably won't unwind for the first part until the end of today, and then really you have the direct race tomorrow.
Yeah, but the question really is some of those real, as we go back to green again at the end of that, because one of those teams of people who are going so quickly at the start of the race must be thinking back and like, perhaps we can get a lap, in a lot of the field. They're actually now a lap down, so their fight now is to get back on the lead lap before we close the play this evening at 10:06. So they haven't got to try and find an entire lap tomorrow, because yes, they're quicker, but with the multiple talented teams, and they've got so many hours with their top drivers. Yeah, getting back a lap is not the work at the moment, even for a Phoenix or for a Haas RT.
So Gray Newell leads the motor race for Heart Racing. Ian James, having not raced for quite a long time at Spa, some quarter of a century, he's been here twice in 2 weekends. He did a great opening stint. He's fighting the number 2 on the top of the Heart of Racing. Right, JP, what this should be at.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
down into the middle portion of this race as we are 43 minutes away from half-time today. The race starting a little bit earlier tomorrow. Are you going to do another Nick walk tomorrow?
I am intending. I mean, as we saw at Mugello, it's slightly more truncated because not everyone always comes out to celebrate. One thing I will say is that it was glorious weather over there. There's a really good crowd here, and I had a lot of people on the pit walk who enjoyed themselves and their families, and a lot of people in full Red Bull regalia because we are obviously very close to the home of. Well, actually, of course, this is his half the home of Max Verstappen. Of course, he has a Belgian mother and a Dutch father, and so there's a lot of Red Bull support, a lot of kids who get an introduction to proper multi-class racing and getting a chance to see the car up close and personal. There's several people in the grandstand. Interestingly, John, they're obviously locals because they know to sit as far back in the grandstand as possible, because then even when the wind's going the wrong way, you don't get wet.
So that's good local knowledge, isn't it? That's very good local knowledge. I like that. I like that a lot.
But yeah, so
very good.
I was surprised. We drove in today. There's a lot of people around who are enjoying. But it's obviously it's a free event, which is fantastic, and and they've been certainly intense. I'm seeing people who are only like 2 hours 20 minutes in. I can't believe how much has happened. We've managed to keep.
Considering how much racing. Sorry, Nick. No. Considering how much racing there's been here in the last couple of weekends, there was a huge crowd here for the WEC, one of their biggest crowds ever over the 3 days, which was Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So there's been plenty, and there's still a keen, enthusiastic support for particularly, I think, long-distance motorsport. Now, did I hear Diana down in the pits there?
I don't think so. Diana, it was you. Shut up again. I didn't get that in my ears. But old age, who knows?
I have voices in my head so often nowadays. So 3 hours and 14 minutes. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying we're lucky enough to get some long shots, which you obviously been watching, but not seen. But it looks like you're viewing it through fog as they come out the Kemmel Straight. It is the water just hangs in the air. It can't go anywhere. It's trapped in by the trees. So that's why. And then you get this weird situation where you've got a bit of rain in some places, a bit of spray on it, and it is obviously now beginning to dry. There's the sky's looking lighter over now on start finish, and we're getting a decent breeze. They're going to start getting into the issue which Paul Trustwell spoke about on the grid, where you've got 3 laps on these tyres before they destroy themselves once they start running any sort of dry condition. They're very, very soft wets.
There's not much you can do. Let's go down to Diana Binks, who is in the pit lane, who has now just popped up in my ears, and is with whom, Di?
I am with JP Motorsport, and I'm with Patrick Lewinsky, who started the race here at Spa. But let me just take you back to qualifying. Obviously, you didn't achieve what you wanted to in qualifying. Started quite far back on the grid, but really pushed your way through that grid to run at the front.
Yes, in quali yesterday we have a bit unlucky day. We have a tire patcher and don't finish not one time left. But my favorite track is MotoGP, the home track, and I enjoy to overtake the car. The car was really good, and yes, rest of the time.
You really did come through that pack. You managed the cars, the traffic, and then of course the race with the conditions out on track. But as you say, your favourite track, that's where experience comes from.
I don't understand as well.
Yep, I know it's a bit noisy in the pit lane, I'm so sorry. That first stint obviously really pushed the team forward during this race. I know there's a long way to go, but how did you manage the traffic during that session?
It was difficult because I have a lot of slow cars in front of me and a lot of people that don't look into the mirror. It was not so easy. We had sometimes more contact. But yes, the car is still okay.
Yeah, I'm not the engineer.
I'm sure you talk to your engineers then. I'm sure you talk to your engineers.
No.
And when are you going back out on track?
In the next stint. The next stint, I'm back in the car.
Very much, thank you.
I like the fact he doesn't talk to his engineers. Leave me alone, I know what I'm doing.
I don't think that's really what you should be doing, to be honest. I think you should be talking to your engineers, especially weather like this all the time. And I can see a dry line, by the way, John, now as I look out the commentary booth window to my right, a dry line in the braking area for La Source. So people are going to have to start making decisions about tyres because they're going to start turning into globules of goo rather than effective methods for propulsion and turning very soon.
Nick Damon and John Hindhoff in the Global Broadcast Centre for the Hankook 12 Hours of Spa, part of the 24-hour series, solidly into its European run now. Now, back into the pit lane for the Rotec-built TTS, this front-wheel drive car, and that looked to have just run straight on at the end of the Kemmel Straights. Diana is looking at it. I can't see any major damage here, and the bonnet was pulled up by the driver, Stefan. No, it wasn't Stefan, was it? It wasn't that Bland's car. I think this might be mechanical, Diana.
I think it is. I think you're correct, John. There's no obvious damage to the car. I'm just taking a bit of a look round now. I'll just go round to the other side, which is in the pit lane. But no, there doesn't appear to be any damage. The team are now putting it on the trolley jacks and taking that in to the garage. It's just come off the flat front. But yeah, it looks, I mean, there's a couple of scuff marks on it, but nothing that's obvious now. There's a lot of gravel clearly in the front that they've just taken out, and that's now out in the pit lane. But let me try and see if I can grab.
It was Christopher Tiger who was driving it.
Chris, yeah.
Chris, sorry about that. It looks like there's not any major damage. Was that an electrical?
I think the turbo ladder gave up. The turbo gave up. We have oil in the engine bay. I think the turbo broke. It's a 2-hour fix. Engine needs to come out. Not good.
The team will get to it though, I'm assuming.
I think we're going to repair it. Still a long race, and we're here to have fun, so go on and have fun.
Disappointing at this early stage for that to happen to you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very disappointing for us because we were running well thus far. Also in the rain we're doing well, so but that's the way. That's racing. So now we're going to repair it and we go again.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
That was Christopher Tiger, who was in behind the wheel of that car. You get the feeling there, Nick, that that might not have been the first time that this has happened with that car, because he seemed to know straight away when he looked. He went straight to the engine bay and opened it up, put the bonnet back down again, and basically called for recovery.
Yeah, I mean, I see it's the 5-cylinder. He's turned up. He's gone. Oh, there's no power. That's a turbo issue. He's probably crossing his fingers into the pipe that had come off, and then you see a big puddle of oil. You think, right, the turbo, some part of the turbo inners completely munch themselves. It's now spewing oil. So that's. I'm surprised that the turbo is a 2-hour change. I see it must be the location, because most of the turbos on those Audis are relatively easy to get hold of. I see them change turbo. The biggest problem is let them cool down, to be honest. But I suppose it must be underneath and hidden in this more race version of the car drive, because often I find it easier for this change. It's a kind of bolt-on device just across from the manifold and on the exhaust, but must be hidden.
But of course it's a transverse engine in that car, because it's the front wheel, because it's the TT and it's front wheel drive. So I wonder if it's actually behind the engine, if you will. I don't know. I should really know that, because that 5-cylinder inline 5 is one of my favourite engines ever. Makes a great noise, and a single turbocharger on that. But if the oil seals or something like that have gone, or it's ingested something, you can ingest bits of the bits of the filter.
The other thing I was thinking about that, of course, we have seen that engine very regularly in the preventing series, in the back of the KTM.
Correct.
In various states of tune. Some of them over-tuned, if I'm honest with you, but various stages of tune in the clamshell KTM. We have had the Razdan Racing team with their KTM for the last couple of races. Razdan, thank you. Yes. They're not here this week. I'm sure they'll rejoin the series later. We had a pretty good Kuwait from them with that car, the latest version of the KTM Expo or Crossbow.
Yeah, and they use both the 4 and the 5-cylinder engine. The old EA888 is the 4-cylinder. Can't remember the designation for the 5-cylinder, but that was the one that went into the GT2 version of the Crossbow as well. I did say we'd mention Alan Prosser, who is getting ready to open up the pub, and he's got us on his laptop or his iPad type device on the top of the bar at the moment.
We must be getting close to the crossover.
Gin and tonic for me.
You have that. We must be getting close to the crossover now, because the amount of dry parts of the track and light kind of track we can see now, I can only assume they're going to run it out now until the tyres can take no more, and just try and get it as dry as possible. But realistically, I would think certainly the KB now you've got slick, and my guess is a slick shot car will at this point be quicker than these cars on the old wet. Now we're playing tactics, now we're playing low long tyres. They probably have a little chance I might spear off and get a Coke 60 for a cheap tyre change.
Christian Klein has been out for 11 laps since he took over the JP Motorsport Gold Macca. Lauren Heinrich 10 laps, actually 11. They double dipped, didn't they? Because they came in for both. No, they came in at the beginning and the end of the last code purple, full course purple. In third place, 27. I say the 27. Let's put the stop. See how long they were in. Ray Newell got in right in the middle, so they've been in for 10 laps as well. Out for 10 laps.
Yeah, I mean, it's pace really is where it's probably around the extra laps. Better in saying that, in comes the 34, which is the what was the car collection number, of course, but now being run by Land Motorsport, even though it's one of our old car collection racing friends there, between Max Edenhoff back and Johannes Kolchov, and I think it's Tim Vogel's third time. Looking at the shape of the drive, I think that's Dr. Kirchhoff going in. Max, of course,
I'd agree with that.
Max is one of the
slicks.
It's the only answer, the only decision now. Max Edenhoff was one of the fastest young drivers who's kind of grown up in the series. And only raced occasions for some reason for his career first. He proved that.
So the 34 Kierhofer Gruppe, blue and white car with a set of steaming Hankook slicks coming off, wets rather coming off. I tell you what, they'd hung together very well. Were they hot? Yes, they were, but not really any big sign of scuffage across the tread blocks, which is what you'd expect to see if they'd overheated and those tread blocks were melting a little bit. So maybe spot on time for them, Nick Taylor.
Less tuned than I was expecting.
Examine tyres.
I must admit, they were less tuned than I was expecting to see, though. Although we didn't quite see the front or rear that came off. The rear's really suffering. But yeah, the track isn't. When you look at it, is apart from this top end of the circuit, the bottom end of the circuit is still grey. So there is water sitting on there. Not the sort of water that actually would trouble slicks as far as having an accident is concerned. A little bit of spray still coming from the back of some of the cars, especially when they go slightly offline. But the racing line effectively now is dry, or is dry enough for slicks to be probably 6 to 7 seconds faster than wet. Look at the wet times at 16, 15 seconds off the speed. And we've been talking about Land Motorsport, we've been talking about car collection, we're talking about the star who is Max Overhoff. Well, Diana is going to have a quick word with young Max himself. Di, off, have a word with Max, give him my best.
He's just having a quick drink as we walk out of the garage, because as you saw and we're talking about, just visited Max, it looked like the perfect time to do that pit stop. Looking at the tyres, they looked in good condition.
Yeah, it was very tricky because the tyres were very hot. Maybe we should have done it a little bit earlier, like 1 or 2 laps before, but yeah, you never know. You expect a little bit more rain for 2 minutes, but it didn't came, so we decided to continue to sit with the rain tyres.
How would you summarise that session for you out there on track, managing the traffic and coming through the process?
Yeah, it was quite fun in the rain at the beginning. At the end, it was very difficult to search for the red tracks and the red points to pull down the tires. Yeah, and I had a little bit lack of the space on the track, so I could drive a little bit faster maybe than other. And yeah, but it was a great lap.
Teammates and your team as you came into the garage were very happy, so they obviously feel you did a great job.
Yeah, at least the car is still in one part. Maybe that's the best situation for us, and it was also good. Yeah, but I don't know where we are, so I'm able to bring them to the
And it's incredibly challenging, isn't it, these conditions, but it's to be expected here in Spa.
Yeah, we had a little bit luck because we had rain on Wednesday, so we tried the rain setup on Wednesday. So for us, we got used to the track, and it was great to ride here.
Alan Prosser has just sent me a picture of the gin shelf at his pub that he's at the moment.
Where is his pub?
I've just asked him that. We need to know where that is. A collective trip.
Is he at a pub or does he own a pub? Because if he owns a pub,
he's certainly working in a club.
Yeah, this is the key information we need. Where is it? How can you get there? Will the beer still be cold? Or in your case, will the ice have melted in your gin?
That's how far away it is, mate. He said, which gin would I like? And there's a big gin section. And I said, I'll start on the left. Seems reasonable, doesn't it? I once tried to do that at a Polish vodka bar in Birmingham. Didn't end well. Leader has come into the pits. Christian Klein has... That's a bit early for his fuel, Nick, but I suspect that's tyre.
As he rolled away from me, and I got a beautiful view out towards the Formula 1 pits, into the little parts of the old pits and the new pits. You can see the stickers rolling around on the rear tyres. So obviously they've gone into slicks, kept Christian in the car, who now picked up the fuel, and rotating to the top is some... 92 car, and that car was invariably finishing ahead of what we would call the main car, just because they couldn't get a run, and it's not down to...
Let's dig double down.
Mercedes, that was out of 5th in GT3, 6th overall because Red Ant Racing, Yannick Red Ant, back out. Those 992 Cup cars do go a very, very long way, and I'm indebted to Tom Marshall, who's over in Ohio, who's tweeting a picture to @RSL_studio, and he's tweeted me a picture of his TT RS engine beer. I understand now why the engine's got to come out, because the turbo is hidden away down low.
Did they never consider a fast turbo change in endurance race when they designed that car? Honestly.
Indeed. So,
well, anyway, lovely interview. I'm going to hand back to Mr. Bruce Jones.
So Nick Damon takes his leave as the tallest member of our team. Shuffles back into the Global Broadcast Centre. Also hello to Jerry Z in Florida, who's tuned in. Under 3.5 hours to go, so into the last 20 minutes before half distance today. We've had just about everything. Let's go through some of the class leaders for you. At the top, Lauren Heinrich leads for GT3 for the 91 Herbert. Then the Red Ant Racing 992 Cup car, and that is in third position overall, as we've got a couple of stoppers at the JP Motorsport and CP Racing cars have come in out of third and fourth.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
BMW M4, that's the G82, the new shape car, that's the 488, 31st at Leeds GT4, ahead of Atlas, BUGGYRA, and Lion Speed, Jose Garcia in the Porsche. TCX and TCR battling it out in the TCE part of the race. Holmgaard, Jonas is still behind the wheel of the Cupra number 102 from Jasmin Preissig, who's been in there for about an hour as well. The 121 Wolfpack Audi. Then the really keeping by topped car, Roger Belocchia for the 1, 2, 3, and the TC is the Hoffer Racing by Bank Motorsport. That's their leader, Martin Kroll, behind the wheel there. Bruce, I did you a disservice. You bounded into the Global Broadcast Centre.
I did, full of anticipation, wet track, dry track, but it's Spa Francorchamps. Quick pit stop for lunch and full of enthusiasm all over again. But every time, John, I look at the racing surface, like the drivers, it's just slightly different, isn't it? So hard to gauge, but admittedly now, even with a few windscreen wipers going as the cars go up the crest of the hill at Les Combes, it's so tricky to read.
It's odd, isn't it? It's more. This reminds me of, I mean this in a really positive way. It reminds me of old-fashioned racing on places like the Nordschleife and the long version of this track here at Spa, where you didn't know what the grip level you were going to have. Sterling Moss, who were drifting cars around every lap, whether it was Formula One or sports cars. And you know, this track in particular has always been a haven for sports cars. You guys were talking in qualifying about the 1970 race where Formula One, where the speed was over 150 miles an hour, and the sports car race, the 6-hour race that year, the 1000K, was even quicker still on the same circuit. I think this is brilliant, because what we're seeing here is drivers having to drive.
Entirely so, and I just wish I was marginally older so I could have been to see the Porsches with Pedro Rodriguez at the wheel, blasting through the Master Kink and then turning right on that lightly banked corner down near Stavelot and coming up. It must have been absolutely mind-blowing. That said, the first time I saw an I-17 with the bodywork off, I went, oh my word. Just that little tubular bodywork bit inside the bodywork, absolutely frightening. Driver's feet, what, about 30 centimetres behind the nose of the car.
I sat in the Solar 917 from the movie Le Mans, and of course it was in Kevin Jeanette's place down in Florida, and of course I slid the thing backwards and forwards, and I could hear the music in my head. And I got out and I said to Kevin, so when are you going to put the roll cage back in? And he sort of looked at me, because it was like, I cannot describe it, it's about what? Not even half an inch, maybe a third of an inch across the tubing, and I thought that was just there to hold the bodywork, and the roll cage was to go back in because the car was being worked on. He went, no, that's it. And I was like, I am so pleased I don't have to raise this.
Yes, I thought absolutely
exactly
the same thing. Extraordinary. I mean, light is good. I mean, it was Colin Chapman's mantra at Lotus, but they were quick. But you can imagine, particularly the drivers in the very, very... had the full grip of the thing. It was a phenomenal car. Very different, of course, the cars we see racing here, but of course all the drivers still having to do what you were saying, John. They have to see what is in front of them, feel through the seat of their pants, the palms of their hands, what grip they're finding, where they can turn in. And again, it's all a learning process. So, heart of racing, don't say Aston Martin, do say Mercedes, top of the time charts there. But still, that brilliant run from Red Ant Racing, but it's Yannick Redon now up into the lead of the Porsche class, but in second overall. So Joe Bradley also bounded back into the commentary box. The order has been shuffled, but only to a certain extent.
Only to a certain extent, and we can see that changing, Bruce. I mean, you know, since we went for our pit stop for lunch, we've had the track has changed completely. We left a very wet, damp track, and now we've got certainly at parts of this track full dry conditions. And this is to the consternation of tyre choice, tyre decisions, and of course just adding the complexity of when you're dealing with different levels of ability and experience from your drivers. You know, 2, 3, 4 drivers per car here for this weekend. You've got a lot to think about when you're trying to engineer these cars to get through this 12-hour race. And when you see how this is forming up now, all right, I laid all my cards on the table earlier by saying we could have a 992 win this thing overall. I'm still going to see it. That's a very big possibility.
Well, let's find out what is happening down in the pits.
I've caught up with Lifeboat Motorsport, the number 10 Lamborghini Caron lead. You started the race today, so I'm not giving you an update of what's happening in the pits at the moment, Bruce, but Caron, you started, did a great session out there for you. Good drive.
Thank you, Dan. I appreciate it. It's quite hard for the race, but you know it's Spa. The weather is always keep changing, and I'm running the slate. I remember I'm running the slate, and this lap everything is good. Next lap is fully wet, so we decided to box earlier and to retire on. And right now looks like it's keep changing. It's going to dry again, but we already checked the radar. It's gonna go quite okay. I'm gonna do another double swing like 1 hour ago, so it's hard. Yeah.
You said at the beginning you were sort of, you know, not apprehensive, but you were unsure because of the weather conditions and how things would change, and you changed enormously, but you handled it incredibly well. How important is that learning experience?
Yeah, because we're doing the Spa 184 this year, so basically it's back to Wednesday. It's pretty great, and for us it's like a practice race, and we're just trying to do well, trying to get as much as that we can to running like lap by lap, and I mean this is part of the race, and it may happen in the 24, so actually it's good for us, so I mean it's good practice, so all the weather conditions we all face it, so yeah, let's see, but we just, I mean, be safe and have fun.
Thank you so much. No doubt we'll catch up with you over the weekend. And as I leave Caron, guys, I've just got to say, it's just started to slowly spit with rain in the pit lane here. It's gathering pace as we speak.
Of course it has. We're back. Bruce and I are back in the booth for the remaining 3 hours and 12 minutes. We're 12 minutes away, Bruce, from the first quarter, and I kind of feel we've had so much drama and incident. I feel like we've had a 24-hour race already. We haven't. We're just coming up to the 3-hour mark with another 9 hours of this remaining. And as Dice just said, here comes the rain again.
Check the windscreen wipers around the lap. Are they flapping as the cars turn into Les Corbes? No, they're not. Are they flapping as the cars come past us? Not quite yet, maybe a handful. In fact, as the cars go down to Bruxelles, that's the sort of right-hander, and then further on down the slope, actually where they are using them, Joe, is at right at the bottom, at the lowest point, unusual. That's Campus and Curve Paul Frere. Normally we see them at the first point the rain comes in, tends to be around Les Combes. It comes at the top of the hill and then gradually works its way to the pits, but they don't have a, as we say, a right to have the rain up there. We also get it here at La Source at the end of the lap, or you can look at it the other way around, the start of the lap, but right now a little drizzle in the pit lane, but the corners like, yeah, the windscreen wipers are on for the drivers as well when they go through Eau Rouge, so yes, it's pretty uniformly around the circuit now.
Some cars moving around as well, with number 21 winner.
Just see how quickly a race could come really unravelled.
It's a downhill sweeping right-hander, goes through 100. They're taking information across the pits to car radios constantly in a race like this. Usually you let your drivers settle down and relax, but you are going to be fed information all the time about it's raining here, it's not raining there, it's I've got grip here, I've got grip there.
But also you have a driver change, and the driver going in hasn't seen the track. They've seen it on the monitor 10 minutes before they got in the car, but their first interpretation, if you've got one driver as the weather's changing, he or she has got the constant appraisal, but a new driver getting won't have known what it was like the previous lap, so their question mark about how wet it is and how they like it or don't like it is certainly a different answer.
And just let's add into the mix, we learnt earlier on yesterday from Paul Truswell, who's the strategist at Red understandably worried, a little bit concerned about just what the car was going to feel like, because he didn't have any clue whatsoever what the car should and shouldn't feel like.
And what also did Paul Truswell say down on the grid when interviewed before the race by Nick Damon? That rather it was one thing or the other.
It's everybody thinks that.
You know, absolutely clear to be said, but it's flip-flopping between the two. What's happening at the front of the field? We just wanted to check who was going back out in the heart of racing Mercedes, and it's Ian James who started the race, a 16-lap stint from Gray Newell, so back into the hand of Ian.
Interesting dynamic I've just noticed there. Fourth place. Especially the NSL coverage from the Nürburgring series. Adam is a massive AMG Works driver for the Nürburgring. Here he is in an HRT Porsche, and he was harrying the Daniel Alleman car, the Herbert Motorsport car 91 he was harrying that car ahead of him, and we saw that that gap has kind of closed, and that really shouldn't be seeing. We shouldn't be seeing that.
No, I think these mixed conditions have really given a helping hand to the Porsche Cup class, but early stages of the race, that HRT number 930 Porsche that Adam Christodoulou was in, that was being driven increasingly well by a driver who hasn't seen the circuit before, one of his two.
Now leads. That's the number 102. It's Jonas Holmgaard at the wheel of that car, second place. That car in TCX, and then we've got our sole TC class runner, and that's the ever-present Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport, Martin Kroll. 45th overall.
Right, it's...
Let's head down to the pits where we've got Dynabix. What you got for us, Di?
With Thomas Gosler, who's just jumped out of the MP racing car. Unfortunately, we're right under a speaker, so Thomas, he can't really hear me, so we're just going slightly inside. Here's okay? Yeah, great, thank you. So he can hear me this time. A great stint. How was the traffic out there, and are you satisfied with where you are at this point in the race?
Yes, no, it was very nice. We had a little bit slippery, but no problem at all. Traffic was fine. And good to be here again after this rain.
I could tell, you're full of smiles.
Yeah. Anyway, great race.
There's a lot of traffic. There's a big grid, which is fantastic for the 12 hours of Spa. So are you enjoying navigating your way through the grids?
Yeah. I didn't understand you really. It's too noisy here.
I'm sorry. Are you enjoying racing here at Spa?
I am enjoying very much. It's one of my favorite tracks, I tell you. It's beautiful. It's very nice.
You've got a great team with you?
Yes, very great team. All my family is here. Me with my two daughters and one son. Now Corinna is out. And it's a big fun to race with the family, I tell you. It's the best what we can do.
Thank you for chatting to us. Sorry it was so noisy.
Thank you very much.
Well, very good to hear from Thomas Gosler. They're great to have a family team, but one team that's having one car that's having an awful run. Land Motorsport, we had Christopher Mies challenging for the lead. Tim Muller then followed up, but Stefan Weininger has just put it off at turn 13. That's the second part of the Fania Sweepers. It's the left-hand part just before we get to Campus, and we are code 60 because it's stuck in the gravel. Did he fall? Was he pushed? Still waiting to find out, but conditions so tricky.
My fault all that, you know, Bruce.
It is your fault. Explain for why.
Well, at breakfast I said good luck to Christian Land, and that car is having a nightmare. They had a nightmare with that car at Mugello. They had to take a 10-lap penalty in the interval between the split race, and once again we're seeing that car bestowed without any. The saying is, if it didn't have any bad luck, it had no luck at all, and that seems to be the case.
I'm wondering why Christian Lambert reacted like that, got you in a headlock for wishing him good luck. Now I understand. I joke, of course.
The scrambled egg.
But unfortunately, tail in towards the barriers, but stuck in the gravel at the second part of Fania is that number 55 Audi.
I was about to ask you whereabouts on the track that was, but you just answered that there, Bruce. So we're going to have a flurry of pit stops, I think. I mean, we've just had into the pits the Yannick Redon-driven Red Ant Racing. That's the current 992 leader. Was the overall leader. It's just relinquished that to giving that back to the Pierre Caffer, now driven Shearer Sport with Phoenix Audi. Car number 1 now taking the overall lead. Yannick Redon gone straight past the pits and into fueling. Has to go around the inside of the La Source hairpin on the pit lane, and then the refueling bays are on the heritage pits, the historic pits on the downhill towards Eau Rouge. As we wait for that car to go back out on track, it's now Kobe de Bruyke at the wheel of the 903. We see that 55 being dragged out there by the intervention vehicle. So that's not going to be as long a code 60 as we perhaps thought, Bruce. The car already onto the curb and almost onto the track, onto the tarmac of the track. However, he's pointing the wrong way. We'll soon rectify that, of course.
Pointing the wrong way, and no doubt, unless he's very careful, will drop all the gravel that he's gathered in any point on the bottom part of the car. And let's hope he doesn't put it at the apex of the next corner, which is the right-hander at Campus. The car very quickly recovered. You do have to take your hat off to all the rescue crews around the circuit. When the rain starts to come down, it's not that they haven't seen it before, but it's just a question of how much wear. Are the cars going to come 3 abreast in the corner? Is someone going to end up in the gravel? But they've done a very good job to remove that 55 Land Motorsport Audi from the gravel. It was 33rd position after previous problems at the time of the spin, and is off the top screw. We're very nearly at the halfway point in this race. So while a few front runners are in the pits, it's the number 1 car in the number 1 position. It's Pierre Caffer at the top of the timetable for Shearer Sport PHX. This was a car that slightly struggled at the start. It started from 3rd on the grid, fell back a little bit as the big guns like Christopher Mies came through, but it's right there in the lead of the race by a tiny margin, nearly 3 minutes over Daniel Alleman, who's not long ago taken over the Herbert Motorsport 91 Porsche. Then come, even though, in fact, Adam Christodoulou now in the pits, but he was just in 4th, becomes 3rd. Again, as we have this code 60, the pit's suddenly going to become very busy indeed. But what we need to know is Pierre Caffer is leading this race, 1st overall, now 2nd position. In fact, I think will be Daniel Alleman in that Herbert Motorsport Porsche. But the pits is busy, so let's go down to Dai.
Yeah, I'm with line speed, the number 427. Jose has just jumped out of the, Jose Garcia's jumped out of the car. You were sort of mid-pack when you brought the car in, but how challenging is this event been so far?
Well, it's been very interesting. I mean, Spa is always a challenging track, but then when you throw in the weather, it's uncertain. We have some rain. We went out on rain tires, but then kind of halfway through my stint, it got dried up. We decided to come in, but then we decided not to come in at the last minute, so we stayed out in rain tires, and it actually did help because it started raining once again. So it's really unpredictable, and that's what makes Spa so beautiful, right?
And you've got to try and read what's going to happen, but that's sometimes just impossible.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars that have different strategies. There's a lot of there's a lot of GT3 cars out there on slicks, and they're struggling around those corners. You have the TC cars are with the front wheel drive, sometimes can be a little better on the rain. So it's great to be racing so many different classes and categories and different strategies. It makes everything very interesting.
How would you describe Spa as a racing circuit?
Well, I mean, I love Spa. I mean, our home circuit is in the Nürburgring, so the closest circuit to the Nürburgring is Spa because of the weather, the Eiffel Forest, the unpredictability of the weather. It's a very fast track. The average speeds are a lot faster than your traditional Formula 1 track, so it's a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Good to hear there from Sergio, coming over from the States to play and find Jose Garcia sharing with Patrick Kolb, who started that Lion Speed GT4 Porsche, and Daniel Miller, but all past the experience. But everyone has been enjoying and maybe sometimes not enjoying the track so much. But PB Racing, we looked at their glorious Lotus at the start of the race, and they've been having their share of fun out on the circuit.
Yeah, well, it's a Lotus, a full Lotus tradition. They will always have an eventful and dramatic endurance race, but they're a great team, and they're very, very Italian. They're very, very Italian down there. Stefano D'Asti is the driver their superstar driver behind that operation, and it really is a great atmosphere. It doesn't matter what's happening to their race. It's a great atmosphere in that carriage, very, very dynamic, very vocal, very, it's very Italian.
It's full of brio, it suits the car. The Lotus Elise from PB Racing.
I'm Federico Lea. We race with the PB Racing with the Lotus. It is the all in the world, and we will race in the GTX class. What I saw until now, it is really, really organized very well. It is impressive, a lot of cars. I hope to do better than I can. The car is really, really nice, but it is a prototype. It is the only one, so we have to battle against the issue, the problems. But Stefano is really, really a good driver and a good team owner. It is my favorite track. I know the track very well. I raced until 2006 with the Formula Renault, Formula 3 World Series, and then a lot of years in GT. And what I can see, there is a lot of passion of the fans. You arrive here, you feel the passion, and it's the most nice thing that you can feel. And then the corners are really, really beautiful, like Le Rouge is the only in the world. I tried the car only 5 laps, but really, really impressive. It's not a performance like a GP2 normally, but there's really a lot of power in the braking, a lot of braking, a lot of traction, and the sound is really impressive. I just told Stefano in private that I think if he would decide to product them, to do them a lot, I think the future is really big for him.
Is delayed slightly from the overall lead of this race as it came in for fuel. Now, what is crucial when the Code 60 flag flies is the decision of whether to pit and top off the fuel is particularly governed by where you are on the track, and especially here at Spa, where lap times at the moment are in the 2.5 minute mark.
It's just the 55 Audi has recovered. That was the one that put the gravel on the track, but the 920 Black Falcon Team Techstar Porsche, I was looking at the 55 and suddenly the 920 spun in front of it. They avoided each other, but that is a car shaped by Alexander Bon.
We've just had a Lamborghini go off as well, and I suspect we might have a little bit of splash of rain coming from there. The Lamborghini just getting it wrong, putting the power in, putting the right foot in a little bit too early, and spinning, pirouetting out of the bus stop chicane. The Marcars Fiat of the Van der Straten team just taking avoiding action and having to go plenty of runoff there to get around it. But two cars spinning off at pretty much exactly the same time at different sections of track, but connected.
At opposite ends of the circuit.
Bruce.
But actually, Joe, looking at Nathan Van Springel in the VDS Mark car, when you go on the painted curb and look outside after a flurry of rain, it's not a place that offers a great deal of grip, and it means someone else's incident.
Už jsme live. Už jsme vidět? Už jsme vidět. Ahoj Adame, jak jsi si zajezdil?
Bylo to perfektní, já jsem si to užil. Tak jak jsme zmiňovali před startem, když začne pršet, že do toho sednu. Takže opravdu jsem se do toho posadil hned, když začal opravdu ten jako mega déšť. A užil jsem z toho od prvního až do posledního kola. Musel jsem je takticky, protože jsem dostal pokyn, že v tom opravdu zůstanu sedět maximum, co jde, což je 2 hodiny. A věděl jsem, že když to začnou psychat, že ty kola by to nedali. Takže možná z začátku to vypadalo, že jsem jel pomalu, ale jel jsem tak, aby to opravdu vydrželo. A na konci se to oplatilo, protože jsem je popředjížděl až na první místo.
Právě jsem to chtěl říct, že nakonec výsledek jako výborný. Máme za sebou teda čtvrtku závodu, polovinu dnešního dne, ale nicméně na tu bídu začáteční se zatím docela daří, ne?
Myslím si, že na začátku, jak nám to štěstí nepřálo, tak se to otočilo. Pak jsem to dotáhl až z toho 7. nebo kolikátého až na to první. Užil jsem si tu jízdu, opravdu to byla taková ta profesorská jízda, kdy jsem musel opravdu opatrně, pár situací tam bylo s těma rychlejšíma, že jsem myslel, že konec, ale naštěstí člověk to nějak vždycky tam z toho vybruslí, musím zaklepat, takže doufejme, že v tom duchu budeme pokračovat a uvidíme.
Jsi unavený?
Unavený určitě ne. je to chvilka a díky tomu, když prší, tak tam není takové vedro a člověk vyleze a mohl by jet znova za chvilku.
Super.
A lot of our corners, I'm not quite sure why. Maybe when the rain is coming, the optimum, what we would call the technical racing line, is a lot more slippery.
Just needing to correct myself. Left from right, right from left. It's the front right corner from the driver's point of view of the bonnet that's slightly loose on that number 920 Black Falcon car. Axel Koenig at the rear of the back at the moment. He's the one facing the problem, but Daniel Alleman leading overall for Herbst Motorsport. You don't have to be Nostradamus to predict if they don't start at the front. They tend to work their way further up the order and get there, particularly if there are a series of Code 60s. They seem, with all their years of experience, the two Renault brothers, Robert and Alfred, just to know when to come in, when the pits are likely to be full. Might just fall in their way, but it's happened so many times you don't feel that's the case. So Daniel Alleman leading, last lap 2 minutes 48. That's nearly 25 seconds off the ultimate pace, showing how tricky it is at the moment, but certainly at the top of the Kemmel Straight, it's full-on windscreen wiper action, so much worse than it is by the pits when in fact cars coming past, not all using their blades at all. Pierre Caff has fallen back to second place after just coming in to make that pit stop, and haven't talked too much about the JP Motorsport McLaren, started 40th, running in third.
And led for a short while during one of the pit stop phases. So coming from 40th on the grid, and that McLaren showing great speed on the Kemmel Straight here, and on the run down at Blanchimont, absolute flying machine. Very, very hard for the Audi R8s and the Porsche 992s to kind of keep on terms with it on the straight. Seems to lose a little bit out of the midfield section here at Spa. The speed where the corners, the sweeps where you need a little bit more grip than perhaps the McLaren seems to have, but it's very, very slippery through the air.
When conditions are a bit mixed, a bit half-half as they are at the moment, I always look for the pace of the Sansalot car. It's number 26, it's running in 4th place, but the best lap, the last lap for Paul Evra was 7.5 seconds faster than Daniel Alleman managed in the race-leading Porsche. So plenty of variation. But look at our top 5 positions. We've got Porsche, McLaren, Audi, Mercedes. A good mix of cars there.
That is a mix. We've got pretty much all of our marks represented in some way there. Lamborghini's missing from that list, isn't it?
Down in 21st and 22nd positions, and we've got another spinner. It's the 967 off the track, fortunately, and rejoining. Just trying to debate where that is. It's coming out of Speaker's Corner, the Jackie X curve as it is now, but it's full windscreen wiper action. It's down. Is that Kari-Pekka Laaksonen?
It's Amadeo Papali'i.
Oh yes, you're right. He'd been having a really good run up to that. I've been watching his times, but Code 60 withdrawn and just got caught out. But luckily for him, if you do rotate and go off the track, if you end up on a piece of tarmac, you've done very well, and he did precisely that, so was able to kick the car around and continue on his way. 967 HRT performance.
Conditions, slick tyres on an ever-dampening track. Seeing the rain, it was falling very lightly, nowhere near the levels of rain that we saw earlier in this race, where it basically torrented down. But at any moment now, we can water that here at Spa. Windscreen wipers still being used on pretty much every part of this track now, so at least it's consistent, Bruce. It's consistently damp is what we're seeing, and as long as it doesn't drastically change like we saw earlier, then the drivers can probably cope with that. Yeah, we see the odd off and half spin here and there, but overall, that going up for 13, almost 14 seconds now between that number 91 Berman car of Daniel Alleman and after number 1 out of a full tank of fuel, having topped that up during the Code 60.
Seems a bit brighter all around the last few minutes, and certainly you can't say that. Why I haven't learned this over the years at Spa Francorchamps, but we go from full battleship grey to a little bit of almost blue sky, well, white cloud, and now it's grey cloud, but it's a bit brighter. But just looking at the pace, it's quite an advantage. The cars in second, third and fourth all did 2-minute 49 second laps, and Daniel Alleman in the lead at just under 2 minutes 45, so that's a decent gain. He's nearly 14 seconds to the good over number 1, which is Pierre Caffer's Shearer Sport PHX Audi. But right now, I just want to see another lap from Paul Evra. There I was blowing his trumpet. He suddenly lapped 8 seconds slower on the next lap. So, well, this probably proves the lap times are getting worse because the weather's getting worse. And certainly every time you ride on board with a car, the windscreen wipers are on. Young Luke Broikers at the moment in 11th place overall. He's third in the 992 Cup class. Again, that's still very, very good, bearing in mind that car was given a spin on the first corner of the first lap of the race.
First time in the wet as well for Luke Broik. Is that car, the 909 car, sporting a brand new livery for the Red Camel Jordan's team. And Luke being very, very sensible indeed, just keeping out. Is that the leader?
It's the race leader. And,
yeah,
you know,
the leader.
Pulling out the way, and that was at Campus. So not only did he spot Daniel Anneman coming, but he went offline to let him through, and that's often where you come undone, particularly if it's just a little bit of a dry line appearing. But in fact, you know, just go into something that's a few degrees wetter, and that can make the difference. But he did, again, showing good experience for one so young.
Using all the curb, how to blow him on. This is the tricky bit, though. It's the slow parts of the course that can catch you out, where you. There it is, just getting a little bit sort of twitchy on the rear end as he went through the bus stop chicane. But hung on to it, didn't phase him, and as he goes back on the power out of the bus stop chicane, which is, as I've said earlier, almost a hairpin, it's so tight. Now then, into the pits has come the Gosner car, and it's taking what looks like slick tyres off there and putting great tyres on. That's the number 58 car.
Well, mention the pits, let's mention Nick Damon. Nick?
Always mention him. Hello. Yes, so we've also got the 16 car coming, the Modern Motorsports Porsche. So I think a lot of the guys who are girls who are toughing it out on slicks have gone, no, this has gone far too far, they've got the way. Wets going onto that MP Motorsport and also onto the 16 Porsche as well. Line up to date. From the pit lane, it's sort of medium spitting rather than actually drying, as here comes the 26 Antlock car as well. Yeah, Everard. Also, I would think wanting to get rid of the slick tyres he's on for wets as well. So the crossover has come, and we have a code 60. Why is that, Bruce?
I could give you a couple of reasons. We've had a rotation from Thomas Roberts, stuck the number 919 Black Falcon Team Techstar Porsche into the gravel at Campus Corner, and someone else also had a problem, Joe.
It's the championship leader, the Haas RT. Audi having a lurid spin at the top of the hill at Ranillon. That's not the place to be doing a 360, and it's Olivier Bertels at the wheel of that car. He'll need a change of overalls when he comes in after that one. The car went through 360, Bruce, pointing in the right direction. He composed himself, went down the gearbox, no doubt, and he's continuing now. We've got code 60 for that car in the gravel, but that was quite a discerning kind of incident for Bertels to cope with. He'll be on the radio now saying, can I have some wet tyres, please, Chris?
Yeah, bear in mind that early in the race, the first real flurry of rain, we had Fred Vervies aboard that one, and the board seems about right. So on a boat, and that went just got to the bottom of the hill, past the old pits, found a stream going across or a river going across the circuit, had to get on the grass at Eau Rouge. Not many people get away with that. But for Haas RT, they're riding their form, riding their fortune. Olivier did that when he was in 13th position. That car, those drivers had the potential to come higher up, but at the moment, they don't need any more moments like that. That was quite it was an enormous save.
Well, I mean, we're going to consider that a bit of a comeback drive, aren't we, from the Haas RT car 21, currently 10th in class and 13th overall.
Nick, busy in the pits.
We had Heart of Racing just, I think, was it James still aboard that one? Just coming down and stopping for fuel. Got a couple of the others serving some penalties. Number 57, we saw the 955 Porsche. That is, of course, the EV Motors by Willy Sports, or Willy Motors by EV Sports, one of the two. That car has come in for a tyre change. And Haas RT are going to be in a second, and they'll be putting wet tyres, and it looks like Stéphane Perrin as well will be getting into the car, taking advantage of this code 60 for a cheaper tyre stop, but obviously they will need to pick some fuel as well.
Yeah, certainly after that lurid spin, the wet tyre seems to be, and it's pouring down, Bruce, just looking out the window across from the top of the pit, above the pits here, and we can see the rain coming down. It's not light rain anymore, Nick, it's pretty heavy rain, chucking it down, I hear in my ear.
But when you're out on the track and it's as fully wet as it is now, actually it's a good thing you're coming under code 60, because you shouldn't be able to make a mistake at that speed.
Yeah, well, you still can, to be honest.
Of course you still can.
Yeah,
still, you can't make a mistake in the pits. Can you, Nick?
I'm sure I can make many.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Cars to come in, and they'll be in any minute now. So we're going to get the Haas RT, we're going to get all the cars actually this sorted. Very bravely, Seb is trying to go out the middle of the pit lane. It is now one of those things where the rain, I need to explain this in English terms. This is now summer rain. Nothing to do with the heat, but everything to do with the speed of fall and the size of globule. The individual droplets are hard and high and large, but the actual propensity, the speed, the number of them is not enormous. So this is the sort of rain you have just after tea at a cricket match when you're hoping to see the last couple of hours and it gets washed out and the Duckworth-Lewis rules ruin the whole thing. That's sort of rain we've got at the moment.
So it's chucking down, you mean?
No, it eased back from chuck. And now it's kind of, you know, if it was warmer, it's just missing about 4 or 5 degrees to be proper summer rain. As I noticed, the live bike car nearly took me out, and also the pit man for one of the other teams. I've just seen that the Haas car, sorry, the Red Camel's Jordan machine's come in again, and that's getting a full service, including driver change. The Herberth car is just coming out from serving a penalty, and that's going down the pits as well. So everyone's getting on. I'm being asked to move out the way by someone. He doesn't know my lithe body. He doesn't know I can jump out of the way. I haven't been run over for years. Do you know the last time I was run over in the pit lane? John Lazy ran over my foot in Canada. There we are. That's a bit of trivia for you.
You're never going to top that, Nick. You need to retire on that.
That is true. I made Michael Schumacher cry, and my foot was hurt by John Lazy.
That Herberth car you mentioned coming into the pits there, Daniel Alleman coming in, that's allowed Pierre Caffer back into the lead, Bruce. However, I'm pretty sure Caffer is still on slicks.
Well, maybe Nick can confirm that. Do you reckon number 1, Pierre Caffer, the Shearer Sport car, is still on slicks?
I do think that, but actually we have a double stop by 2 of the leading cars. In comes the Haas RT car, and just his right comes the McLaren, the 69 machine, that from JP Motorsport. So that whilst, of course, the Haas car is counted in 12th. Now we can also see the 4th overall CP racing car in as well. It's a driver change for Haas. It's a driver change for the undamaged 72 Audi of the second one of the Lithuanians. But I don't see any driver change for CP Racing. Shane Lewis staying aboard that one, and Christian Klein staying aboard the JP Motorsport. But everybody is rejecting slicks and absolutely embracing the wets.
I tell you what, Nick, you won't have seen this, but if you are watching the live stream at home, you would have been right in the midst of that Haas RT pit stop there with the helmet cam there on one of the mechanics. That's what it feels like, with the responsibility of changing those 2 wheels and tyres, Bruce, and then getting that car back out. The Haas RT car, number 12, car 21. That was very confusing. Car 21 is 12th. My dyslexia Lewis Keel. Olivier Gattel's was the driver that brought that car in, but I'm pretty sure I saw a driver change there. We'll see who it ends up being in that car. And
fairly sure we mentioned that it was going to be Stéphane Perrin.
It was, yes,
lining up to hop aboard. But just right now, the spray when the drivers get up. But let's go down. We're talking all things to do with that particular car. Let's go down. It's Haas RT and it's Nick.
Olivier, I mean, that was... well, that's the definition of tricky conditions, isn't it? And it caught you out as well.
It's very tricky on the track. Yes. It was a quite good run. But it was very tricky. Yes. The wet is right, the tires. So.
Had a big spin. How frightening was that?
I was lucky. I was just lucky. It was a bit frightening, yes. For the race, for the team, so we're lucky we didn't anything, so.
And how much were conditions changing every lap? Is it totally different every lap?
Conditions changing every corner, just every corner. Wetter, drier. It's so tricky to feel the car. it's not easy to drive now. But
congratulations on getting back in one piece. Thanks, Olivier.
Thank you.
Not easy to drive right now. I think that's the understatement of the day. And also, Joe, it's so easy to think about the drivers going around one at a time. It's when you've got other people doing things that are also slightly unpredictable around you. And right now, corners like, I don't know, Blanchimont, they sort of fit large in a driver's brain when they're going around the lowest point of the circuit through Campus and Curve Paul Frere. They know what they're trying to do is carry as much speed as they can up to and through Blanchimont. How brave are they?
Well, we've just come out of the Court 60, we've now gone green again, and this is completely different. You get a bit of a feel for how much grip might be in the slick tyres on the wet track. However, Pia Kaffer, our current leader in the #1 Shearer Sport Audi, he is out there, and that rain is not stopping. That water is still coming down, and the more it rains, the less of a chance that Pia Kaffer has got. I tell you what, if you've got a choice of who you would want in that #1 Shearer Audi, it would be Pia Kaffer, because he's so experienced. He knows exactly what to do. But the problem is, of course, as you approach the corner, where do you brake? You've got to have this gift from God like feel for the car, and you're feeling the grip under your foot that's pressing the brake pedal, and also through the steering and through the seat of your pants.
But if you've got it a few metres short or a few metres too soon, but the next time you can't use that as a reference point.
Right.
So every time you've got to just have a guess a little bit, and that's where the years of experience, not just with the weather, the car, but also the circuit comes to play. That's where the Pia Kaffers are so mighty, the Adam Christodoulos. Are they doing well? Oh, they're first and third at the moment. Yes, that's why.
Yeah, exactly. Alan stayed in the 91 Herbert car, by the way. We saw that car come into the pits, and it's now back out on track. And Daniel Arnold was the driver that brought the car in. He's changed on the wets, I would think.
I would think so, but Nick also mentioned that the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche was serving a penalty. Quite a group of cars were serving penalties down there. Whether it was a 10-second stop and go, whatever it was, it could have pegged him back. Will that put Adam Christodoulou into second place? We'll find out. But Pia Kaffer leading the race for Shearer Sport PHX. It's Audi, then two Porsches. Fourth place, Anton Ducan, the third driver in the rotation, the 26 Santalok Audi.
I can confirm, Bruce, that
good.
Did take 10 seconds.
That's what it seemed to feel about right. Talked too much about GTX recently, and the VDS Racing Adventures Mark car, the Mark II, Nathan Van Springle running that, leading that class in 16th overall. Next challenger, the moment is 9 to 11 Racing with their Porsche, Martin Schluter. He's in 24th and 25th, one position behind, and just 10 seconds further back down the road. The RD Signs Lamborghini, that's car number 720. They're the top three in GTX. Top GT4 car by the moment is Atlas BX Motorsport. That's Takyung Yang, car number 403. And that's in 29th place overall.
Let's have a look further down at all the classes, and especially our touring car endurance part of this race. Roy Edlund now at the wheel of the Homeguard Motorsport Cupra. They're currently 33rd overall, completed 58 laps, and they are leading with TCR and our touring car endurance race. Our touring car endurance 12 hours of Spa. Second place to them, the Wolf Power car, Jasper Pressing, still at the wheel of the number 121. She is in 37th overall, and then third, still in third, first of the TCX runners, and that is the Porsche 718 Cayman, and that's the SRS team, so British Sport. Heiko Eichenberg is at the wheel of the 227, currently in 38th overall. Fourth, just behind them, is Alvaro Rodriguez in the 123, 39th overall. That's the really key by Top Car Cupra, and then a little bit further back, understandably, the BMW M2 of Roma Racing. That's Mauro Mercuri in the 245, 44th overall, and then the last of the TCE runners that's actually on track. The only car in the TC touring car class, the BMW M2, the less powered car, the Roma Racing by Bob Motorsport. Martin Crowe, it's up to be a while now. 331 is the number of the car, 40th overall is where it is.
Time for a sharp intake of breath. I mentioned a very good scrap between a couple of cars for second and third places in the GTX class, and certainly the one in third, that's Nicola Michelon, the 720 RD Signs Lamborghini. He really fancied going up the inside of the 911 Porsche, but that keeps its position. That was down at Campus, the move was blocked. I thought it might be a move to put one, if not both of the cars into the gravel. Still always fine. They got through now, accelerating up the hill, but there's some distance behind that marked car that's been running like a train. It's quite a few positions ahead of them on the track, second and third. In other words, Schluter and Michelin covered by just half a second in their battle for GTX.
A little while ago, Bruce, I saw a question being posed on Twitter. Came from the Benelux supercars, and the question was: is it possible for a team to do an oil change in a long distance race? The answer is yes. Yes, it is. We very rarely see it. We see oil being topped up as oil tends to get used in racing cars. Can you change hot oil? Is the question. It's actually preferable to change the oil in your car. If you do an oil change in your car, get it at the temperature and then drop the oil out, because the oil's thinner and you'll get more of the oil out. If the oil is thick and cold, it'll still be hanging in there with the sun and bits and pieces. So yeah, you can, and I would suggest you do get the oil hot. Oil hot? The oil hot.
I've read all that
when you drop it out of the sun.
There you have a good question and very well answered. Right, Pierre Caffer leading the race. The interesting thing for me at the moment is who is exactly on which car. To our mind, we thought everybody was coming in and getting wet weather tyres, but looking at the pace of Anton Ducroix in third place, he was 12 seconds faster than the race leader last time round, and also 12 seconds faster than the next couple of cars. So let's see what seconds. It could have been a bit of traffic. Car in second place, Anton Ducroix, he was fourth. That it goes to prove he passed Daniel Anneman and Adam Christodoulou on that lap. My eyes did deceive me. Sansalot Racing, I said, when it gets these mixed conditions, and I thought that at the openings, right at the start of the race, when the driver at the helm at the get-off, which was Owen Bastard, really seemed to struggle a little bit. But right now, I think they could have played a bit of a masterstroke. How far off the race lead is he? Just over a minute and 2 seconds. But last lap alone, he was 9 seconds faster than our race leader, Pierre Caffer.
Let's just quantify that, though, Bruce. The reason why he's 9 seconds quicker is because Caffer's on slicks, and the gamble might have paid off. The rain is easing off. It's barely a rain anymore just in front of us, certainly here on the pit straight. What it's like elsewhere on the track, I do not know. It could be torrential at one point. It isn't. Nothing that we can see on the screens is telling us such. We've got cars with windscreen wipers going at quite a rate. We've got cars without windscreen wipers. A little bit of spray there through Blanchimont tells me that the track remains wet, but whether or not it stopped raining at all, perhaps Nick can tell us otherwise, but it looks like the rain is lightening off, and that's going to be Pierre Caffer's gamble. That is going to pay off if he can stay out on those streets.
Yes, no, wet,
very,
dry.
very lightly spitty. I'm looking at a puddle now. Drip, 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 drip. That's how often the droplets are coming down from the sky. So it's virtually stopped. Also, over behind the main grandstand then, which you guys can see, of course, as well, it is brightening up for at least half an hour of weather before we get some more weather.
And there you have it, a career in the meteorological service for Nick Damon. That was 6 drips, and we'd had enough by then. But it's interesting. The fact is, from the commentary box over the start-finish straight, we can see the top of the circuit at Les Combes. So that means it's good. It's not encased in rain at the moment. Lap times, for most people, it's 2 minutes 50-something. But for those on wet weather tyres, Shane Lewis in the CP Racing Mercedes in 6th overall, he's banging 2 minute 42s. Same sort of time as the driver in second place, Anton Ducroix, in the Sansalot Junior team. But we know, Joe, here at Spa Francorchamps, the pendulum of fortune swings one way and then mysteriously goes back the other.
It really does. I mean, the gap's coming down. Alleman is only 1.5 seconds behind Ducroix. That's gonna just leap. The gap's gonna just extend. Christodoulou, who is also on slick tyres on a wet track, he's catching on.
Yeah, but the pair of them were 10 seconds slower than Anton Ducroix. So he's 54 seconds. He's over a minute down on Pierre Caffer. He's now 54 seconds, but taking times by the handful.
The battle of the Porsches on slicks between Alleman in the 91 Herbert car and Adam Christodoulou in the 930 number HRT Performance, both in different classes. Herbert is in the GT3 class, leading the 992 class is Christodoulou, and Adam, the gap between the 91 and the 930 was 10 seconds. Last time by was 2 seconds. They're due very, very shortly, and we'll see just what that gap's down to now.
Okay, a little battle within the overall war. Just looking at the Porsche Cup class, and the fastest driver is the one in third place. Rick Broiker's back in for another stint. He's lapping as fast as Anton Ducat in the car that's in second place, closing in on the race leader. But he's taking a lot of time out of Adam Christodoulou as well, who's the class leader in what position now? 4th position overall for HRT performance in the Porsche Cup class.
I'm just looking and seeing that the track and the comp is still extremely wet. The spray coming up off the cars, I mean, it's completely different at the start-finish straight and into the source hairpin, but up into the comp, down through Bruxelles, it's absolutely soaking wet, the track.
And a lot of spray coming off the cars. At La Source, no longer is spray coming up when the cars are braking heavily for that tight right-handed hairpin. But yeah, and that really tricky run. It's hard enough getting the exit of Les Combray, then down to Bruxelles, as you say, 2 apexes, and then Jackie X curve where you're going to the left. We've seen a lot of cars getting very loose, and a few cars going off the track up there. So the drivers need to be absolutely on their tiptoes, and those on slicks, they'll be looking at the weather, going, come on weather, get this track to dry. Fine at La Source, not so fine at the highest point at the circuit at the far end.
2.5 seconds to gap between 3rd and 4th overall. Harriman, Christodoulou in 9:30. To have a 992 class car in the top 5. We've had the 992 class leader leading overall, so still there's nothing like good as great an equaliser as wet weather. Just adding the straight line speed of those Cup cars, those Cup class Porsches, really fast. The only real difference between that and the GT3 spec car is a little bit more power in the GT3, but a lot more grip through the corners from aero and the like.
The one car that was in the mix and is trying to get back into the mix, it's fallen down to 8th, thought it was 9th, it's now become 8th because Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff, the Land Motorsport 34 Audi, had just been passed on the last lap by first Patrick Krapinski, the JP Motorsport McLaren. That's up to 8th. Rick Broiker's 3rd in the 992 class, again taking great chunks of time out of the car that's 2nd in class. That's Kobe de Bruyke, the 903 Red Ant Racing, and also Adam Christodoulou leading the 992 class for HRT performance. He's 4th. Kobe de Bruyke 2nd in class is 7th, but catching both and catching them fast is the car in 9th. Rick Broiker's 909 Red Camel Jordans seems to be right on the money.
We're inside the final 2.5 hours of this two half distance, that is. This first segment, 12 hours of Spa split into 2 6-hour segments. We go to park firming conditions overnight. You can work on the car, however, there are penalties if that's what you want to do, and sometimes circumstances necessitate work being done on the car. It's not preferential, of course, because the penalty that you take for any kind of work on the car will be 10 laps. And sometimes 10 laps is the better option because some jobs take longer than 10 laps. So that was the kind of decision that Christian Land at Land Motorsport had to take at Mugello, and it took the car out of contention for the lead and put the car just out of contention for any kind of podium or anything. So that, as we get towards that part of the race, we will see if anyone does indeed take that decision. More of that tomorrow morning, of course. Right now, there's enough to contend with without trying to think of what's coming tomorrow, Bruce. We're thinking about what's coming in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, would it be weather? But what is happening? Gosh, the gap between 1st and 2nd, it was about 1 minute and 5 seconds, then it's 53 seconds, then it's 43 seconds. Is there a pattern? 10 seconds a lap is being gained by Anton Ducat in the Sansalot Junior number 26 Audi, catching Pierre Caffer's Shearer Sport PHX Audi. Actually, Pierre Caffer's now starting to find a little bit more form. It's drying out a little bit. He's on the dry weather tyres, and certainly Ducat must be on wet weather tyres. But almost sunshine up around the pits. Up at Les Combes, it's still difficult, and we've got an Audi off. It's the Haas RT Audi and the 967 Porsche. So the Haas number 21 Audi that started on pole position, and that has had a mix around Stefan Perrin, the 4th driver in the cycle. Did he jump? Was he pushed? With 2 cars going around, every chance the HRT performance car with Roberto Benini, now Nicholas Sturzinger, the wheel Sturzinger, may have come together or maybe just went off in tandem.
Couldn't really tell whether that was the same part of the track, actually. We saw the SRT car, 15, Stefan Perrin, number 21, just at the side of the track, and then we saw a Porsche Cup car coming back onto the track.
That was the 967 with Nicholas Sturzinger, HRT Performance, 21st position overall.
There it is there, number 967 back and going back on track and circulating once again. No sign of the Haas RT, number 21.
Oh, yes, there is.
Damage.
It's coming in slowly, rear wing vibrating enormously. Therefore, has he got a flat tyre? Front corner damage, front left corner, not looking as it left the pits, to put it mildly.
He's just come out of Le Combe and he's heading down to Bruxelles. So the number 21 car, it's got massive damage on the front left corner. We've got the left front wheel not rotating at all. The right front wheel still is. Now then, Bruce, I'd say that car is hit something very heavily on that left corner. You have to be a detective to see that. I think he's had to hit the barrier. I think he's hit the barrier, and he's hit the barrier at the top of Radion. That is a very high-speed part of the track. It was the top of Radion where we saw the car. He bounced off the barrier, Bruce, and was onto the edge of the track. He hadn't just pulled to the edge of the track, he bounced there.
Now, most cars at Radion, if they hit the barriers, they hit them over off the right-hand side of the track. This was hard on the left, under the foot, effectively, of that enormous new grandstand, offers the amazing views, but with the front left wheel out at about 10 degrees from true, pointing to the left from the driver's point of view. It's about bringing it back round, not too fast, but actually at the moment, going down through Double Gauche, Corneby Snow's Pujoy, is actually off the circuit, doing his utmost, running in the tarmac area beyond the curbing, trying to keep out of the way. He rejoins the circuit just before Fagno. This is going to be an agonisingly slow lap for Haas RT. Started the lap with Stéphane Perrin in 15th position, but he's tumbling down the order. And then, of course, you've got all the repairs to be made. And another thought is just trying to get into the twisting entry to the pit lane with the front left wheel that's 10, 15 degrees out of true. That's not going to be the work of
It's not going round, Bruce. That's the problem. It's just stuck there in slightly off to the left. So Stéphane Perrin, who we've become very familiar with, Stéphane and his teammate Mathieu Détry in the TCR class. Usually you see these drivers in that class of front-wheel drive race cars. Mathieu Détry just getting the grips with GT3, as is Stéphane Perrin, his teammate. They came to Mugello for the first time in that car and ended up with the win. SRT finding that it's a bit of a roller coaster ride, is motorsport. They've had a torrid time already in this race, and that torrid time continues. However, left-hand puncture as well on the 21, it looks like, doesn't it? That does not look right.
It doesn't look entirely right.
That left-hand rear wheel was wobbling around as if something is broken in the suspension area of that car.
It also is quite hard to tell because it's marked from where it's hit the barrier, so it's a bit like putting a dot on the side of a wheel. It looks so it's out of true, but just while that was happening, our lead gap has come down to under half a minute. Last time we looked, it was 43 seconds, now it's 28.5 seconds. Anton Duclin continues to chase after Pierre Caffer, but for Haas RT, that clearly has dropped them way down. 15th start of the lap, haven't finished at their 19th. They're going to lose a handful more positions to more cars in the 992 Cup class, and then, of course, you've got the repairs to be made. And 3 of the 4 drivers who've been out in that Haas RT car have had problems. Down with Nick.
Yeah, he's made it back.
Yeah, he's made a right Horlicks of this. He's gone in hard on the left-hand side, damaged the nose. He's flattened and damaged the front left. Absolutely right. There's some damage also on the rear left as well. That's got probably just a simple toe-link. So they're going to have to replace 2 corners and do some patching up with tape and probably tyre ups and hopefully a lump hammer. Stéphane Perrin sits in the car, shaking his head, but this is not the work of the moment. You can see how he's just scuffed down the side by the sort of damage he's done to that front left. He's kind of slightly peeled the bodywork off. He hasn't crushed it anyway, so he's either gone straight on and just not got the corner and then gone into the barrier. Because actually, look at it, they can actually open the bonnet quite easily. It's just the all down the side and the very important steering and suspension bits, they're all broken.
It was very much a straight run. It was almost straight line in the corner, and the car very much at an oblique angle as it kissed the tyre wall on the outside at the crest of Radion on the left-hand side, right under the giant grandstand. Stéphane Perrin How's the car? Nick saw him shaking his head. We don't know, because if anyone else was involved, at the same time it was the 967 Porsche, Nicholas Sertzinger. We saw him rejoining the circuit. I'm not sure we definitely can add 2 and 2, that one went off to avoid the other, but the 967 continued, made it back, I think, to the pits. Yeah, 5 pit stops, probably did come and call into the pits.
Meanwhile, while we've been monitoring the return to the pits of the 21 SRT Audi, at the front of the field, the gap between first and second down to 22 seconds. Now, we are seeing the track come back to BUGGYRA, certainly in places around this track. Still remains wet on the Kemmel Straight and up to Le Combe. However, the remaining part of the track seems to be coming back to BUGGYRA's favour, still out on slicks. And BUGGYRA's last lap time by 2 minutes 46 dead. In comparison to Antoine Dequin in the Sansalot Audi, 2 minutes 39. So about 7 seconds. We were consistently lapping 10 seconds quicker than the leader. However, the number 26 Sansalot car now lapping about 7 seconds. So that's what I mean by the track coming back to BUGGYRA. He's able to get a better lap time as that tyre becomes more suitable to the conditions out there.
Anybody was just turning on the monitor anywhere in the world and looking at the circuit here, they go, oh, it's a properly wet circuit. But the lap times are starting to come down. The drivers on the wet weather tyres, including Rick Broikers, definitely working towards the outer parts of the circuit to look for the wetter bit of track. But still, the 909 Red Camel Jordan's Porsche is third in the Porsche Cup class, but up to 9th place overall and catching the car that's second in class. That's the 903 Red Ant Racing entry. Catching it by about 5, 6, 7 seconds a lap. Adam Christodoulou, though, still leads the Porsche Cup class for HRT performance. Car 930. He's only 3 seconds down on Daniel Anneman now, but he is being caught very fast by the 2 cars, second and third in class. So just look out to see how much more Rick Broikers can gain in 909, going beautifully at the moment.
Flashing his lights. Audacious drive by Rick Broikers now at the wheel. Settling into the conditions, and we've talked again, Bruce. Now we see Rick going to what he's doing is he's using the off-racing line style or bending corners. There may be more grip down the less rubbered offline approach, but it's also cooling those wet weather tyres. The chunky tread tends to overheat very, very quickly. We've got it on good authority that in dry conditions those tyres are good for maybe just over 3 laps before they destroy themselves. There are certain parts of the track where they'll be cooling off and being suitable, and that's up at the Combe and the Bruxelles, but other areas of the track where those tyres will just overheat.
Well, absolutely so, and despite the fact that it appears almost completely dry by the pits, still whenever you get a shot of Le Combe, there's still a lot of spray. But the mark of Pierre Caffa's excellence here, he was losing 10 seconds a lap. You just mentioned Antoine Dequin was now only gaining 7. Last time around, it was only 3.5 seconds. So we're coming to meet. The car on slicks is finding the track drier and improving. The car on wet weather tyres is finding the track drier and going worse.
Yeah.
But last time around, it was down to 3.5 seconds gain by the car in second place. Under 19 seconds is the gap now, but bear in mind, it seems a blink of an eye ago. That was 1 minute and 3 seconds, so it's been a really good chase by Antoine Dequin. But we might get to the point where the Sansalot car, it tips over, and the tyres on that, the wet weather tyres, are going to suddenly be the inferior tyre to have. But Pierre Caffa has hung on, and that was the mark of the experience of the German ace, that he could just read how hard to push. One little bit too hard, and not game over, but certainly game hampered.
And it's a very, very thin line between being a hero or facing disaster. Yeah, absolutely fabulous drive, as we would expect from a driver of the calibre of Pierre Caffa. Fabulous drive. Let's have a look at the lap times. Yeah, the due another lap time from those 2 cars at the front of the field. GT3, first, second and third. Shearer Sports Audi, Pierre Caffa leading, Antoine Dequin in the Sansalot team. In second, we've got the Herbert Motorsport Porsche of Daniel Alleman in third. 1 minute 16 off the leader in that car. Adam Christodoulou leading the 992 class, currently in 4th.
That's about to change because Shane Lewis in the CP Racing GT3 Mercedes took about 5 seconds out of him last time around. I think Adam, whatever tyres you're on, they're starting to really not work for him.
And last time through, Bruce, there was a 5-second gap between those two cars. So this is where we'll see the CP car overtake Crustadula and put that pesky 992 class car where it should be, behind the GT3 car.
There's a man coughing down in the pits.
Sorry.
I presume it's Nicholas Damon.
That wasn't deliberate, that was actually a coughing fit. I have just had a quick chat with Stefan Perrad. He doesn't want to speak on camera, and that is because it was his own fault. There's no other car involved. He just lost the car at the top of Radion, and he is obviously, as they say in football, as sick as a parrot.
Well, popping back on his perch, Nick. Thank you very much. But yeah, you got. It's so easy to make mistakes in these sort of conditions. Every single lap, pretty much, it's about lap 3 of this race is offered a different racing circuit, different racing surface on the circuit.
And the team will just get on with it. I know it's a brand new team. It's only a brand new team to this series. It's a brand new team in creation, the Haas RT team. However, the core of that team are extremely experienced, and even team principal Sandrine Haas. She's been around for motorsport and renowned Formula 1 photographer for many years. She knows it comes and goes. She knows it's like a roller coaster ride when you get involved in this sport. And they took the win in Mugello. They are having a completely different experience here in Spa, and full season of European racing ahead in this 24-inch series.
Yeah, you take what comes, take in front of you. She's also raced herself, has older long-distance races and competes out in Antigua and some off-road events as well. So she's got the bug properly. But yeah, the thick and the thin of motor racing. 14 seconds now is the gap between our race leader Pierre Caffer and Anton Ducran. But hold on, people fancying getting wet weather tyres and going back to slicks. Let's find out.
The Mark Carr's Mustang, the fantastic silhouette Mustang car that, as Bruce has rightly said, sounds better than every other car in the field, that has just come in. I think they want to schedule a stop because they are changing drivers. They're putting slicks on, but I actually think, now I've got a bit closer because they're quite a long way, I think they were taking slicks off as well. I don't think that thing's ever actually been onto wets. So yeah, the Mark Carr has had slicks put on, but they were slicks coming off as well. So whoever's been peddling that round, trying to contain an unruly 5-litre V8, well done.
Well, all credit there to Nathan Van Springle. Good job in a great car on tricky track surface.
615 brake horsepower in that car. 615 brake horsepower on slicks out there.
615 horsepower.
I have Nathan for you. Nathan, I walked up here, saw you doing a tyre change, thought, oh, they'll be taking the wet tyres off. No, you've been on slicks the whole time. What was that like?
Oh, it's like super tricky. I was driving a lot and the car is sliding a lot. So yeah, I do that for my team for the third place. So I'm happy to stay in the track.
I mean, sometimes the rain was like rivers. How do you keep the car on the track? Because you're just losing tyre temperature the whole time.
Oh, I don't know how because it's complicated to explain. But I trust my teammate and my team, and he say to me. Stay on the track, and I stay. So yeah.
I mean, this car obviously it's nicer in the track. It's a cracking car to drive. It sounds fantastic, the Mark cars.
Yeah, it's an amazing car. I'm super happy to be here. I just want to thank my whole sponsor to drive in this championship. And this car is normally for the Australian track, but here it's a perfect car.
So Nathan, have you been in the Creventic series before? Is this your first Creventic race?
No, this is my first race, and this is my biggest race in my life. So I'm super happy to be here.
You do a great job. Thanks, Nathan.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
He really is. Considering 615 brake horsepower at 7,000 revs. It's got a 5.2 litre 4-cam V8 in that car on slicks. In changeable conditions. We've talked about it since this race started, about how difficult it is. And that young lad there has just been thrown that huge monster of a beast around this track, and I haven't seen that car off. I haven't seen him make a mistake. I've seen him take a body in action. Yeah. Running Lamborghini. I tell you what, just write that name down, will you? You're going to see a lot more of that, can I tell you.
Nathan Van Springle, so whoever's sponsoring him, you might have got a gem there, but he came into the pits from about 15th place, clear leader in the GTX class, and that was a job very, very well done indeed. But wait and see who's taking that 75 VDS Racing Adventures Mark II V8 over. It was started by Raphael van der Straten, the team that, family that, of course, put its names to the team. But I would reckon it'd be Nick Geelan going through towards the end of the race, but we'll confirm that when the car has had its refueling and rejoined. What I can tell you though, 10 seconds was the gap. Well, it's down below 10 seconds, 9 seconds flat now. Pierre Caffer still hanging on from Anton Duquin. 5 seconds gained that last time around. It's getting tighter.
Into the pits for a second facing TCE. Jasmin Kreisig has brought in the Wolf Power Racing Audi and has jumped out of that car. Not quite sure who is going to be taking over from Jasmin, but it's currently second in both TCR and overall in TCE. That car very much in contention for a great finish, and it's currently behind the leader, Holmgard Motorsports Cupra, still leading with Roy Edward, which I think is anywhere near the Wolf Power Racing.
Very near. I'm at the pit. Yeah, they stayed on slicks as well the whole time. That's obviously a little bit easier with front-wheel drive, but they came in, they only replaced the fronts. So the rear stayed on, but they were slicks as well. So a few cars have braved it all out, and at this point, of course, they are going to reap the rewards because there is a gradually drying track, and the next shower could be minutes away.
Yeah, what's interesting and surprisingly, Bruce, is just how many cars we're seeing coming in and have been out on that track, which we saw spray. I mean, we saw footage of the Kemmel Straight where literally you can't see the cars for the amount of spray that's been kicked up, and there's a lot of cars being on slicks and are still out there on slicks.
Wow, super impressive. I'm just going to give you an ever smaller number. 6.8 seconds. That is now the gap between the race-leading number 1 Shearer Sport PHX Audi and the fast-closing, but no doubt, wet tyre shod Anton Duquin, the Sansalot 26 Audi. 6.7 seconds, 2.5 seconds gained last time around. The gap is coming down, but the increment of gain is also coming down. And for Sansalot Racing and Anton Duquin, there were also 4 cars between them and the race leader as they went out of La Source and down the hill. And of course, Duquin will have to pass them as well. We'll lose, no doubt, a bit of time. But caution, so much caution is required at this point, and still at the top part of the circuit at Les Combes, it's full windscreen wipers on, and I think, Nick, your little jape about rain coming in a couple of minutes, you could be right, and certainly as the cars are coming up through Blanchimont, they're still putting out a lot of spray.
Fabulous driving from pretty much the whole field. Yes, we've seen mistakes, hardly surprising in these ever-changing conditions. The live stream continues to show on board of that 909 Rick Boyce driven car, only third, and only really seconds, tenths of seconds in between that car and the Kobe de Bruyne car, the Red Ant car, dropping down behind the JP Motorsport McLaren, rightly so, as the track conditions come back to dry. Patrick Kapinski still at the wheel of the JP McLaren, that car currently 7th. The battle though between the second and third place 992 class Porsches, Red Ant Racing and Red Camel. Once again, we'll talk to Kobe de Bruyne in the 903, Rick Boyce in the 909. There was only a matter of, 2 seconds in between those cars. In fact, they've come together on track, and this is now looking like a Porsche Cup Carrera race as they come past the pits in front of us, heading towards the side-by-side into the source. Old-style circuit comes from me, as Rick Breugers round the outside on the entrance to the source hairpin out of my sight now down here.
That was a very impressive move. He was on the outside line. I thought, oh, he's going to go. But Rick was so late on the brakes and gained probably 2.5 car lengths, I'd say, under braking for La Source. And then I think Kobe de Bruyne, far less experienced, just thought, well, okay, you caught me. You gained about 3 seconds me on that lap. No point blocking you. Nice and neat and tidy. And that is very much a mark of the pair of them. Performing in these super tricky conditions, but if it's almost completely dry at La Source, it's far from dry when they reach the top of the straight, the top of the Kemmel Straight, and they just have to be aware every corner is providing something different. I can provide you something different. A number, it's a small number, 3.1 seconds now is the gap between our race leader Pierre Caffer and Anton Duquin. So even with the traffic that blocked Duquin at the start of the lap in the number 26 Audi, he gained great chunks of time, about 3.5 seconds gained last time around, and it's only 3.1 seconds between them. So at that rate of gain, he should be right on the tail of Pierre Caffer at the end of this lap. This will be 76 laps on the board.
Great battle for overall honours here, and it's going to come down to the next couple of laps. 2:43.1 was the Caffer time in the Schuler car, 2:39.5. So enough time in just one lap for Antoine Duquin to take that lead. Next time by, keep an eye out of the window for those two leaders coming through. While, as we discovered, or as we described, I should say, the second and third place battle for 992 honours, that's flip-flopped round, and now we've got the 909, who by the time they've gone through Eau Rouge and up the hill and across Radion and onto the Camon Straight, Rick Reuters had already created a bit of a cushion that was going to be of some comfort to them when they went into the braking area for the Lecombe.
CP Racing, it's been an up-and-down race. They were very early to come in. Remember, Charles Espinal started the race. It was either after 3 or 4 laps. He came into the pits. We wondered what he was doing. Just came in and went round to refueling. Since then, he's been running on a slightly different sequence to the others. But 4th place for Shane Lewis could become 3rd. He's hunting down Daniel Alleman. Started the lap just under 2 seconds down on him. Has been gaining 2 seconds a lap. So the CP Racing Mercedes picks off one of the junior class cars, and he's setting off after that black Herbert Motorsports Porsche. Down through Jackie Ick's curve they go, and at this moment Shane is doing one thing absolutely clearly. He's looking for the wet track. He's driving what wouldn't be the racing line. He's trying to find the moisture, and I would suggest that Daniel Alleman is on slick tyres and trying to avoid what moisture is still there.
Can you remember, Bruce, when you first learnt, you and I are the same age, can you remember, Bruce, the first time you learnt about race drivers putting their car deliberately into the wet to save the wet tyres from destroying themselves? You know what I'm going to say, don't you?
No, I don't, but you're going to tell.
Fuji, 1976.
Oh, absolutely so.
James Hunt.
The drive of the race from Mario Andretti, of course, who won it. That gets lost in the midst of time. He won it for Lotus when they were at a very low point in their career, but the rate at which the tyres were chunking and falling apart at Fuji, the track was falling apart effectively as well. It was an astonishing race. If you've never watched it, go and take a look. If you want a race of mild excitement, don't watch that one. It's full excitement, but we've got plenty of excitement here because Santalot Racing, Anton Duquin, now right on the tail. Oh, less than a second down on the number 1 Audi. We said it would happen on this lap. The McLaren that is running in 7th place is only just in front of them. It's about to go a further lap down, one would think.
And he's not really wanting to trip over the leaders for sure. Here they come together though. There's about to be a change of lead. We've got Nick in the pits, but just hang on, Nick. We're about to see Duquin change position with Pierre Caffer, who remains on slick tyres, and you know that Caffer's reacted to that. Now we come to the drier part of the track here, the drier section of track through the pit path Fania. The right and left comes back to benefit Pierre Caffer a little bit more, and we see there the number 1 Shima Sport Audi pulling away slightly, a little bit of a cushion. That's going to continue all the way back to us and underneath us, Bruce.
Yeah, so let's find time to dive down to the pits before a move happens.
Well, it's got very busy here, so I assume it's a X amount of minutes since the last code 60. There's all sorts of cars in, including I think the CP Racing machine. I think it's coming for a full service. We've just had the Red Ad 904 that came in and changed the slicks. 720 RD size Lamborghini's also changed the slicks. I'm right, here comes CP Racing. Still says Lewis in the car. My guess is that will change when they get round and down past the timing bit out on pit exit. We've had a couple of the bit smaller BMWs in. We have the 420, sorry, down the road now. We've got the 245 from the TC class. Could be a long way down to number 16 as well. So we've run that period of very little happening, apart from Haas having a problem, and now everyone's coming in and taking the opportunity to decide for the next 20 minutes at least, slicks of the tyres to have.
Okay, while we've got a hugely exciting lead battle at the moment, it looks like it's settling in favour of Pierre Caffer, who's found a bit of form. We have crossed just 2 hours to go in the 6-hour first half of the 12 hours of Spa Francorchamps with Krevensic. So let's have a rundown on who is where in the touring classes.
So TCE being led by Homeguard Motorsport, Roy Edmonds remains at the wheel of the 102, 32nd overall, and it's got a bit of a gap
before we see our next TCE runner, and that's the TCX class runner of the Porsche 718 Cayman. That's the SRS team saw Grinsport Heiko Eckenberg in the pits with that car 227. That might see a change of position when we next see these cars go out. Up into third in TCE has come the rear keep by Car Sport BUGGYRA. That's Alvaro Rodriguez at the wheel in the number 123, 37 overall. Fourth is the Wolf Power car. Ives Valles, the number 121, 39th overall, fourth in TCE. And then we've got the battle of the BMW M2s. The TCX class, more powerful, 450 brake horsepower. Car number 245, currently in the pits with Mauro Mercuri. And then running in sixth in TCE, we've got the BMW M2, that's 365 less of power. Over racing by Bob Motorsport, Michael Bob on the wheel with that one, car 331, and they are 45th overall.
So the gap first to second closing down, but now opening out again. It suddenly seems we had the tipping point between first and second at the very lap that Anton Duclair thought he might be able to make the move to gain 2 seconds. Pierre Caffer is coming through, and anyone on rain tyres, we saw CP Racing coming in, they definitely were still trying to find some wet track for their failing rain tyres, but of course they've now moved on to 6. But now is the time to go through the results with 4 hours, 2/3 in the first half of this race. So we've still got 2 hours to go, and leading Scherer Sport Audi by the tiny margin of 2.3 seconds, with Pierre Caffer ahead of Anton Duclair, the Santalok Junior Team Audi. So it's Audi from Audi, then Porsche from Porsche with the 91 Herberth Motorsport car. Daniel Allemann at the wheel, still in third position. Then the top car in the Porsche Cup class, it's HRT Performance Adam Christodoulou, car number 930. And with the sudden pit stop for CP Racing, that's dropped them down the order, and up into 5th place goes the Heart of Racing Mercedes with Ian James at the wheel. 6th place is Patrick Krapinski in the 69 JP Motorsport McLaren. Land Motorsport, the number 34 car, creeping up the order, Dr. Johannes Kirchhoff. And the second of the cars in the Porsche Cup class, it's Kobe de Bruyker in 903 Red Ant Racing. Completing the top 10, we've got Modena Motorsport. Francis Chia still holding on to the wheel there. John Shen started that Modena car, number 16. And just having dived into the pits, it was 5th. It's fallen to 10th place. CP Racing, Shane Lewis, Mercedes. 909 Red Camel Jordans. That's been working its way up the order, running very well in the Porsche Cup class. That's 11th, that's 909. And number 11, the Hofer Racing Mercedes is 12th. Max Partel at the wheel. Then ET2P Racing, Paulo BUGGYRA has just taken that over from Javier Morcillo. That's car number 90. 14th place, Philly Motorsport by Ebby Motors, working its way with every lap, seemingly up the charts. 14th overall. Then 2 Lithuanian entries in the Porsche Cup class. 992, that's Mantas Mikushas for Porsche Baltic, and one of the Juta Racing cars, their Audi, is tucked in behind Egidius at the wheel. 17th place in the GT class, HRT Performance, and that's Nicholas Sturzinger. Just had a little off-track moment about 10 minutes ago. That's in 17th place. 18th place is Bert Longer, back at the wheel of the PK Car Sport Porsche. Then the Lamborghini from GT3 Poland, back in the hands of the driver who started it. It's now in 19th place, Andrzej Lewandowski at the wheel. Then MP Racing, it's been rotating. It's gone through 3 Gosners. It's in the hands of Corinna Gosner at the moment, and that's in 20th place overall. A second car from Juta Racing, a second Audi, and that's Vitenis Gubinas in the 71 Audi in 21st. 22nd position, Red Ant Racing, a car that led the class, led the race for one stage, the 904 car, and that's just come out of the pits. It's lost a lot of form. Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini, Kerong Lee back on board that, and that's in 23rd and 24th position, but leading GTX by a tiny margin. Nick Gielan's just taken over from Nathan Van Springle. 25th position, 9 und 11 Racing, that's car number 719. And then just having come out of the pits, 929, a car that we've seen from all angles, had a few spins so far. That's HRT Performance with American racer Greg Gorski taking it over. 27th position, yet another Lithuanian team. It's Nicola Michelin in the Lamborghini. That's refueling at the moment. Then come the 2 Black Falcon Porsches, 920 in 28th position at 919. In 29th. Then Land Motorsport, it's had its problems. Stefan Weininger had a spin in that as well. It's car number 55, an Audi from the GT3 class. Then GT4 class leader, it's car number 416, the BUGGYRA ZM Racing Mercedes, and another Mercedes. The the one from the Korean entry, Atlas BX Motorsport, car number 403 in 32nd position. Still going, what a big GT field we have. Lion Speed GP powered by SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, good backup crew for that Porsche Cayman. That's car number 427 with American racer Daniel Miller at the wheel. And then comes Lars Zanen, 488. That's the outlap for the BMW from TCL Motorsport. Senkia Motorsport also running in the GT4 class with the BMW. That's being refueled, and Thomas Erdilly will be at the wheel of that. Then Vortex V8 car 701, started by Lionel Lamrouche. He's at the wheel of that. He's in 36th position. 37th position, the X-Swift Racing Toyota, the one that had a cockpit full of smoke early in the race. And then PB Racing, car 726, they're 38th. 39th is the Haas RT car, having many repairs after Stefan Perrin just went off slightly, but with some damage at Raidillon. And finally, 979, 40th position, the Speed Lover Porsche. That was pitting after the very early laps with a fluid leak. And then we've got 43 cars in all. 41st position, the PCR Sport Mercedes, then the 755 Land Motorsport Audi. That's in the pits at the moment for Land Motorsport. And 702 Vortex, Laurent Misbach, also in the pits with his car. 43 runners in the GT class.
We'll leave Bruce to catch his breath there and have a rundown of our TCE class. Holden Garden Motorsport been at the front of the class now for quite a while. They are leading our touring car endurance part of this 12 Hours of Spa. Really keep by Todd Car Sport, they're in second place. The SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, car 227, they're in third. Wolf Power Racing, the number 121 Audi RS3, they're in fourth. Fifth is the Roma Racing by BMW, that's the BMW M2, car 245, they're fifth. Sixth is the lesser powered M2 BMW of Hofer Racing by Bob Motorsport, car 331. And then a car that went into the pits very, very early on. It had a catastrophic failure of some sort, the Wolf Power Racing 117, and it was a shame that, because Marcus Menden and Rob Huff really looking forward to see those two drivers in this race, but mechanical problems put that car out of the race and into the pits very, very quickly.
So there you have it, and while that was going on, the clock kept counting down. We've got 1 hour and 51 minutes. What's happened, the gap between first and second? It's Beer Cafe from Anton Ducat. It got down to half a second or so.
It's 9 seconds now, Bruce. Yeah, 9 seconds. Let's head down to the pits where Nick has got an update for us. Go ahead, Nick.
It's for the Land Motorsport 755 Audi. Now, the driver got out and confidently told us that the problem was the turbo. The problem actually was the gearbox, and if you can see in there, hopefully Seb can fire at the camera, there's all swaths of metal that shouldn't be there. The gearbox holds itself, that screwdriver shouldn't do that, and it dumped all the gearbox oil, and that's contaminated the clutch as well. So they have another new gearbox which hasn't got a big hole in it, and a new clutch, and they're working away. The supposedly errant turbocharger is sitting there going, ha ha ha, I'm absolutely fine. It was the naughty gearbox.
It's a good job they thought it was the turbo to pull the motor out, whereupon they found a hole in the gearbox. I don't know if it went like that.
As luck would have it.
Yes. I'm not quite sure it went like that, but I'm glad to see they've got to the bottom of it. Nick, as we've got a couple of cars off, I was about to ask you to go and check on the Haas RT team. Meanwhile, up at Le Combe, we've got the number 720 Lamborghini, and that looks like an Audi R8, both off. Right in the middle of the track as well.
Is it the Haas RT car? I'm trying to look at the colours on the roof.
The Haas RT car's in the pits.
Oh, in the pits. OK, the 720 Lamborghini Odysseus Boutakouvelis RD Sainz car, that was running second, third in GTX class. Recently, after a pit stop, had fallen back to fourth.
That is
okay.
Audi R8.
I think it could be one of the Juta Racing cars. They're red and white, so 71 is my guess. Juta Racing.
He's on driver's right as you come through the first part of Le Combe.
Yeah, first part of Le Combe. It's Vitenis Gubenas, and the number is indeed on the roof. That car, I thought it was a bit of marking. Thank you for spotting that from the pits there. Now, who jumps, who pushes? So what I can tell you is up in the braking area, going for the inside at The turn into Les Combes, and the Lamborghini on the outside was half a car length in front, but two were going to tango there. Tango became tangle. The Lamborghini went through 360 degrees, rejoined, and then fired up. But
the Audi came from way back. The Lamborghini just did not expect that.
Even though we thought it said 71 on the roof, I can now see 72 on the door. And that has reversed back across the track. So it's the other Audi from the GT3 AM Audi from Juta Racing. And that went, and leader coming into the pits, I'm being told.
Yeah, and more importantly, going into the garage. Pierre Caffer has brought the car in. Elie Earhart waiting to get on board, but it's not just coming in for a tyre change. It's gone up on the dolly jacks. Don't forget this happened before earlier when they were complaining about a bad vibration. But the car has come in, and they are indeed slicks on that car. I mean, I don't think there's much of a doubt about that. They're doing the old peering thing. They do love to peer into the back of an Audi, don't they? If in doubt, just peer in the back of it. Man now climbs onto the buttress on the right-hand side, had a really good search about what's going on down there. So Pierre has obviously reported that something doesn't feel right. So perhaps the car's not perfect. Perhaps he shouldn't be losing 10 seconds a lap. Perhaps it should only be 5 because of the weather. But they have wired everyone back in again. They haven't actually changed the tyres, by the way. They've taken 2 of them off and left 2 of them on. And now they do that thing again. They're obviously not happy with how this car feels, whilst it obviously is producing some form of lap time. There's a lot of waggling going on at the rear end. Just trying to see, is something loose? Or is it just, that weird feeling racing drivers get occasionally where they think something's gone wrong? They've got just right-hand side tyres. They may have no tyres on it now, but it'll have to come out the dollies. So this is a stop that's going to be costing a bit of time. To see if I can grab a word with Pierre. So I think a word with Audi Customer Sport Racing at the moment. Apparently they're slightly more important than us. Can't believe that. Car looks absolutely fine. They're not really doing anything to it now at the moment. They're just kind of wandering around with a set of warmed tyres.
Have they plugged a laptop in yet?
Nope. No, they've kind of got a peering. A quick word with Pierre. Pierre, that must have been great fun on slicks.
Oh, well, great fun. Yes, it was fun, of course, but it was also on the borderline on one stage, as you could see. But I have to say, on the right point, it made click again, and the last couple of laps I could go, but unfortunately now we have some vibrations again, and we are still looking for this problem. I don't know, but it was really fun outside to drive, I have to say.
So just when it got dry again, you started to get that vibration again. Did you get any near what the problem was last time it was in?
No, we couldn't find something, and I need to ask the boys. I don't know.
Thanks, Pierre. So as you say that, the car is wheeled out with some fresh slicks now, straight out of the tyre warmers, because tyre warmers, they're a good idea, and it's not very green to crash a car and have to replace loads of bits you have to make again for the sake of 1 gallon of diesel. Oh, sorry, Green Lobby, you're talking rubbish.
Yeah, let's not get into that one. Let's have a look at some issues there. We saw a couple of cars there getting pinged for track limits. It's actually the leader, or the car that took over the lead, while we saw both the number 1 Shearer Sport Audi into the pits. The Antoine Duquesne Santelot car that should have taken over that lead also came into the pits. That was more of a service situation. We see the 26 now in fueling. While they were in the pits, the Daniel Alleman-driven Herbert car came through and took the lead. And as he did, though, he got so excited, he's been pinged for track limits through Eau Rouge.
Well, the reason he was pressing so hard through Eau Rouge, he had Adam Christodoulou, leading runner in the Porsche Cup class car, right under his tail, made a better exit, and someone hasn't made a better fist of things.
Did Christodoulou go by?
Yes, he did.
Into the lead?
Yeah, I'm just double checking that because I've been distracted. The 418 Mercedes sitting sideways in the track, PCR Sport car, waiting for that to get going. And that seems to be on the exit of the drop down from towards Bruxelles. So Adam Christodoulou has indeed taken the lead. He had a much better run through the corner, but they both are being checked for exceeding track limits.
Yeah, but let's just put that into some context. Christodoulou's in a 992 Cup car. Can someone call Christodoulou on the phone and tell him you're in a 992 class car? You shouldn't be doing that, mate. But he is.
He's a rebel, but another rebel is Nicholas Damon.
Yeah, it's not often I'm compared to the same sentence as Adam Christodoulou, in fairness. But my surname apparently is quite hard to spell as well properly, even though it's only 5 letters. Yeah, it's back with Hassar-T because Joe wanted an update. They are now in the process of rebuilding. The good news is that they are reusing the mounting points for the front and rear suspensions. There hasn't been any chassis rail damage, so they've just taken off the mounts using back the same screw holes. They are working their way through the process, which is quite a long one when you replace the entire corner, because they're taking some of the things off the existing bits that have broken the corner and replacing them on the static parts. The rear's virtually finished. The front's got a while to go. I hate to predict this, guy. If I say it's 20 minutes, it'll be an hour. If I say it's an hour, it'll be 20 minutes. Obviously, the key thing they have to do is get it out prior to the intervention that did on 10 laps. I'd like to say also there is a man attacking an incredibly expensive Öhlins shock absorber with a very, very big spanner and a hammer, which is slightly worrying me, because I'm thinking that thing's worth thousands, but they must know what they're doing.
Well, thanks for explaining that. I was slightly worried you were playing the castanets. I could hear the tapping sound in the background. I know your song and dance routine.
Nick estimating how long the job will take on replacing the suspension in an Audi R8. Nick's changed suspension in an Audi R8 many, many times, surely, for him to be able to do that. Maybe not. Okay, moving on. Christodoulou, incredible drive from that HRT performance. Number 930, the 9 to go in the class it's in, and that's the 992 class runner into the lead of this class, into the lead of this race overall, and he's already pulled 1.7 seconds on Alleman in the Herbeth car. Now we've got a Cup car leading a GT3, not just a GT3 car, but a GT3 field of cars. Incredible drive by Christodoulou.
And he's doing it on a track that is almost properly dry. They're lapping very close to their best time within a couple of times, and there are still some cars out there I would warrant that are still on wet weather tyres. They're going to need to come in. Their tyres must be absolutely crucified at the moment. But I would think the gap is Adam Christodoulou dives into the pits. I was going to say it's going to be 5 seconds between them. It is, but that's with Christodoulou now behind because he's entered the pit lane. He's obviously going to go down and check with Nick how long an Audi R8 suspension takes to be changed. But out of the lead goes Adam Christodoulou. He's with Nick.
It's a full service, drive waiting to get in, a new set of boots going on to Christodoulou's car. As I pointed out to Joe, I have changed many a broken Audi R8. I simply press Control-Alt-Delete and then request new car. And it's fixed instantaneously. It's absolutely fine. I'm sure it's exactly the same for Hassar-T, yeah. I think, you know, you have to predict how long it's our job to guess stuff, you know. We have to guess stuff all the time. That was close. We have to guess stuff all the time. Anyway, Christodoulou's out, and I'll have a word with him in a second.
Thank you very much. Now, a car that had been going incredibly well, but unfortunately just going sideways and off the circuit is 758 Nick Gielan, second now in the GTX class car, slightly out of a pit stop sequence with the GT3 Poland Lamborghini that now leads it. But after that brilliant run by Nathan van Springel, a bit of a setback with Nick Gielan at the wheel, but it looks though it's rejoined the circuit, the Mark II car from VDS Racing Adventures. Just checking the lap pace we're getting from Daniel Alleman, and so I'm not entirely sure how long ago he came in. It's all been a bit of a blaze because with the sudden flurry and wet weather tyres having to be pulled off and slicks to be put on, it's been chopping and changing. But just to reiterate, Adam Christodoulou in from the lead, just waiting to see if the third driver will get aboard the 930 Porsche. Two Chinese teammates this weekend, Martin, who started, and it looks like it should be the turn of Eric Zhang to replace Adam Christodoulou, but that was quite a drive, Joe.
Darren Wood, who's watching back in the UK, is asking if it's ever been done before, if a 24H series race has ever been led by a Cup car. I think it has. Don't ask me to be specific. I think it has. We certainly haven't had a 992 car win a race overall, but we have had an IMSA race won by a GT class car. Petit Le Mans was won by a GT Porsche, wasn't it? Back in the rain-affected race many years ago. I think Nick was there.
Yeah, he probably was, but he's quick on his feet. Adam Christodoulou is quick behind the wheel. Let's unite Adam with Nick.
Okay. Is that just showing off, leading the race in a Porsche?
Well, we just stayed out there. Like, I know this place like the back of my hand, and it was just one of those that if it only rained a little bit, then we'll just stay out there because it dries so fast here. And honestly, the Cup car's a lot of fun to drive, and I think actually when you're on slick tyres, versus GT3 cars on slick tyres in the wet conditions, because it's a skinnier tyre, I think it works a bit better. But no, it's a lot of fun out there. So yeah, just try to go as quick as I could. We'll see where we end up after this pit stop, because we were hoping for a safety car. That's why we were, or a code 60. That's why we were staying out there so long. But no, I had a lot of fun out there.
Yeah, I mean, is it down to the weight distribution of the Porsche as well? You know, with the weight over the rear, that helps keep heat in the rear tyres. Is that an advantage?
Yeah, I guess so, like, especially with the slick tyres in the damp conditions. But it's just about getting the thing rotated and then, like, point and squirt with this thing. All the weight's over the rear, so you use whatever grip you've got to your advantage. But it's just one of those, just staying on the wet lines and just trying to stay calm. I didn't even realise we were leaving overall until they just said. So.
We know you as an AMG driver, and we know you as a Nürburgring specialist. Is it just, as a professional racing driver, not that hard to convert to a Porsche?
I think I've been racing long enough, and it's the first time I've been in the 992. I did a little bit of coaching and testing in the 991 with customers over the last few years. But I like to think any of the top guys will jump in a car and be quick straight away. Look at some of the Audi guys and Lambo guys that have jumped in between different brands for the start of this year for the Nürburgring, and straight away they're quick off the mark.
Great stuff, Adam. Thank you very much. And I need to answer a question for you, Joe. The Porsche Cup cars used to lead at Dubai every year after an hour because they wouldn't stop as early as the GT3s. So they would lead on a fuel strategy or fuel tankness, and you'd always have a few laps. And occasionally, if there's a problem around that time, we'd see one leading about 2.5 hours. But certainly, we've certainly never seen a Porsche leading as far as any intervention, be it 3 hours, 4 hours, or 6 hours.
Yeah. I would love to know if we've ever had a Cup car leading one of these races because of performance rather than, early in that race, the fueling aspect will have affected that. But you know what? It doesn't detract from a pretty superstar run there from Chris Dudula. I mean, we've come to know Adam really well with him racing in this series before, and of course in the NLS at the Nürburgring, of which he is a bit of a specialist. He really is a superstar, and it was a superstar drive there to get that car into the overall lead.
So Daniel Alleman in from that overall lead, which he just took when Adam brought the HRT Performance 930 Porsche into the pits, and now it's the turn of the number 91 car. Driver change occurring down there. They had 4 drivers in their lineup, so it could probably be Alfred Renauer. I think that was the news we got down on the pit. We thought it might be Robert, but with Lauren Heinrich making a 5-driver lineup, they've obviously decided just to have the 4, but looks like a fairly standard pit stop for the 91 crew. They're right up towards pit exit, the final garage before the pit lane turns to the right and then runs down the hill towards the fueling area. But up on the jacks, down on the tarmac. Again, standard pit stop, executed very well indeed by Herbert Motorsport.
New leader though, Bruce. And there is the new leader, the heart of racing, Mercedes. Goes through into the lead, Ian James, who is at the wheel of that number 27 Mercedes and will take the lead. And I believe he's just been in the pits and he's now out. Not sure.
No, I think he's only had 4 pit stops. I think he should be coming in for Roman De Angelis, who has yet to go out.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, he's been in the car over 93 to come up to 94 minutes. So yeah, I can't just work that one out quite well. So Ian James now at the wheel, and you know what, Bruce? If this is where we're at with, we're coming in towards the last pit stops tomorrow afternoon, it's not so important that, and it's going to be just down to where you are in relation to the leader as to what you do towards the end of this first segment. Whether or not you pit out of sequence to put yourself on a fuel load, or whether or not you restart tomorrow's section, the last 6 hours, on an empty tank and then pit early. You're all heading towards and trying to gauge where you're going to be for that last fuel window, which is about 80 minutes, just over an hour for a GT3 car, maybe 70 minutes, 65, 70 minutes.
You have to think backwards when you get towards the end of, well, we treat it as 2 6-hour races, but one thing that's just suddenly occurred on our screen is green. Cars now setting their fastest lap of the race, so a lot of them are sort of on Actually, just looking there, checking their pit stops. Actually, very early in their stint, but they're on slick tyres on a track that is now dry, as opposed to the predecessors. Those who were on wet tyres were struggling to get any wet patches to drive on, and those who were on slicks just had a damp track to dry on. But now it's a properly dry track.
And consider this, Bruce. We started in beautiful sunshine, totally dry, and to see green lap times being produced on the timing screen, that means quickest lap of the race since we started this. So that's the quickest lap times from those cars. And one of those cars, no surprise, the Montana Motorsports Porsche, currently 8th in GT3, the number 16 car, Benny Simonson. You know, they've kept that superstar in the toolbox right until the late stage.
They have to. All the drivers at the moment are in the top 30-something. There are 5 drivers who set their cars fastest lap. None of them are in the top 10, so it could be the case you put Am Pro, it could be going that way. But when I see the drivers in the top 10 starting to beat their best lap times so far in this race, we know the track conditions are at their very, very best. Right, let's just run down the order, if I may. Ian James, top of the charts, Heart of Racing, Mercedes, but I think that will be coming in. In fact, it's Daniel Alleman. It should be coming in very soon to go to Roman De Angelis. That's the lead of the race. Daniel Alleman came in the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. That's still listed as second, and 96, the Santalok Audi, listed in third. Elliot Earhart just took over the Shearer Sport PHX Audi. That was the one that Pierre Caffer did such a good job on slick tyres, but then they brought in that car and stuck it in the garage, checked it out, but its first pit stop we heard there was something slightly untoward, but they're still right at the sharp end of the field for Shearer Sport PHX.
Dropped 2 laps off the lead lap, though. 2 laps off the leader, I should say. That's what's caused that. We're still not aware. Maybe that's a mission for Nick, if he chooses to accept it, is to find out exactly what the concerns were and if indeed they found what was causing those concerns. Because that was what's delayed that car and has kind of put it out of sequence with the cars ahead of it, currently 4th, which isn't too bad considering you've been in the pits all that time.
Absolutely not. So Ian James definitely must owe us a pit stop. He's 1 hour and 37 minutes into the stint in the Heart of Racing Mercedes. Roman De Angelis, Canadian racer, has yet to have a go here. Ian James had 2 goes. He's enjoyed it so much. He was racing here last weekend, but that was a Heart of Racing Aston Martin in the World Endurance Championship. But he's getting to know the place. Never raced here before. Well, not for 25 years, as he explained, and suddenly 2 in 2 weekends. And that's 6 hours last weekend in the WEC, the World Endurance Championship, and 2 lots of 6 hours this weekend. So he's definitely got the Spa bug and getting a lot of track time. Leading the race, but the pit stop surely will be this time around.
992 now being led by the 909 numbered red Camel car. Rick Boyd is still at the wheel of that car. He's been in the car just over an hour now, and that car's currently 5th overall. Second in the 992 class, Ayrton Redon now at the wheel of the 903 numbered red Ant Porsche. And then we've got the HRT Performance Porsche 930, Shinji Zi, or commonly known as Martin. Martin now at the wheel of the 930, having took over that car from Adam Christodoulou, 3rd in 992 and 9th overall.
Well, unfortunately, we just had a clash going into La Source. The number 71 Audi, one of the 2 Juta racing Audis, was given a clatter up the inside. A Lamborghini went up the inside and into the flank of the Audi. There is debris all over, and it's going to be quite hard for the drivers. It's blind for them. It's just around the corner, and the bonnet has folded back on the windscreen of the Gosner family car, the MP Racing number 58, and that has rotated through the family, and it's going up with the bodywork rubbing on the front of the car. The driver, how anything can be seen as he's got through Eau Rouge, got through Randillon. He can look just about under the folded back bonnet.
He's got a tiny slit between the folded back bonnet and the windscreen. He can barely see. I bet he's crouching down. He possibly is at his slack in his belts. The wiper struck, so the bonnets flew up on the 58.
It's David Gosner, one of the 3 Gosner children of Thomas, and now at the top of the crest of the hill up at Les Combes. The track goes right, and he hasn't managed it at all. He missed the turning point with the car that has bodywork, and he's pulling off, parking as far from the circuit as he can, and even on the slope, the bonnet doesn't go down.
I'm not sure he could have been any further away from the pits.
No.
It happened at the source, and he's driven that car with the bonnet up, masking that windscreen, all the way up through Eau Rouge, down the Kemmel Straight, and he's pulled off on the outside. There's a bit of an escape road on the outside of the Les Combes sequence of corners. Marshall there with a cigarette over an engine bay. Not really advisable, but that's another story.
Is it a whistle?
I'm not sure. I think that's a lit cigarette, yes, but we'll think about that later. The 58, though, that's going to have to be recovered with a flatbed truck or the like back to the pits before the 58 Mercedes can resume.
Code 60, not surprisingly. Okay, it's the old circuit, effectively, where it used to go into the next valley. That's the straight ahead for Les Combes. The marshals have managed to wrestle the bonnet halfway down, but now they're pushing the 58 Mercedes back out of the way. Code 60, but importantly, Ian James didn't dive into the pits, but I think, Nick, everybody else did.
And certainly the SBS team that runs Heart of Racing is waiting for him. We have just seen the Santaloc team. They've come through just for fuel. Drivers stayed on board. However, it's been a full service for the 909 Red Camels Porsche in the Porsche Cup class. We've also had a couple of the other cars trundling through. We've got the brain's gone here. Microphone off to prevent from deafening you, because that's the sort of classy guy I am. But it takes a while to get again. Yeah, they are all running through. We are of course going to wait for the Gosler car to come back, which I assume will be on a flat bed truck. So.
Jsem jel, sklodu 60 padla zelená, tak jsem ho odmáhl. Na rovince. Nejvíc bylo, jak se říká, našel už. Jak ale jako, když nemohl ani hnout, tak to musel si jet dolů, že jo? Nahoru to nešlo, tak musel odehrávat trošku do roviny.
We can see today here at the square is an amazing atmosphere. So the fans are great, the atmosphere, the area of Belgium here is beautiful. The circuit is super challenging, and so it's always a lot of fun to come here. Yeah, I think it's going to be really good. I'm definitely looking forward to it. The Astra was great, but I'm not as experienced in a front-wheel drive car. It was my first time in a TCR, first time at Spa. My first session was in the wet, very cold, in the dark. So I'm sure that from that experience, this time will be much better. We've got our crew with us here as well. So, not underestimating the challenge or the competition, but very much looking forward to it. And we're prepared very well, and so cautiously confident. We're based in South Korea. We've done most of our racing there. And so to have the opportunity to join Creventic here and to race the European Series across all of these famous circuits.
Říkám, to je pěkný, suchá stopa, krása. To bude paráda a najednou stopa zmizela. Jo, tak já si budu muset zapnout stěrače, to je prima, mám na to ideální gumy.
Dneska druhý stint, jaký byl?
No, a hezky se mi to rozjíždělo, byla větá suchá stopa, byl na slikách. Říkám, to bude nádhera. Padlo 60, rozpršelo se, stopa zmizela. Rozjeli se louže, takže já musel přežít prostě na slikách, než to osklo. Což bylo opravdu jako, já jsem to nechtěl hrotit, protože vím z toho prvního stintu, že samozřejmě stačí malá louže nebo něco a bude z toho prostě velká kaše. Takže jsem se snažil jet rychle, ale opatrně, pak to šlo osychat, zrychlovat. Teď už to bylo ke konci jako zábavný, ale ten začátek to bylo fakt jako, to bylo o přežití.
Adam ti to předával na hezký pozici, pak se vyjde ta výměna trochu propad. Když to vytáhnul zpátky na první místo, super, ne? spokojený s výsledkem?
Jestli to bude probíhat tak, jak to probíhá, super. Je tam hrozně předjíždění, jo? Je tam prostě trafik obrovský, kde jsou tam pomalejší auta, rychlejší auta. Takže prostě najít nějaký kompromis mezi tím, prostě nestratit, včas uhnout. Je to mazec, no. Teď je větá stopa, takže nikomu se do mokrý stopy nechce, že jo? Každý chce zůstat na suchý. No, takže je to dobrý, jo.
My jsme měli možnost si podívat zpátky na ten tvůj vejlet mimo trať. Tam to bylo hodně natěsno.
Bylo to natěsno, no. Bylo to jako tak, no. Prostě to nebylo ani v zatáčce, to nebylo ani nádech, jako na to zatočit, prostě hodně vody.
No, tam bylo vidět, že ty si předjížděl auto a pak najednou začalo pršet, potom předjetí najednou obrovská průtorž a ve vteřině...
No, a tam nešlo nic, jako. Takže já jsem jenom čekal, vím, že tam je poměrně dost místa, tak jsem si říkal, jenom musíme minout ty svodidla a pak se to snad někde dobře zastaví, jakoby, no. Zastavilo, mě to chcíplo, nebo samozřejmě mě to chcíplo, musel jsem to všechno restartovat, abych to mohl znova nastartovat, nemohl jsem ho tam tuď vyhrabat, protože to bylo do kopce na mokré trávě, takže bylo to takový dost stěžení, no. Jsem rád, že to zůstalo v celku a že jsme mohli začít tlačit znova a v podstatě z té zadní pozice to takhle krásně vytáhnout dopředu. No.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Audi, it's way down the order, and that was one of the Land Motorsport entries. It's had its problems. We saw Stefan Weininger go off. Tim Muller had a moment. Christopher Mies brought it in at the end of the first stint, which was early because the crew wasn't ready for him. But they, I'm sure, will try and pick off a few more places to work up. They're down in 28th position overall. Tim Muller at the wheel, still waiting in a damp downhill drop on the old pit lane. Cars trying to find a space in the refueling area. It's really tricky. It's a very narrow stretch of track, narrowing to a point at the bottom of the run, and you have to make space for cars coming in, cars going out.
So let's have a look at what's happening in TCE. The car that's just getting on with its business, the 102 car in 30th overall. Magnus Holmgaard Motorsports Cupra, currently leading the Touring Car Endurance Series. It's got 5 GT class cars between itself and its complete. So in 2 laps. It's a lap ahead of the other cars in TCE as we go green out on track.
Only 3 cars left in the refueling area. They'll be slightly frustrated it went green while we were at a standstill, but shouldn't be too long. And let's see how quickly we get up to full racing speed on a track as good as it's been at any point in the race so far. The fastest laps. Some of the drivers outside the top 15 or so were starting to come in. We had that code 60 because of the clash up at La Source, and David Gosner looking a little bit bashful by his parked Mercedes, parked away behind the barriers, up the escape road, so completely safe now. Up and they come. But for the drivers, it's about how much heat could they keep in their tyres on a track that's dry, but it's quite cool. Certainly as the cars went down to Bruxelles for the first time, going back to racing speed, a few of the Porsche Cup cars were having a little bit of a moment before they turned into the first of those double right-handers. But right now, don't muck up. Let's see what pace we can go. We've got an hour and 20 minutes remaining in this first 6 hours, the 12 hours of Spa Francorchamps. Let's settle down all over again.
The multi-coloured livery of the Willy Motorsport by EB Motors Porsche 955, current championship leader. Sergei Nikolai at the wheel of that car, currently 4th in 992, a little bit off the car in 3rd, which is now flip-flopped back to be Luke Boykers, now at the wheel of the 909 red Camel car, just took over that car from his brother Rick. That car now giving the lead back to Ayrton Redon in the Red Hat Racing car, the 903 leading the class. Luke Boykers now at the wheel, and it seems to
be that the majority of the driving being done by the two younger brothers. Dad did start the car, I believe. No, he didn't. Has he been in the car today?
Not that I saw. We did take time off to have a buffalo steak for lunch, but no, it gives him another day to recover after his surgery at the start of the week. It's such a Broikers family thing. Surgery, schmergery. Come on, let's go racing.
I mean, in fairness to him, he did say he was keen on trying the full clear out. And to be, and we're talking about only last week that he had a burst appendix and went into hospital. And to think that the doctor offered him two options, and he took the option which would enable him to race here at Spa. If he'd been anywhere else, he might not have been so bothered, but racing at Spa is an annual thing for the Broikers family.
For those of you who didn't get to listen to Nick's interviews on the grid at the start of the race, that of the two options, if he took option A and woke up with tubes sticking out of his side, it hadn't gone the way he wanted. But he woke up, there were no tubes. That meant racing at Spa this weekend. You've always got to tip your hat off to Ivo Broikers in particular. So strong behind the preventing too. He sort of makes it happen, but just doesn't ever want to miss one of the rounds. And particularly now they're racing in the Porsche Cup class, I think that adds real piquancy for this circuit. They've raced on for so many years with the TCR car, but now they're racing something at the sharp end. Let's see where the car is. 909 after the shuffle. Is 11th place overall with Luke. May gain a place on the next lap as well. So very well placed in car. Still 11th as it starts another lap. As the 55 Audi, I mentioned it's had its problems, going for another rotation, a semi-rotation, and rejoins that. Oh! Got onto the grass. Suddenly the tail of the car swung round and it kissed the barriers. May not have even removed any paint, but it's sitting across the circuit now. Only now goes to the outside of the circuit to find a larger area of tarmac with which to rejoin.
Tim Muller having a bit of a nightmare of a 12 hours of Spa. It hasn't really gone its way to work. It's again having some issues to contend with. That was just bodywork there that he had to forward and back. I'm not sure that would have caused him any problems. He's now been able to pull that 55 Land Motorsport Audi back onto the off track. He's now gone back onto the track from the runoff. Continues, gathers himself up, gets his composure back, down in 26th overall. In the spot where we see Tim. This Spa 12 hours is kind of one of those races to forget for everyone in that 55 Land Motorsport Audi team. And I do take full responsibility for wishing Christian Land the best of luck after their dreadful continues. It's going to change soon, Christian.
Yeah, worth pointing out that was a car that was right at the sharp end of the field with Chris Vermees starting in 5th position. Soon he was in 2nd, challenging for the race lead, and since then it's gone a little bit wrong. But I would say weather conditions as good as they've been at any point in the circuit. Still some grey cloud in the distance, white cloud in front, but the track is dry and the lap time, the fastest time of the race we've had so far, I think is a 2:23. Just waiting for the race leader. Heart of Racing, Gray Newell, Mercedes comes through. We're going to see what sort of pace they're setting now in the drive, but it should be the mid 2:25, 26 as I would reckon, maybe in the next lap or two as they get fully up to speed. Our race leader, Gray Newell, more than 97 seconds, a minute and 37 seconds clear from Anton Ducamp, but then of course Gray's only just come out of the pits at the start of his stint, but then likewise so has Ducamp in the Santalot Junior Team 26 Audi.
I think the significant factor there is having pitted and retained the lead. And that, I think, is the first time we've seen that all race, and that's a significant part of the race with, what have we got, less than an hour and 15 minutes now for the rest of the board.
I'm sure we've actually mentioned that the third driver in the rotation for JP Motorsport, we've had 2 stints from a couple of the other drivers, but Norbert Seidler has finally got in, the Austrian, fellow Austrian Christian Klein, and the pole. For the McLaren team, of course, that's Patrick Krupinski, who's the mastermind behind the team, but Norbert Seidler, very, very quick peddler indeed, and he's started to close in on the 34 Audi of Land Motorsport that's running in 4th place. So that McLaren started in 40th position, worked its way bit by bit up the order in the early stages of the race. Very good run from Patrick Krupinski, and getting closer and closer to the sharp end of the field. So there are 5 GT3 cars in the top 5 positions. That lot's too much, but we've got a really good tussle for position at the moment. Just actually at the tail of the top 10, Charles Putman holding on to that 10th place for CP Racing, but Luke Breukers now is attacking in the Red Camels. Jordan still third in the Porsche Cup class, but so in a way his battle is slightly irrelevant with Charles Putman, but he wants the track space. He wants to head off after those up ahead, and it's Martin or Shinji, the HRT performance car that Adam Christodoulou got out, is the next target. That's second in the 992 Cup class, and Red Ant Racing with Ayrton Redon in the lead of the class in 6th overall, a little bit of the way up the track.
Yeah, it's for overall honours, of course, which is when it comes to podium time. And tomorrow we'll see Nick Damon take us through our podium presentation in his own inimitable style. It'll be Charles Putman who has gone through as full of that 992 class Red Camels car. Luke Breukers now trying to find his way by, and the GT3 Spec Mercedes just pulling the weight slightly on the roof of Blanchimont. The 992 class car just running out of pull. We've seen how slippery these cars are, not seemingly the case through Blanchimont.
Well, I was just talking about how track conditions are superb. One of the very fastest laps of the race, just been set by a driver in 16th place overall, 2 minutes 23.9 seconds. For Juta Racing, the 71 Audi, that was the one we thought had spun, but it was the sister car, 72 that got around, and Jonas Gelginis at the wheel. Looking up and down the column, of course, I did spot a 2 minute 22 second lap, 2 minutes 22.8 on the nose, and that's the car number 1, Shearer Sport PHX, which is the one that we think has had slight problems, but when it's on the track, it's really flying. It's just moved up ahead of Ayrton Redon into 6th overall, so the top 6 positions now in the hands of GT3 runners. And again, Elliot Earhart putting in some good laps, 2 minutes 24.8 last time.
I think the 222 is our fastest lap there is.
Yeah, that's what I've hunted for, and that's exactly where I think we've got to. Oh, in fact, I'll give you a 2 minute 22.4. The car that's had its problems, that would have been Christopher Mies in the 55 Audi, but alas, with the other problems, that's down in 26th place. Out on the track, though, a lap ago, as the cars went up to the top of the hill at Les Combes, it was Charles Putman in 10th place. He's still there for CP Racing in the Mercedes, but tucked in behind him, Luke Breukers, the younger of the two Breukers brothers, is looking for a way by, but Charles knows this circuit very well indeed. He's putting his Mercedes where he needs to, but he might need to pull across at Bruxelles to protect that position, but he's left the door slightly open, and Luke's having a look, but it's a 2-part corner, and as they exit the second part on the wide line, CP Racing, Charles Putman was ahead, but of course he was then on the tight line for the next corner for Jackie Itzcock, and Luke Breukers went, show me the outside. I'm young, I'm going for it.
The thing is, though, Bruce, that outside line is slightly damp, isn't it? And that's quite brave. I mean, Luke probably felt stifled there by the CP Mercedes. I'm sure I can see a bit of smoke coming from the rear right-hand wheel arch when the car corners left. There seems to be a bit of a wheel arch rubbing on that right-hand rear tyre of the CP Mercedes. A bit of smoke coming from that. We'll continue to check that out. We'll go through a right-hander now, and as we go through the left-hander, sorry, no, we're different part of the track. We're at through Canvas and through Stanwell. On the run down to Blanchimont now, the CP Racing Mercedes, which is not in a battle for class honours with that car ahead of it. We're going to change of position. The CP car currently third in the GT3 AM category.
Worth pointing out, of course, the driver that's leading the race outright is first in the GT3 AM category. That's Heart of Racing's Gray Newell. He's been sharing the driving with Ian James. They've nearly got 5 hours under their bonnets in the 6 hours here on Saturday at Spa Francorchamps, and being fed red meat and hit with a stick in the cage at the back of the garage is Roman De Angelis, waiting for his go tomorrow. But, you know, they're really doing the hard yards at the moment, leading this race by 1 minute 22 seconds over the Santalot Racing Audi, which, yes, at the moment is hauling him in. We knew that would be the case.
I tell you what a situation to be in. Talk about keeping your powder dry. I mean, Roman De Angelis is the superstar driver in that 20s. I think Bray and Ian will both probably agree with that statement. And to be in a position where 1 hour to go before the break, with just over an hour to go, you've got the lead of this race, and you've got, you know, almost 4 hours of Roman De Angelis tomorrow. It will be 4 hours because you'll maximise his 2 hour stints as much as you can.
It's called doing the hard yards, and they've done the hard yards through very, very tricky conditions. So that makes it all the more impressive where they've got to for Heart of Racing team. with their Mercedes run by Mercedes specialist SPS Automotive Performance. It's going very well indeed. I'm looking at Charles Putnam's car. Which wheel arch did you reckon the smoke was coming from? And through the right hand cell?
Through left-handers.
Through left-handers, okay. So take a look when it comes down the slope to the Jackie X curve. Couldn't quite see it. I think that was also the camera angle, but we'll keep an eye out for that. But looking at lap pace for Charles Putnam, 2:34. That's about right, maybe a little down from where he might be at this stage of the race with the track conditions as they are, but also he's early in his stint. He's a half an hour into the stint, so it's time for us to say that. Gloss over that.
If Guy is... the SRT car still in the pits. Now, Nick said he would give them, what, 20 minutes? An hour, right. I'm not sure it's been minutes for that amount of time.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. We saw Stefan Perrin not long into his stint, but I would reckon maybe 40 minutes ago. Mind you, time is fine, because a lot is happening.
It's been in 70 minutes. So, now 10 minutes. Ah, right. Nick's telling me it was an hour from when he said, which is hard to quantify, because I don't know how far into that 70 minutes. So when do you reckon then?
So Diana down in the pits, it seems relatively quiet.
Single number 85, Charles. You're standing outside the garage here, just sort of watching and listening to what's going on. How would you summarise this event so far?
Absolutely chaotic and crazy and awesome, nerve-wracking. Obviously the changing conditions and which tire to get at which time. We're keeping the Hankook guys busy mountain tires. So yeah, this is very challenging, obviously, but it's one of the reasons we do it. True endurance racing today for sure.
Are you having any issues with the car? Is the car losing fuel, or is everything okay?
No, so far the car's run perfect. Drivers have messed up a little bit here and there, but other than that, the car's still running just as perfect as it ever has.
You're so used to doing these long races with the same team, with the same teammates. How much confidence does that give you coming into events like this, especially when it's such a tricky one?
Yeah, lots. Obviously, all the guys at CP Racing, we're a real tight-knit family. We don't see each other for a couple weeks, a couple months. We get right back into the groove again. Communication's good, set up information, everything. And just, Heido and Jan and the guys that work on the car, we never have an issue with anything, even remotely thinking about anything mechanical can go wrong with the car. It's always absolutely perfect. So confidence here is important, especially in these conditions, especially at this track.
Every driver we talk to, they describe it as a bit of a roller coaster here at Spa. You're just having to contend with so many different aspects all the time. Is that what keeps you wanting to come back and keep doing this?
Absolutely. It's one of the most challenging tracks in the world for sure. And, that's what we do it for. If it was easy, it wouldn't be as much fun. So, yeah, obviously it's beautiful here, the changing conditions, but this track, it is a true roller coaster for sure.
I'll let you get back to the team, Charles. Thanks ever so much.
Thank you.
Interesting to hear, of course, Charles Espinal explaining why the drivers keep coming back. Now, during that interview, I had a slight message, and Joe thought he'd seen something issuing out of that CP Racing Mercedes, and I think I've heard a message suggesting it might be some fuel that's leaking out of that car, so maybe something that needs investigating.
The car just gone through Blanchimont. Definitely some sort of either smoke or mist or something is coming, whether it's fuel or whether it's a tyre rubbing on the wheel arch. We just saw it through Blanchimont there. So Putnam at the wheel of the car in 11th place overall. He is currently third in Las Antonio Sanera in the UTP Racing Goldberg. Is the car behind, and also that car also in the GT3 AM class. So that's a class battle that's beginning to develop in 11th and 12th overall.
And again, I'm still keeping an eye on the gap between first, which is the grey Newell-driven Heart of Racing Mercedes, and Anton Duquin, the 26 Santalot Racing Audi. It's down to around a minute. It's coming down very fast indeed now. Great battles up and down the order, but one that's very close indeed is fourth place. Norbert Siedler's just moved ahead of Tim Fogler, the JP Motorsport McLaren. Tim Fogler, having been passed, having to dive past the Porsche Cup class cars, but as he does that, the McLaren black and gold in livery escaping up the hill towards Blanchimont and pulling clear, so we expected Norbert to go well, and he is.
And not far behind Norbert, just look for the green, or the yellow and black Audi, the luminous yellow and black Audi. That's Elia Earhart, who's coming, and he's coming fast. He is behind Vogler for track position, so that's a two-car battle for 4th and 5th. It's now a three-car battle for 4th, 5th and 6th.
Yeah, but there's another car in that group, and it's the car that's second place. It's the Anton Dupin Santalot Racing. It's the bright green livery on the Santalot car, 0-2 on the screen. So we've got class positions and outright positions, and tucked in behind the Santalot car is the number 1 Elia Earhart car, which is trying to fight its way back. It lost time, as you point out, was 2 laps down because of time spent in the garage sorting out whatever mysterious problems they had. But right now the pace is with Earhart marginally faster than Anton Dokan, but it's how they work the traffic at this moment.
Yeah, trying to get that lad back off that second place Santalot car, and we'll see if Earhart can do that. They're out onto the Kennel Straight now, and we've got the 3 Audis that are coming together. Vogler, Earhart, Seidler in the McLaren, just slightly ahead. We've got that Antoine Duquesne getting involved in that battle, but he's a lap ahead of everybody, and he's about to put another lap on Vogler if he's not careful. Right on the tail of Vogler through Brussels, and that track looks slippery, Bruce, doesn't it?
It really does. It's as though the temperature suddenly dropped and people just aren't getting any grip, and to prove that point, off the racing line at Radeon, but not doing what Stéphane Perrin did, one of the Porsche Cup. I'll tell you who that was. I think that was Benny Simonsen, who's just set the fastest lap. I was about to talk about him. He's 7th place, but he's catching Elia Earhart. And unfortunately, he cut that corner a little too much. Eau Rouge, he just couldn't get the car to turn in properly. The second part of the corner where it fuses into Radeon, across, over the curves, across the painted track on the outside. But fortunately, got back to the black stuff, the racing circuit, and then continued on up the Kennel Straight. But hearted mouth moment there for the Flying Dane. Car number 16, Modena Motorsport. It was started by John Shen, and it was into the hands of Francis Gia, but Benny Simonsen, we know he's quick, and he's proving it yet again. In fact, faster than anybody else on the track at the moment.
We've got a couple of 10-second penalties being issued to a couple of the cars at the forefront of this field. We've got the number 69 Norbert Seidler McLaren, that's been given a 10-second penalty to serve.
It's in 4th place.
At its next pit stop. The 85, the CP Racing Mercedes, track infringement, again track limit infringement, so 6 defences in here, so a 10-second penalty. Now the 979, which is...
Yeah, it's had its problems in the race, actually.
That's been given 10 seconds, but I think the important ones there, the 69 McLaren and the 85 Mercedes, they are going to serve 10, so they're going to take 10 seconds more than they would have liked in their next pit stop.
Yeah, we had some penalties earlier in the race, and of course it all gets slightly lost when we have the code 60s and the whole flurry of cars running in. They're not running at their sort of natural given stopping times, but they know a race at Spa is very seldom going to do that. There will be code 60s, there will be a chance to dive in, there will be a reason to dive in, of course, because with rain coming down earlier in the race several times. Did you guess right? Can you stay out on slicks? Did you guess you needed to go to rain tyres? And that was wrong, you needed to come in. So staying in sequence is something that's very, very hard to do. So let's just round it up. It's almost a minute precisely the gap between Gray Newell leading this race in the heart of racing. Mercedes from Santalot Racing's number 26 Audi with Anton Dupin going very well in that. Next in line, Ralph Bone, somewhat further back and not as quick in the 91 Porsche. But then comes Norbert Seidler, but as Joe just pointed out, there is a 10-second stop-and-go penalty to be served. And out of sequence, a lap down, but pushing the car to second is Elia Earhart, the number 1 Audi from Sport PHX. Very quick indeed, but at the moment it's slightly a distraction for Anton Dupin. He's second, and he doesn't want a car that's a lap down, sitting on his tail, lap after lap, fainting to go to the inside, and just really making him quite uneasy.
That's a great battle. That's a great battle. We've got the number 34, Tim Vogler. He's got the second place car ahead of him, behind him, right behind him, who's about to put him another lap down.
And then you've got Elia Earhart behind the second place car, but he's already gone that lap down off that car. And then about to join in is Benny Simonson. Last time past the pits, 21 seconds with the car. That's going to close. So those three Audis are about to be joined by a Porsche. Benny Simonson will want to get involved in the modern motorsports car. And he can't wait. Three cars just lapping together and really pushing on. I mean, Duquesne there, we saw there on a replay how Duquesne was really pushing, and he was getting a little bit of power oversteer through, I think that was the second part of Fangio.
Yeah, exactly it was. We saw cars going up, including the number 55 Audi. At the moment that's circulating, but way down the order. And now, only now, does the car that's second get out of that battle for 5th and 6th positions. And this is the moment into La Source with the VDS Racing Mark car in the middle of the track. And I don't know, quite frankly, how Elia Earhart managed to turn as tightly as that, but by the time he went on the pit wall side of the Mark VDS car, around the outside at La Source went Tim Vogler in the Land Motorsport Audi number 34. He got the move done. He's now trying to get a slipstream up the Kemmel Straight. And it really is up the Kemmel Straight. If you ever tried walking it, to try and see if he can get past Anton Dokan. Anton doesn't want any of their battle. He's in second place. He's closing down the gap to the race leader, and he's being harried.
It's a good position to be in, though, putting a lap on the cars being directly behind you.
That's true.
Especially considering we're less than an hour now to the interval. So we go into tomorrow where everything closes up, and Earhart flashing the lights there at Vogler. That's the battle for 5th place there. Elia Earhart in the black and bright day-glow green livery. They're just coming up behind the white and blue car of the Land team.
But what's he got ahead of him? He's suddenly got another gaggle of cars. This is in front of the car in second, which has got 5th and 6th. They're a lap down on his tail. But if he hesitates for a second later in this lap and gets caught by the cars in 5th and 6th, it could be quite mighty. And it was a 919 Porsche. I think that's Matt Kehoe at the moment. Let's have a look. Yeah, American racer down in 28th position. Goes for a little bit of a rotation, waits his turn and rejoins the circuit. That was just above Roussel corner.
The Audi battle continues, though. What a great race this is. It's a race for 5th and 6th. The green car ahead of them, that's a lap ahead in second place. The white and blue car, that's Tim Vogler, and then the black and bright yellow car behind is Elia Earhart. And that's the battle for position. The white car against the black and green car is the battle for position. Through Blanchimont, up towards the bus stop now. Through the left-hander of Blanchimont we go. Earhart will be lining the car up for an outbraking manoeuvre. They've got traffic ahead. They're going to end up tripping over traffic. And Vogler and Earhart has to step in behind. And right there in the middle of the bus stop chicane was a Lamborghini. I was going to say a slow Lamborghini.
A GT3, yeah, it's the GT3 Poland car. That's Andrzej Lewandowski. He keeps out the way, but it's very hard in the bus stop chicane. Tim Vogler dives up the inside, but around his nose and up into 5th place goes Elia Earhart. Took the outside line into the La Source hairpin, gets the job done. But while they were doing that, getting around the Lamborghini, finally Anton Ducan's got a little bit of breathing space. Still stays in second place, but now he can concentrate on continuing to close the gap to the race leader, to Gray Newell in the Haas Racing Mercedes. It's under a minute now, 57 seconds. It's still a mountain to climb, but I think with clear traffic, we'll see Anton Ducan taking 3-4 seconds a lap out of the race leader. But the clock keeps counting down. We're under an hour, 55 minutes remain. Until the first half, this is 6 hours today. We've got 6 hours tomorrow for the Creventic 24 hours of Spa Francorchamps.
The question is, can that number 1 Shearer car just pull away from Vogler in the other Audi and get on terms with the McLaren ahead of him on track? It's the McLaren of Robin Seidler. The GP Motorsport McLaren was, is that 7 seconds? No, it isn't. It's 4 seconds, actually. It's not much time to make up. However, Vogler's not over, is he? He's not done, is he? He might have had that 4th place taken from him. Sorry, that 5th place taken from him. But he kind of wants it back. He's very fast on the straight, and as we go through the infield section here at Spa, out of double gauche and heading towards Fagnier, or pit path as it used to be called.
He looks a little bit flustered, I must say, Tim Vogler. Elia Earhart taking a much cleaner line through the double gauche, double left-hander. Where are they in their tyre sequence, their pit stops? They're sort of halfway through a run. They're 45 minutes into a run. We've got 54 minutes remaining, so they more than likely will have to come in. Delighted to see.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
Going well at the moment, but you have a little setback, but you've got 12 hours to play, and I think it was only half an hour in, so the time, Nick said, don't worry, you've got 11 and a half hours to make it up again, but they're pressing on, that's good to see. Right, Gray Newell still leading the race in the heart of racing Mercedes. He's 54 seconds clear, but he's losing about pretty much 3 seconds a lap to Anton Duclair, who's really driven very well at Spa.
The thing is, Bruce, when in what is it, 50, let's call that just under 53 minutes. In 53 minutes, that 54 seconds, if it finishes like that, that's going to disappear. Because tomorrow at the restart, those cars will start side by side. So it doesn't really matter where you, as long as you finish on that lead lap, you can finish with the leader directly behind you. When you come to restart tomorrow, you're going to be right. You're going to be right with the leader. You're going to gain all of that lap back. So that gap there, as long as you're on the lead lap, that's all that counts.
Right, how many cars have we got in the lead lap? The leader, correct, and the car in second place. Only the pair of them. So he's effectively, well, as we say, just 55, 54 seconds now. But it's about also just keeping the car on its toes for tomorrow, feeling all is good, all is right. It's about keeping things clean. And even at this late stage of the race, just a short few minutes ago, Matt Kehoe went for a spin in the 990 Black Falcon Porsche. But nothing untoward, but it could happen. The CP Racing Charles Putman-driven Mercedes is going slowly down the slope past the old pits. Is something untoward? Is he picking up the pace again? Turns into Eau Rouge up to Radillon. That car is in 11th position overall, looking at his last lap time. 2:34, that's sort of ish, that's where he was, but that certainly looks slow to my eye.
It does look slow. You'll be able to see he's on the Camel Straight, and that car behind him just reeling him in.
Yeah, that's the 911 Porsche in the Porsche Cup class, in the GTX class, 27th overall, but yeah, it certainly took him over. Just trying to see anything else. This is the car, the CP Racing Mercedes, we thought was leaking fuel. What if the fuel has been unloading faster than he knows? He hasn't just checked. He's gone out thinking he's got a certain amount of fuel on board and it's leaking out, but 911 car, which shouldn't be as quick, is right on his tail now, down into Bruxelles.
Charlie Putman, very experienced driver, been racing for literally years and years. He started mainly racing in the US, he's been racing in Europe, former champion, of course, in this series, team's champion, driver's champion. And the car has picked up a bit of pace. I'm not sure he's on at full race speed. He's just gone through Jackie Hicks. Here he goes through double coach now. So he's still got quite a bit of this lap to complete before he, if indeed he is going to pull in the pits, but we suspect he might. Out of double coach, still going downhill towards Fagnier, which is the right left S's.
Well, he's done more than an hour in the car, so we've got, 50 minutes remaining, so he's not going to be able to do all of that without coming in. So maybe he is going to come in this time around. But the 911 Porsche, 27th position, it's all over the back, but can't find a way back. It's Martin Schluter. That car. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 cars off. We've got the 55 Audi again off the circuit. Santilok Audi from second place, and Elliot Earhart beached in the number 1 Audi. We've got a green and black Mercedes 418 to my eye. That's also in the gravel. So I think one little manoeuvre's gone wrong. Tim Muller gets the 55 car going together. And on the replay, the Mercedes is spinning in backwards. The 55 Audi rotates behind it. The number 1 Audi rotates and is facing backwards. And all the way around the outside of the circuit through a gravel trap. Unfortunately, beyond goes Anton Duclair. But the number 1 Audi is beached on the curbs. And the 418 Mercedes, no, don't say just bring it home. That's at turn 7. It's the exit of Les Combes. You've turned right, you've turned left, and it's the sharper right before you go down the slope to Bruxelles. And for Elliot Earhart, who was driving so well in that great little battle, they came across the 55 Audi going backwards, having had the 418 Mercedes going back, and the Audi's been hit in the rear. Let's go down to the pits with Dye. There's going to be a scramble. Race leader.
Hi. There is a bit of a scramble going on down here. You're absolutely right, Bruce. The 85 CP Racing came into the pits. They actually were not going to do that. I heard you talking about them earlier, but they have had a driver change. And Charles Espinal has jumped back in behind the wheel. They've changed tyres as well. And that was a bit hairy, Shane. That was a bit of a hairy stop there. Wasn't quite expected. I saw you running from the back of the garage out to the front.
Yeah, I was at looking at the screens. My job is to kind of help them. If I'm not getting in, my job is to help the driver get in. So we've been working on our pit stops and our driver changes every day since we got here, and Matt just showed what the hard work pays off.
Yeah, you all jumped into action pretty quick there. I mean, John, the guys up in the commentary booth were discussing whether there was something wrong with the car. They'd sort of seen maybe they thought maybe you were losing some fuel or something, or just concentrating on that, but it seems all to be okay.
No, everything's okay. Sometimes as well, so if you see in the back of the car, when they pull the nozzle, a little bit of the residual fuel kind of goes to the back section of it. And every race when we get done, there's this dirty mark and it looks like we're leaking fuel, where it's just a part of the Mercedes kind of goes out there. All the other Mercedes aren't white in the back, and so you only really see it on ours. Everything's fine.
So was that a change of strategy at the last minute there?
Well, I mean, it was either myself or Charles were going to finish today's event. It was kind of perfect timing right now just to get him in and out. We were really hoping to be on the lead lap on this one, but we just didn't catch the weather right a couple times.
Thank you so much. So there you go, Bruce. It was pretty frantic. So behind you, I'm at the entrance to the pit lane. So looking just down there, there's 2 or 3 cars in the pits and a few more coming in. Stop-go penalties being taken down here as well.
Well, it's very much the time. The 34 Audi that was fortunate not to get involved in that schmozzle at Malmedy, which is effectively the exit of Les Combes, stayed clear. That is serving several penalties we knew were coming away from these cars. But for most of these crews, they needed to make a pit stop in the final stage of this 6-hour race, the first part of the 12 hours of Spa Francorchamps, and the timing was perfect. So for Heart of Racing team, they were literally the first car into the pit lane when we went to code 60. The Audi's up there still being pulled out, but it appears on people looking at replay it was the 55 Audi that probably triggered that. Certainly it arrived just after the Mercedes 418 that was going in backwards at that corner. And I mean, I'm sure fingers will be pointed, but the car that really got caught out, 418 is now back on the circuit, being pulled clear of the gravel, but you really had to feel for Elliot Earhart. Back of that grouping, spun around, stuck the car with its tail deep in the gravel up there, and it's taken a long time. It was fighting in 5th place and is now fallen to 7th, and will lose more positions because the recovery's taken a while. And of course the track will have to be swept after cars were brought out onto the surface from that gravel trap, Joe.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a clean-up job. I think we had the unfortunate sight of Elliot Earhart and the number 1 Audi. And we'll just review what happened. It looked like potentially we had the land car going around the 418 Mercedes, and we had the 2nd place Antoine Duquan Sontelot car avoiding action, and he didn't make any contact with any car, and he managed to scrabble that car across the gravel trap. Unfortunate for the number 1. The number 1 car of Elliot Earhart was completely different. He got hit, I think, and then when he tried to regain the track, he got beached on the curb. He remains beached and is still in the process of being recovered. So that is just the luck of the gods, that.
It really, really is, and quite a few more cars have decided, well, we've been given penalties, we will serve them now because it's code 60. That sucks it up a fair bit more, but certainly for Anton Duquan to have to go to the outside of 2 spinning cars, it's then diminishing returns because the gravel trap, which he drove to the back of to get to an
Proč jsem vybrala Viledu? Protože moje děti jsou neunavitelné.
Nový Vileda Infinity Flex je rozložitelný natolik, že splní všechny vaše potřeby.
Vyzkoušejte a uvidíte.
Nový Vileda Infinity Flex. Sušte přirozeně a ušetříte za energie. Vileda pro skvělý pocit z domova.
And then he steered around, but there was no choice at all for Elliot Earhart. So you really do feel for his co-drivers in that number 1 Shearer Sport PHX Audi. That's Pierre Caff, who's done a lot of the hard yards, and Sven Herberger, who started the race. But it's a car that's had its own problems. It's had that vibration problem that they can't quite detect. But I must say, in that stint, Elliot Earhart was having no problems. He was as fast as anyone on that track. Great battle with the 34 Land Motorsport Audi, but unfortunately it's been scrambled.
I've just noticed the 27, that's our leader, the Heart of Racing Mercedes. It's been given a 10-second track limit infringement. Now that's been issued. Now that was, I think, after that car has come into the pits, which means it's going to take the 10-second penalty. I think the 10-second penalties may be applied, or they will have to take them tomorrow. Let's have a look at the regs and come back to you on that.
Well, we've got 44 minutes and declining remaining until we get to the first 6 hours, or the completion thereof. The number one car is back on the circuit. It's bearing the scars of battle up its right-hand flank, and it's crabbing. So it was a big hit that it took. It was just out of the camera shot. It arrived with that group of cars. Elia Earhart, well, the back end of the car is out by about 5 degrees.
Right rear tooling has gone on that car, so the right rear tyre is tracking right out. It's basically trying to turn right, while the rest of the car is going to try and go in a straight line. So the car is what's called crabbing. Looks like it's going sideways in a straight line.
It looks pretty hideous there for Elia Earhart. That's 10th and falling down the order. So still code 60. It's been a busy day. If you write down the number of incidents in this 6 hours, no big accidents, thank goodness, but small spins with fairly large consequences, as we saw just then. Everyone, however, even if they kept it on the black stuff, will have a story to tell, because the track conditions have been changing almost by the minute. This has been the longest stage in the race in which we've had dry weather conditions, and just as you thought the drivers were starting to make the most of that, things started to unravel. So every class has been full of action. And while we looked at the GT3 class, we've talked a lot about the Porsche 992 class, and one of the cars that's been going quite well in that, just lost a bit of ground recently, is PK Car Sport. But, you know, other people's incidents have dropped people up and down the order. That class is still being led, though, by HRT Performance. Martin, in the fueling bay, building on the work of Adam Christodoulou, is leading that class. And the car that's always been in the mix, Red Ant have had 2 cars in the class, and 1 remains, and it's in there in second place in class. It's going to be to the finish.
I was going to say, Bruce, that's going to go all the way to the checkered flag tomorrow, isn't it? It's you know what? Just to give people an idea, wherever you are in the world, we've just gone past 5 p.m. here in Belgium, and we've got 42 minutes of this first 6-hour segment, and then we are going to, you know, the second 6 hours, if you're familiar with 24-8 series racing. But the 992 class, as ever, one of the most, if not the most competitive classes.
So end of code 60 within a minute, Joe, and then we'll do it all over again. We've got just over 40 minutes remaining. So let's look at the times. 2 minutes 26, the gap between first and second, and that's the 27 Heart of Racing Team Mercedes. But of course, that penalty, will it be served today? 10-second stop and go.
Well, he won't be coming back in the pits.
No.
So he won't be able to. And I'll keep an eye on that. It's been issued. Usually we get notification of when it's being served. But I think that that penalty for track limits was given after the car had already been in the pits.
He was one of the first ones coming in,
right.
And then I looked at your screen, and suddenly a flurry of penalties were being added. They were working in race control, firing through their pile of paper. It's not a pile of paper, by the way.
Is it not?
I don't want to spoil your dreams. It's an enormous pile of paper.
I'm not sure. You mean it's done electronically?
But they have to be taken in the order in which they are issued in most racing championships. Otherwise, if it's a pile of paper and your one just kept getting near the top and dropping down, it wouldn't get read out necessarily. So the code 60 is going to continue. We thought it was going to end within a minute, but they're still sweeping up, apparently up at Malmedy on the exit of Les Combes.
Quick update on TCE into the pits in the lead in the Touring Car Endurance Series. Just going out of the pits, actually. The Home Guard Motorsport car continues to lead. Shall I continue?
No, I just get to say, while we're in code 60, let's hear from PK Car Sport. We were looking to update ourselves on what was happening in the Porsche Cup class.
Hello, my name is Stine Slongin. I'm driving for PK Car Sport in our new Porsche 992 Cup car. Yeah, it feels really good to drive this new car in the 24-hour series championship. Yeah, Spa is a really challenging track, especially because of a lot of fast corners and also the long straight. So it's almost that you are driving to another village. So yeah, it's really nice. Also the woods and everything. I love it here. Yeah, especially here in Spa because of all the fast corners and when the fatigue is there. I think it's when you have an incident, it's always on high speed. So yeah, you have to take care of the whole 12-hour race. Yeah, it will be challenging. Yeah, I think so. Now we drive the pole in the 992 AM class. So happy with that, but still we want to get higher in to be the fastest 992 on track. But we all have to learn. So yeah, looking forward to the race. This race here in Spa, especially for us, is just to learn the car. But happy with the pole position in the AM class.
123, 36th overall, and 3rd in TCE.
Well, let's hear from down in the pit lane because something is happening with the number 1.
It arrived into the pit lane and the crew have just wheeled the car into the garage. Quite a little damage to the rear, as you can see. I think Seb is in the garage now, so they're checking around the car. The driver is staying in the car at the moment. They're checking the rear, they're taking the wheels off, and I'm assuming they're brake changing at the back there. So a bit of work going on with this car, as we saw on track. It had that coming together. So lots of work going on quite frantically because I think we've got 45 minutes left. We want to get this car back out.
It's under 40 minutes to go. Black tape being put on the black car, the number 1, of course, the Shearer Sport PHX car that's shown great pace. It's worked its way up and down the order, but sadly, down is the direction. It was in 5th place, fighting for 4th, and then got caught up in an accident ahead of it, and the repairs are going on in the garage at the moment, while Gray Newell continues to lead the race in the heart of racing Mercedes. 1 minute and 48 seconds the good, with the sword of Damocles, whether for today or tomorrow, with that 10-second stop-and-go penalty to be included in the mix for that, Joe.
I think we've established that that's not the work of a moment to replace the rear suspension on that Audi R8, and we're seeing a full service now. What we saw a mechanic just put on there, that's the setup gauges to do tracking and stuff. So once you've had a touring group, you've got to realign all 4 wheels, and that is just a very time-taking job, even at the pace and the skill and expertise of a team like that.
40 minutes has become 37.5 minutes. It's declining all the time. So let's just run down the order at the very sharp end. We heard from Joe just a short while ago with the touring car classes. Let's just give you a refresher for the moment of just the top 5 because it's changing. But it's Gray Newell leading the 27 Heart of Racing team Mercedes. 2nd place, 1 minute and almost 1 minute 50 seconds behind Owen Bustard, Santalok Junior team. They've had a good run. 91, Ralph Bone in the Herbert Motorsport. Porsche, importantly, a lap down. Only 2 cars on the lead lap, and we park them up as they finish. And any gap, as long as you're on the same lap, closes right up. 4th place, Norbert Siedler. It's been a very good run for JP Motorsport, the one and only McLaren. That will be catching, one would think, Ralph Bone, but let's see how they settle down now. We're back on full green racing. And then in 5th place and leading the Porsche Cup class, it's Luke Breukers. He's got enough fuel surely on board for that car to get through to the first end of the first 6 hours here at Spa Francorchamps. Other cars in the pit garage include the number 55 Audi. Of course, that was one that triggered that incident up at the crest of the hill at Malmedy there, and that is having the bonnet up and inspection. But right now, Gray Newell goes on to another lap. That'll be lap 104 he's starting. I'm sure the gap to Owen Bustard will come down a bit, but actually, that's fine. You can protect, surely, a minute's advantage in 36 minutes remaining.
Magnus Holmgaard leading TCE there in the Holmgaard car, just circulating. Full green track now, and hopefully we'll see this 12 hours of Spa. We're about 35 minutes away from completing the first half of that 12 hours. And what a position to be in at the front of this overall field. 103 laps completed for Gray Newell in the heart of racing. SBS is the team underneath that Mercedes. But you know what? If you go to the back of that garage and they've got a big box, and in the box, when you open it, is a Roman De Angelis that they've kept nice and dry, nice and, less fatigued. He's been sleeping. He's just ready to be unleashed, take the lead off, undo the chains, put him in that car to start that car tomorrow in the lead of this race. And oh my goodness, what a strong position. I mean, I know we've still got 6 hours, but that is a very, very strong position to be in. With Roman De Angelis, who hasn't been used at all, you can get 4 hours of running from him tomorrow. That's phenomenal.
I love the picture. It's sort of a cross between a sleeping parrot in a cage with a blanket over the top and the school leopard that's about to be uncaged.
Yeah, I think the leopard being more of a metaphor.
Well, we'll see. Who knows what conditions he'll be setting off in tomorrow, though, because we've had a lot today. Actually, this race has been largely dry, but we've had these flurries of range that have kept things more than interesting. And even now, cars running off the line at unusual points on the circuit can still kick up the the damp patches, and that's exactly what the Sansalot Racing Audi is doing, going past the Lotus, many laps ahead, but for Owen Bastard, who's finishing the race, took over from Anton Ducan, joined that scramble of pit stops during the most recent Code 60. Owen was started the race and has been very, very impressive. So let's see what he can do, but there's not much he can do. He's a minute down on the race-leading Heart of Racing Mercedes, so all he has to do is just stay on the same lap. But he just doesn't want to get caught in other people's trouble, and we saw how close his teammate did.
You know how difficult that can be, Bruce.
Well, let's find out what's going on in the pits. Down with Di.
I'm in the Land Motorsport garage. The number 55, Kusnees, has just jumped out of the car. He had to bring the car into the garage. Looks like a bit of damage in there, or is it electrical?
No, one of my teammates unfortunately had a little contact earlier, so looks like the toe link's broken. I just went out of the garage to check the car, and obviously the steering is 45 degrees to the left, which isn't ideal on a track like Spa.
I guess you've got to go and check to make sure, haven't you? Because when it sort of looks as if it's okay, that's not always the case.
No, exactly. So you can't look under the bonnet until you really open it. So we're going to fix it. It's going to take about 10-15 minutes, and we go on the track again, but obviously the race over.
That's very sad. I guess you're disappointed in that. But just talk to me about the race that you've had so far. What were the conditions like in this latter stage of the day?
I'm lucky enough to not be in the car when the rain came. So my day so far has been quite short. I only did the starts in for half an hour, and then we pitted already. Obviously, with the mixed conditions, it's quite tricky also for the non-professionals. It's not an easy task for them. They managed well until obviously now we have the contact. So yeah, a bit of a shame, but it's part of racing.
Thanks, Chris.
Just to add to the number 55 Land Audi's tale of war, they've been given a 20-second time penalty as well to add to that, an infringement of Article 27 of the General Code of Driving Conduct, causing a collision in basic terms, and with other penalties being thrown around as we get towards the conclusion of the first 6 hours. That 20 seconds will be added to the race time at the end of this 6 hours, I believe. I didn't confirm. I haven't had a chance to look at the regs like I thought I would be able to, Bruce, but we'll clarify that as we get into tomorrow.
Okay, but here's just a little thought for you before we dive into those regs. If 20 seconds doesn't make a huge difference, if it doesn't cost you a track position, you always think it's more fair to be added to the start of tomorrow in terms of you have to serve a 20-second stop-go, because at the moment, if you're 20 seconds ahead of someone and, you know, it's not served now, or taken away from your time, then you could suck up that gap.
That's right, because the gaps close up. Yeah. So that's what I needed to clarify. Because it doesn't make sense adding 20 seconds to someone's time when you're all going to start together on the grid tomorrow. There's the leader in the number 27, Bryn Newell, Heart of Racing by SBS Mercedes, just on the Kemmel straight now. And that gap is over a minute to Owen Bastard in the Sonderlock car. Always been there or thereabouts as the Sonderlock team, as indeed has the Herbert Motorsport, Ralph Bond-driven Porsche, car 91 in third. And you know what, the drive of this race today, for me, has been that McLaren, the JP Motorsport McLaren, car number 69, starting in 40th position, that car, and it had a torrid time. It had a torrid time in qualifying, and now it's just clawed its way back and continues in what could be easily a podium position.
Well, it's continuing in fourth place, but it's being caught hand over fist by Benny Simonsen, who's just put in the second fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 22.6 seconds, and closing in fifth place. We saw Benny a few laps ago running straight on at Radion across the curbs, across the painted stuff, but not collecting anything. He is flying, so his teammates at Modena Motorsport will be very pleased indeed. That's the driver who started, John Shen and Francis Chia. And the 16 Modena car keeps on rising up the order. Gray Newell, though, seems to have this one under control. What are we looking at? 30 minutes on the nose precisely to the end of the first half of the 12 hours of Spa Francorchamps. He's almost precisely, likewise, a minute to the good over Owen Bastard. And Owen can close in as much as he wants, but he's not going to claw back a minute in just the last half hour, or is he? Because not so long ago we had Tim Muller getting things slightly wrong and taking 5 cars off up at Malmedy, including that car in second place, which was driven at the time by Anton Ducas, but he's gathered it together, avoided the barriers. Now Owen Bastard is in that second place car, but it just goes to show at any moment, particularly if we have another incident that gives a code 60, the field has another chance to get it wrong. One car that's impressed all day, it's almost always in the lead of GTX, it's running in 16th place overall. It's the VDS Racing Mark car, in which car number 758, started by Rafael van der Straten. The van der Straten is the VDS in VDS Racing. And then the very impressive Nathan van Springel, fellow Belgian, took that over. His first appearance in the car. This is the biggest race he's done. And now Nick Gielen bringing that home to complete the first half of the race. And that has had a good run. But Dai is very busy down in the pits. Let's find out the latest.
Yes, I had hoped to have a bit of an update from the number 58 team for you, MP Racing. The car has come in, it looks quite badly damaged. However, just speaking to Karina and her father, they're pretty confident that they will be back out tomorrow. They've put the garage doors down, now they've opened them up again, and they're now just looking through the car. They didn't want to be on camera, unfortunately, to discuss it, but they are actually all running around quite frantically looking at the car. There's a lot of superficial damage, obviously, with bodywork, but they're now just checking the engine and looking through. They've got the laptops out, so they'll be going through all that data, but they feel comfortable that they will be back on track tomorrow. However, looking at the car, not so sure.
I never want to be on camera either.
I never want to see a car really just fall out of a race. I mean, it's, long distance racing is all about getting to the finish. That's the challenge. We've got cars side by side. The second place car of the Sonolac team now with Owen Bastard at the wheel. That car being challenged by the Land Motorsport number 34, Max Edelhoff, about to unlap himself on that second place car. He'll want to do that because if he ends up on the same lap, which I believe just if he does that, then tomorrow's restart, Max will be right on the tail, quite literally, of that number 26, the Sonolac car. So that is quite an important task ahead of him.
At this stage, Joe, small differences on the track can make big differences in terms of the second half of the race. So it really, really is critical. We might think we're just got dry track to run through to the finish. We've been through all those flurries of rain. It's just simply running to the end of 6 hours. But it's more than that in so many of these cases.
And you know what I've been saying, Bruce, that you've got to treat it like a 12-hour race. In this situation, you haven't. It's very, very different. And if you have got the car ahead of you, that is a lap ahead of you, then it really is important to get by it, because when we do go to the interval, you basically gather all of that time back. Lena just crossed the line, 107 laps completed. Great Newell continues in the 27. We wait almost a minute. I think it was just under a minute, wasn't it, last time, right?
I don't want to raise the alarm, but the last time around, the lap from Grey Newell was a 2:41. I expected laps in the high under 2:30, so I'm going to see the gap will have definitely come down. But even if you back off, drive it at 95%, you don't suddenly start lapping in 2:41. So I'm not wanting to be a scaremonger. Looking at the 27 Heart of Racing Mercedes, nothing visual there that's untoward. It's still flashing 001 on the windscreen.
And I don't see any rain on anybody. I don't see any windscreen wipers being used. So there's a reason why he's gone round in almost 10 seconds slower. 47 seconds. Now that was just under a minute last time by.
He took 10.5 seconds. When I say he, I mean Owen Bastard in the Santalok Junior team. Maybe there was an incident that we didn't say, may not have been picked up either, but a 2:41 was the alarm bell for me. And Owen Bastard, even in a group of traffic in the Santalok Audi, that's number 26, as I said, took 10.5 seconds out of the race lead. We've got what left? 25 and a bit minutes remaining in the race. Can't see anything untoward with the race leading Heart of Racing. Mercedes, we know they just have to stay in front, but suddenly to have a much, much slower lap, and I'm still looking at every image I can to see if anybody is running with windscreen wipers, but some cars, including the car in 5th place, Benny Simonson, has just set his fastest first sector time, so clearly nothing wrong between the start line and the top of the rise up the Kemmel Straight towards Le Combe.
Benny Simonson only 4 seconds or so behind that. Well, that's actually 3 seconds, Bruce, because the McLaren ahead of him 16 seconds behind Ralph Bourne.
Yeah, but he took, when I say he, I mean Benny Simonsen took 5.5 seconds out of the JP Motorsport. McLaren, Norbert Siedler, nobody's fool, is pressing as hard as he can at this stage of the race, but a 2-minute 28.9 second lap is impressive from Simonsen.
We're going to see a change there for fourth, aren't we? We've got the McLaren being harried by the Modena Motorsports Porsche of Benny Simonsen, 4th and 5th places. It's the number 16 Porsche of Simonsen, the number 69 McLaren of Seidler. And as the leader gets by another lap, 108 laps completed.
Right, he suddenly found 10 seconds. I don't know what happened on the previous lap. It could, well, a lot of traffic, and maybe someone had an incident in front of him and he had to sort of go wide. Didn't see it happen, but the gap was suddenly came down. A much better lap there from Gray Newell. 23.5 minutes remain in this race. Erwan Bastard will do all he can, but surely he can't claw him in from over a minute away. That's how it was just a handful of, maybe 10 minutes ago. It was 1 minute and 30 seconds, I think it was. And it's got down, but we'll see what it is. But even around this lap, every lap, the gap's been coming down. But that was a much better lap from the race leading American Gray Newell, Heart of Racing team, the 27 Mercedes Grey with the blue and yellow flashes on it. Looking very good, quite a subtle colour scheme. Certainly some of the other ones are much, much brighter, including that bright green Sansalot Racing Audi, which takes only this time 2.5 seconds off it. That's much more like it, just 44.5 seconds now, but the flow has been stemmed, I think we can say, by the race leader. One and a half seconds between them at the last timing interval. They're not going to catch the car in third place, which is the first of the cars that's a lap down. That's Ralph Bourne. He was 16 seconds clear of them. Well, they might, but I don't think they quite will. But their own little battle could be very, very interesting indeed.
How is Max Edelhoff doing in 6th place overall? I believe he's got past Erwan Bastard and he's put himself on the...
Yeah, what happened in recent laps, he's moved ahead of the leading car in the Porsche Cup class, which was Luke Breukers in the 909 Red Camel's Jordan car. And I'm just looking to see what the gap is back to the car that's second in the Porsche Cup class, the HRT's performance with the Chinese driver Martin, or Xinji Shi, making his debut here. He's lapping faster than Luke Breukers. He's really putting on a show on his first run here, but he's got to find 50 seconds. That's not going to happen.
Gray Newell lost at least another 2.5 seconds there. Gap down to 44.5 seconds. Was 47.5 seconds. So that's what? That's 3 seconds. So Bastard is closing the gap. However, that gap's just going to disappear when we get to the pause element of this split race. Ralph Bourne still in third place, 2 minutes and 16 seconds behind the leader. Look for that McLaren battle that should be coming through underneath us any moment. There's the lead. Now that on the track they are just behind the overall leader. So the gap to Seidler and Simonsen, we don't need to stop much there. There's the Porsche there, hunting down the McLaren, and then the car ahead of them, that's the overall leader. Now if these two cars can get by that Mercedes in front of them, that's going to unlap themselves for tomorrow's restart. But this is the battle there. That's the number 16 Porsche of Benny Simonsen, chasing down that black and gold McLaren, who's about to unlap himself from Gray Newell. Here goes the McLaren down the inside into Lecombe. Can Simonsen follow him through? The answer is no, not at this stage. So the McLaren will get a bit of a breather with Simonsen unable to get past the leading Mercedes and close that gap to the McLaren by unlapping himself.
Well, I didn't think we'd see that, but let's find out what's happening in the pits while the overtaking manoeuvre takes place. Di.
I am chatting to Christian Klein at the moment while you're discussing what's going on track. Christian, it's a bit of a game of cards, this race so far.
Very difficult race. There's also changing weather conditions, all the Code 60s, when to come in to change tires, not to change, putting fuel in the car. It's really a difficult race in terms of strategy, how to play it out. You really have to play the long game, stay on track, no mistakes. I mean, so far we had quite a decent race coming from very far back. Right now on P4, I think so far so good. It's still another 6 hours tomorrow.
It's a pretty impressive move through the field for you and the guys behind the wheel. But how challenging has it been?
It's very challenging. First of all, it's the first time that JP Motorsport, we as a team are here. So we don't know the other cars, we don't know the other teams, the drivers. Sometimes if you're in the whole year in the series, then you kind of know which drivers to take care of the cars. And we have to say Patrick, our team owner, managed it very well. He did most of the running today. He himself got us up to P4 in the early stages, so he did a mega job. We have to continue this kind of level of driving now, no mistakes, and then it could look like a decent result. But again, it's all up to the strategy, a bit of luck as well. Yeah, the way the race pays out for you.
Are you satisfied with where you are at this point on the first part of this race?
Yeah, I would say so. We are up there at the front. I think we only see really tomorrow when all the refueling and the pit stops are done, when it's basically cleaned up for tomorrow. But I think we're up there in the mix. Another long 6 hours tomorrow. So happy with that.
How much are you enjoying being back here racing at Spa?
I love it. I mean, Spa is one of the best circuits in the world. Doesn't matter what car you're driving it. Obviously the weather was a bit challenging today, but that's also part of this circuit here, and I enjoy myself.
Thank you, Christian.
Thank you.
Good to hear from Christian. Clean there, and his McLaren and JP Motorsport unlapped itself from the race leader, Heart of Racing Team, who is now down. So, but anyhow, he has got Benny Siemsen closing in on his teammate Norbert Siedler all over again. So still fourth place for JP Motorsport with the McLaren. Benny Siemsen got the wrong side of Gray Newell for several corners. So just as it was a nose to tail, dropped it back a little bit. But while that was happening, lapping on his own, not in trouble with anyone else, Owen Bastard got to 33 seconds away from the race lead. But the clock is counting down faster than he is. And the 34 Audi that's been running so well in this race now being pushed back into the pits garage. That was up into 6th place for Max Edelhoff. Came into the pits. What have we got left on the clock? 17.5 minutes, and yet the engine cover is off.
Yes, that is never a good sight. 17 minutes. If this repair takes them into the interval, that's a 10-lap penalty. That's a 10-lap penalty. Attention on the car during the interval means you've got to take that penalty. And Right Turn Lover has spotted exactly the sort of thing we've been spotting, Bruce. But this time he's focusing on Ralph Bourne in the 91, unlapping himself and putting himself on that lead lap. He only has to get ahead of him, because when we throw the flag to bring the interval into place, he'll regain that whole lap.
It was so easy for us to focus on the battle between first and second. Remember, there was a lap, 2 minutes 41 for Gray Newell, 10 seconds down on the car's natural pace, the race-leading car, and that could be the difference that's let the McLaren unlap itself. Benny Siemsen in the Modern Motorsports Porsche.
Shall we go down and die for that?
Sorry, just checking why that Edelhoff 34 car is in the garage for Land Motorsport.
The temperature on the gearbox was too high, so they decided to bring the car in and check it all out, which is why they're working at the back. Sorry, Seth nearly crashed into me. So they're working pretty hard to see if they can rectify that. And at the moment, they're sort of saying that's what they think the issue is, but we'll see what happens in the next few minutes.
Well, big drama. Thank you, Di.
If my memory serves me right, it's a similar issue that the Land Motorsport team had to take in that 10-lap penalty in Mugello. I might be wrong on that. I'm sure it was in the gearbox, an issue with the gearbox. It's slipping out strangely. But I'm sure they had to change the gearbox in the interval. What do you think it was then? He has no idea, so he's giving me a grimace. He's grimacing there as though he's in pain, and he has no idea what we're talking about. And he just woke up from his nap, to be fair.
This is Corns. So, Gray Newell leading the race. The gap is coming down. It's only 28 seconds. The Heart of Racing Mercedes ahead of the Santalog Junior Team Audi. Car number 26, Owen Bastard, pushing on. But now just over 15 minutes remains. And that will get us to the end of the first 6 hours of the 12 hours of Spa Francorchamps. The important thing in recent moments has been drivers unlapping themselves. And with Max Edelhoff, just as he'd done the hard work for Land Motorsport, that temperature gauge too high for them, and they've detected he came into the pits, but so's Luke Breukers, who just moved in the 992 class leading car, number 909 for Red Camels Jordan. He couldn't get to the finish without a pit stop, and he's just pitted as well. So the cars from 6th and 7th are in the pits. That means maybe, just maybe, Charles Espinal will move up a position in the CP Racing number 85 Mercedes. Charles Espinal does pick his way past Max Edelhoff, but Edelhoff, certainly the language in the pits body language, and it's not of something in a visual rush. Maybe it's something they can fix, maybe it's something they cannot, but it's a real setback. Good run from Max Edelhoff there, but Gray Newell, is he just pacing it at the front of the race? Well, he's still in the front of the race, but the gap is coming down.
Sponzorem pořadu je Build Synergy SRO.
Sponzorem pořadu je AZ Energies SRO, český dodavatel energie.
That's the leader in 992 in for tyres. Seems sensible. 27 though, Bruce. That has had an outstanding run in this race.
Well, I think the interesting thing at the moment is the 408 Toyota, the one Toyota in the race, serves one of many penalties the crews have been gathering through the first 6 hours. It's that the Art of Racing car has just served 6 pit stops. The 2 cars behind it, the Santalok 26 Audi, has had 8 pit stops. Ralph Bone, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, 8 pit stops. You have to guess, and sometimes, particularly with Herbert, they think any moment you can come in under code 6 and get more fuel if you're not stuck in a queue is advantageous. Benny Simonsen, though, just continues to fly. He just banged in the fastest first sector of his car at this late stage in the first 6 hours here at Spa Francorchamps. He's in 4th place. Not long ago he passed the JP Motorsport 69 McLaren for that position. He's way too far back. Surely he can't get another 16 seconds out of Ralph Bone. He's faster than Bone at this moment, but I think getting into 4th has been a good job for Modena Motorsports.
Last time through he was a second quicker than Ralph Bone. However, let's see, he's gone green in sector 1. Let's see if he goes green in sector 2. He's been very quick in that first sector, which is of course La Source, Eau Rouge and down the Kemmel towards the Comp. Let's see if Simonsen can close that gap. That is 16 seconds to Ralph Bone. Again, that gap's going to be irrelevant when we get towards the finish of this, and we're only 12 minutes away from that, Bruce.
Right, 12 minutes away, and that means Martin, who's just taken the lead in the HRT Performance Porsche that's leading the 992 Cup class, is into the lead of Cup 2, the Porsche class, after, of course, we saw Luke Breukers come in to the pits. Oh, now let's find out. Sorry, we have Di in the pits, and the cars emerged. 2 cars have emerged, Di.
Yes. The 34 is back out, just taken off from the pit lane there. Although I can see some stickers hanging off the rear of that car. They put more oil in the car, and they seem to have resolved whatever the issue was, and they're getting back out, obviously, before we get to the end of the session now.
Yeah, very important not to have the car being worked on during the interval. That's an immediate 10-lap penalty. So great work from the Hassarte. I mean, they're out of contention. This is now developed into what will be a 6-hour test session for them tomorrow. Unless something really, really dramatic happens to everybody in front of them, will of course rejoin. Many laps now. We'll clarify that as we get into tomorrow. Into the pits has come the number 1. That is the car that had major suspension damage, and that was an outstanding job of the number 1. Shearer car dropping all the way down to 25th spot from being in contention from an overall podium. Damage there on the right rear corner, and bits of bodywork being missing. Good use of gaffer tape there. Whatever it was, that was flapping around. They've now removed.
Looks like it's been off.
Yes, I'm not sure if it's flew off there on the camera.
Yeah, I'm afraid it would have flown off.
Gravel on the floor here as the car just took off there, but lots of tape flapping around in that one as we saw them just taping up that bodywork.
So here we were at the start of the race. It was all about Audis working their way to the front. Several of them have taken a tumble, most notably recently the 34 Max Edelhoff car. Glad to see that rejoin, whatever it was, whether it was gearbox temperatures, which was the initial report, and that's dropped it down the order. But for Santalok Racing, suddenly they're waving the flag for Audi, and the next closest Audi is down in 13th place due to racing. Jonas Gajilnis. It was a car that was spun not long ago, about an hour ago at La Source, but it was all Audi in the early stages, and they've had their problems. It's all Mercedes at the moment. The gap may be coming down. Not may, it is. It's down to 24 seconds, the gap between first Gray Newell and the 26 Santilot Racing Audi in second place. And that in turn is well clear, 1.5 minutes almost clear of Ralph Bone in the third place Herbert Motorsport Porsche. But the fact is we've got 3 cars in the lead lap, 4 cars on the lead lap as Benny Simonson goes through, and I think 5 cars, surely Norbert Siedler will get through before Gray Newell. McLaren crosses the line, so 5 cars on the lead lap, 113 laps on the board, and we're getting towards the end of the first 6 hours here at Spa Francorchamps, waiting for Gray Newell to come round one more time. That would be 114 laps on the board. The margin may come down, but as long as he leads this race at the checker, he'll take the start. Crosses the line now. Yeah, the pace is fine. He's got enough to get to the finish. Surely he will start first tomorrow when the race kicks off at 10:30 in the morning.
So the Heart of Racing by SBS continue to lead. Let's have a look further down the order, and in the TCE running, we've had a very strong showing from the Holmgard Motorsport Cooper Leon. The Magnus Holmgard driven car 102, 30th overall. That has 3 GT cars. They are on 106 laps completed. And the next car in TCE 4 laps, so a 2-lap lead going into the second part of this event. Second place, Jorge Pellegruez, the current reigning young driver, European champion, number 123, currently 34th overall in the rail keep by Tuck Car Sport Cupra. And then in third place, all TCR cars running in the top 3 in the Touring Car Endurance section of this race. And it's Jasmin Preissig in the Wolf Power Racing Audi RS3. Jasmin car 121 in 35th overall. Fourth on 101 laps is the BMW M2, the CS Racing car, Roma Racing by BMW. Johan Lambrechts at the wheel of the 245, the 40th overall. And then the last of our runners out on track in TCE is the TC class car, the only TC class car we've got here this weekend. BMW M2, it's the underpowered car, S powered car, I should say. Over-racing by Bob Motorsport, that is. Martin Kroll at the wheel, 331 is the number of the car, and they're in 43rd place overall.
Thanks for running through those, Joe. But one car I think we've scarcely mentioned, but bit by bit it's been going up the chart. Hofer Racing, car number 11, the Mercedes that kicked off at the start of the race in the hands of Chantal Prince, now in the hands of her husband, Alexander Prince. Moved up, getting closer and closer to the tail. He's in 8th, heading for 7th. Will he get there? We've only got 6.5 minutes remaining this race, but his next target is the car that's leading the Porsche 992 class. And the car that's third in GT3 AM, Hofer Racing, number 11 Mercedes. Alexander Prince has been doing a superb job. He's been super consistent the last 10 so laps. I've been looking at him, and even now he's setting his first best sector time. So he's timing it well. And as other cars have hit problem, you take it, you gain the position. And certainly that's been a climb.
Former champions, Hofer Racing.
Exactly.
Consecutive champions, actually. They won 2 years running. And they had a horrendous qualifying and were way down from where we expected them to be after yesterday's qualifying. So it's been a bit of a recovery drive for the number 11 Mercedes, and 7th in class, I should say. But they're also on a class podium there, 3rd in the GT3 AM class of this race. So they're heading in the right direction going into the final 6 hours, which will. What time did you say we start? 10:30. 10:30 in the morning we start.
We can get in for that. We'll give it a go. Yeah. So, no, it's 10:30, the start of tomorrow's race. And looking forward to that enormously. We've had so many variables today, and having commentated last weekend on the World Endurance Championship that was super wet here, it's really provided some incredibly exciting racing. The fact we've got another 6 hours tomorrow is enthralling. I would suggest we'll get the majority of the 50 cars that started today out to play again tomorrow. There's been minor damage, but it was good to hear from Dye a short while ago that the MP Racing Gosner family Mercedes was being worked on, and they expect that to be out in the good way, out of the race, not out of the race tomorrow.
Yes, they worked really hard, didn't they, to get that car repaired. They'll resume. They'll immediately take a 10-lap penalty like we've described. There, the 121 car, that's the Jasmin Preissig driven Wolf Power Racing car. That car currently 3rd in TCE, 3rd in the TCR class. And the TCR, the TCE battle, I should say, is kind of strung out somewhat. She's chasing down Holger Billon-Ruiz and the really keep by Tokar. And the gap is 14.5 seconds between those two cars in that class. So ahead of Yasmin is the Cupra, the Audi RS3 of the Wolf Power team there. Purple, distinct purple livery for Yasmin. I hadn't seen that livery, and I think of Yasmin pricing straight away.
Yeah, it's good to see, but I tell you what, we may yet have a change. Alexander Prince is now in the number 11 Mercedes, just gone. He's picking off more positions, but in terms of track position, he's up to 7th overall. So he's moved ahead of Martin, who's leading the 992 Cup class. That's dropped the Chinese driver down to 8th place. But Modena Motorsport aren't finished yet. We've got 4 minutes left on the clock, just under now. Benny Simonsen is about 7 seconds down on Ralph Bode in the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Surely he cannot manage that, but he is closing all the time.
Well, Ralph Bode, as we see the Hofer car going ahead of that Herbert car. I thought it was the other way around, but the Alexander Prince absolutely on a charge. He's found his speed. He was a little bit concerned earlier on by the way he was driving with the changeable conditions, but he's absolutely coming into his own here and absolutely charging round. He's been putting in personal best sector times for that car throughout this race, coming here very late in the race, but he's already pulled ahead. So he's pulled the lap back from the 3rd place Ralph Bode Herbert car, and just look at the gap he's pulled from that number 91 Porsche. So he's given himself a huge cushion there.
Well, Ralph Bode, you might think he was safe in that 3rd place. I said Benny Simonsen's closing, he's 7.5 seconds down, but Ralph going down the hill past the old pitch just didn't want any risk at all. Yeah. If you're coming past and you unlap yourself on me, that doesn't matter quite so much. But if you take me off, that does matter, because I'm protecting 3rd place for Herbert Motorsport here. Leading the race, though, Gray Newell, under 14 seconds is his margin now. 13.8 seconds last time, his margin over Owen Bastard in the Sansalot Racing team. But look at the clock, 2.5 minutes remain. 6 hours, the first 6 hours here at Spa Francorchamps, very nearly coming to a close. He's got to stroke it, and he will start tomorrow's race surely at the front for the Heart of Racing Mercedes team, run by SPS Automotive Performance. But now on a dry track, quickish laps, but of course the tyres are a little bit tired. It's the end of the stint. It's almost the end of 6 hours of racing. Just 2 minutes remaining, waiting to see what the gap is between Gray Newell and the 27 Mercedes for Heart of Racing, and Owen Bastard. He won't be able to close it down. So the gap I'm really looking at is Benny Simonsen in 4th place, the 16 Modena Motorsport Porsche catching the Porsche, the black Porsche of Herbert Motorsport and Ralph Bode. I think there's enough in hand from Ralph to hold on to 3rd, or is there?
I think it was last lap as well, Bruce, before we bring this first 6 hours to a close. Inside of just about inside of 90 seconds. Here comes the leader then. That will be going on to the final lap of this first 6 hours. Gray Newell crosses the line. He's completed 117 laps. He'll finish the first 6 hours on 118 laps. Just out of the source now and down towards Eau Rouge.
I was going to say the gap would be under 10 seconds. I'm very wrong. It's 10.6 seconds, the gap from 1st to 2nd, from Gray Newell to Owen Bastard. But as Gray Newell dives down past one of the BMWs of the junior classes into, and importantly, out of Radillon for the last time in the first half of the race. We are now on the last lap. He's negotiated a pinch point there. All he has to do is keep it clean up the hill to Les Combes in the background. 10 seconds, no doubt closing, but with no time left to do it is Owen Bastard in the green-nosed Sansalok Audi, car number 26. But it's 27, the Mercedes of Heart of Racing, leading out of Les Combes through Malmedy, the corner that had, well, you can see the gravel is all rucked up, because that's where we had a schmozzle, as I described it. That's a technical turn for 5 cars off the circuit.
Yeah, I like that term, Bruce.
I've used it twice now. That's being parked for a decade.
Schmozzle. Cars will come together tomorrow for the restart, so the gaps between them into the final stages of this lap are going to be rendered irrelevant. The interesting bit to look out for is the fact that we've got 5 cars on the lead lap that will be starting literally side by side. The first car off the lead lap, I believe actually we've we've got six cars on the lead lap as Charles Espinal goes through on 117 lap. Sorry, no. There we go. Sorry, no. I got that totally wrong. I misread the timing screen. I missed the fact we've got 3 cars on the lead lap. 4 cars.
Because Benny Simonson is very close to Ralph Bowe. The gap between them is now only, what, 10 seconds?
Right. So we've got Charles Espinal. He is, I saw that right. The 85 car is the first lap off the lead lap. Yeah. So we've got the first 5 cars, the McLaren being the last car on the lead lap. Espinal is the first car off the lead lap, and closing down on him is Alexander Prince, who's the fastest Mercedes, if not the fastest car on the track at the moment. One of the fastest cars on the track with a 225 last time by. That was of the 2023 Hankook 12 Hours of Spa.
118 laps on the board. He will start the second half of the race, the 6 hours tomorrow at 10:30 in the morning from pole position in the heart of racing Mercedes. And Dye is down the pits even at this very late stage.
Driven so far, so we're proud to be where we are.
How would you describe this session?
Nerve-wracking, crazy, and changing. I mean, like, we just never know what the weather's going to do from lap to lap. So we're just glad no incidents and car's in good shape.
What's been the biggest challenge for not only yourself, but being behind the wheel, but for the team?
I think it's just planning. You know, it's really hard to do the strategy when you don't know what lap to lap the weather's going to do. Keeping the tyres, the right pressures and stuff like that with the changing conditions has been a real challenge. But all this pit stops has been great.
How would you like to see tomorrow go?
Same as today. In the lead.
Thanks very much, Ian.
Thank you.
I tell you what, Bruce, what a position to be in. They're not just in the lead, they've got Roman De Angelis there. That young man is a massive hotshot in that car. And to think that they can maximise his driver running. The two hands have done their driver time, they've done their job. I'm pretty sure they'll let him do the whole 6 hours. That's not going to happen, of course. But he'll certainly maximise his driver stints. So it bodes very, very well. However, there's one thing looking good on paper. The actual, what we've seen here today, just has been literally a roller coaster of a ride for pretty much everyone. With the intermittent rain that Spa can bring, the intermittent driving standards that varying race drivers can bring, and a range of skill and experience brought together. The TCE leader there, the Holmgaard car of Magnus Holmgaard, finishing there in 30th overall. The number 102 will start from the TCE pole position.
Thank you very much, and let's go back down for an interview at SBS.
I am, yes. I'm with Roman, who you were just chatting about, and the commentary team were just saying they're obviously, the team are going to be using your talents tomorrow to benefit from what you have today. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I definitely dressed for the part. I had my suit on, ready to go a couple times today. Doing great now, so.
Back here in the team garage, watching everything unfold, you were obviously anticipating that moment where you might get in the car yourself.
I had my helmet on pit lane a couple times, so kind of used to it with Mugello the way it worked out. But yeah, I mean, tomorrow will be a great day. I'm excited to drive. It's supposed to rain, and I enjoy driving here in the white quite a bit, so it'll be really enjoyable.
So as you've been here with the team today, haven't you been chatting to the engineers constantly on strategy and watching what the drivers are doing, talking to them when they come back in?
Yeah, I've been in a chair behind them pretty much the whole day, so I've been not busy but entertained. Watch everyone do their job and kind of get an idea of how the race is going to function, so I have a good idea tomorrow for how to play it out. So
we'll talk to you tomorrow for sure.
Thank you so much.
He's Canadian, so he's used to driving in the rain.
There you go.
As he's just said, he enjoys driving in the ring.
Quite right.
Quite formidable.
Heart of Racing team, we just heard from Roman DeAngelis there. Ian James and Gray Newell did all the driving, and they were victors of the first half of the race by 7.7 seconds. It came right down as the 26 Santalot Racing Audi got closer and closer to the Heart of Racing Mercedes, but first they have finished. So second place Santalot Junior team, Herbert's Motorsport just held on with their 91 Porsche to third place from the charging Benny Simonsen in the Modena Motorsport Porsche. Fifth place also on the lead lap, JP Motorsport McLaren, and sixth place did stay on the lead lap was CP Racing, Charles Putman, Charles Espinal and Shane Lewis. Seventh place Hofer Racing, really closing in very hard indeed. An HRT performance, the top Porsche Cup class car, Martin, the Chinese racer, bringing that home in 8th place. And in fact, there was a real sort out in the Porsche Cup because the 955 Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors car moved up to 9th at the end, which is second in class. Third in class went to E2P Racing, sorry about that, and Red Ant Racing down into 4th in class. 5th in class at the end after a real sort out, Red Camel Jordans. They tumbled down with that late pit stop costing them time. 13th place overall, Juta Racing with their Audi, and then Red Ant Racing, their second car, down in 14th place. That led the race at one point. Car number 758, top in the GTX class in 15th place overall, just ahead of the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini. That's car number 10. 17th place, Land Motorsport. It's ran higher than that, but that late pit stop and push into the garage put the 34 car down to 17th place. The Porsche Ball. Was 22nd was GT3 Poland with their Lamborghini Super Trofeo car. Then 23rd position, the HRT Performance Porsche, just ahead of the 720 RD Signs Lamborghini from the Cielo Racing team. That was running in the GTX class, running third in that category. Juta Racing, another of their Audis, 72, was spun off quite late in the 6 hours today, and that dropped it down to 25th position overall. And Shearer Sport PHX, a late sort out. Elia Earhart was fighting over 5th place. They've dropped to 26th place with a delay being pulled out of the gravel and B time having repairs in the garage. BUGGYRA by ZM Racing, first in the GT4 class with their Mercedes. Good job for them. Then Black Falcon, Team Techstar, then 919 in 28th position overall. Lion Speed by GP powered SRS Sorg Rennsport is a long name. It's a GT4 Porsche Cayman. That's good for 29th position. 9 und 11 Racing Porsche. That was 4th in GTX in 30th. Then 403, the Atlas BX Motorsport car, largely Korean crewed, came home in 31st position. Not so far ahead of TCL Motorsport by AR Performance BMW. That was 32nd. 33rd was the better placed of the two Vortex V8s. That was car 701. And then the initially smoky X-Swift Toyota, that ended up 5th in GT4 in 34th position. PB Racing, 35th overall. That was 6th in class. That was the little Lotus, lovely little Lotus. 36th, the 979 Speed Lover Porsche. 37th, Land Motorsports, troubled but very quick in parts, number 55 Audi. That was the car that set the fastest lap of the race in the hands of Christopher Mies, but it had its problems. Then PCR Sport 418, that was the Mercedes in the GT4 class in 38th. Senkia Motorsport, the Czech team with their BMW, 39th. And 40th position for MP Racing, it was the bright green Mercedes that had the nose down. And then long pair of
Hej.
because I know.
Why are you walking behind me? It's making me nervous. Most likely the guys went My God, we're so far behind. Are you on the live? Hi. Hi, Mama. She's not watching, but hi, Mama.
How was the race?
It was okay. I went last. I waited all day. It's pretty nerve-wracking, honestly, waiting. It was okay. We made it to the finish. And we'll see tomorrow. I tell you.
Italian guy. Maybe the name is Nicola Vitali. If you are Nicola Vitali and you lost your phone, your mobile, it's an electronic mobile. You found it back, so you can come to the first floor of the pit building.
I don't target because I saw you fresh air from the push. So this target, but without the risk that they push for one lap and they come to the traffic and so it's just to manage the traffic. Yeah. I will have to look for the bus and I go home
like a dog.
Nice job.
Good job.
Good job,
Čuráky dobrý.
You too.
Baba. We quack ala Alibaba.
Just the first part, so.
What's up, Joe?
That was good.
Yeah. My God, the right corner, your facing corner was so bad. There's like a line of water, so it's so hard to turn in. I'm turning in. Yeah, those two corners is so bad. It did not dry.
But picca bella. Good job.
Thank you.
How was it?
It was okay. I literally just answered the question now.
Yeah, you did?
Yeah.
And?
Did I not? Did I?
You can say it again.
Okay. It was a good race.
Yeah?
I went
Not
last.
very bad, huh?
No, not bad. Well, for me it was dry. I mean, there was
Yeah.
wet patches,
Cool.
but for Adam and David, they had like the complicated conditions, so
Yeah.
mine was pretty okay.
Actually good first half, so it'll be a good start for tomorrow, no?
Yeah, tomorrow is what really counts after last time, so we're just gonna do our best tomorrow.
Good job.
Thank you.
Martěs, máme první půlku za sebou. Ta kvalifikace se úplně nevyvedla, ale nakonec první místo, dneska super, ne?
Fantasticky, celý tým udělal dobrou práci, ale je potřeba si říct, že jsme udělali chyby, kde jsme ztratili 40 vteřin úplně zbytečně. Vyvázli jsme z toho, protože jsme chybovali jako jediný a takový chyby se neměly opakovat. Ale myslím si, že na počasí jsme správně reagovali, správně jsme modifikovali strategii během závodu, tak aby jsme to dotáhli do konce. Jako dobrá práce, učíme se a jdeme nahoru, jsem nadšený.
To počasí, myslím si, že je hodně velká challenge, nebo respektive tady to, co zatím jako předvádí. Jak je to náročný pro ten management a pro to určování té strategie?
Je to náročný v tom, že tady je omezená komunikace tím, jak je ten okruh dlouhý, tak na některých místech v okruhu je špatně slyšet rádio, takže musíme komunikovat s autem a mezi sebou jenom v určitých sektorech. Celkově je potřeba být schopný reagovat fakt rychle, se rozhodnout ve zlomku vteřiny pro změnu strategie a to se nám celku dařilo.
Jak by si zhodnotil ještě piloty dneska? A David tam měl dneska docela velkou krizovku, kdy už to vypadalo docela že mohl být i konec.
Všichni jeli dobře. David tlačil, protože kvalifikace se nám nepovedla a snažil se to dostat nějak zpátky. A během pár metrů z maličkého deště byla průtrž mračen a na to nebyl schopný reagovat a byl těsně před Eau Rouge na top speedu. Tam ani nemohl brzdit a prostě to ani nemůžu říct, že to byla jeho chyba, ale měl kliku. Ten konec dopadl dobře a pak už to se odehrávalo v zásadě bez nějakého excesu.
Super, děkuju. Tak to je pro dnešek všechno. Dnešní stream tímto končíme. Myslím si, že informací bylo dost, drama taky, počasí proměnlivý, tak jak jsme očekávali. No a zítra pokračujeme, tak se mějte hezky a naschle.
Hele, co?
Well, welcome along if you are just joining us on the video stream as we bring radio, TV, local FM and the PA system here at Dubai Autodrome together and welcome the large and enthusiastic global sports car audience to our final 180 minutes of prototype action in this very successful already event that is debuting here at the Dubai Autodrome. What a great circuit to have our first of the 24-hour Proto Series events on. Effectively a pilot event, but clearly turning the heads of a number of teams globally. Graham Goodwin, the editor of dailysportscar.com, is on my right. I'm John Hindhaugh. In the pit lane is Nick Damon. Nick, good afternoon to you, and hopefully you are enjoying a little bit of shade now in the majority of the pit lane.
Yeah, it's rather pleasant actually. It's now got a nice warm ambience, but as you say, a little bit of shade. It's very pleasant. In fact, it's a very relaxed atmosphere. We've had a couple of hours of private tests, so the track's going to be slightly different from when the cars were last on, because they've got about 60 cars running down there with various sorts of tarmac for 2 hours. Cars got away. It was very straightforward. As you said, no one was left behind, so we all set up, I think, for a fantastic end of a triumphant of 3-hour races.
Oh, triumvirate, very good. Nick does like any things with tries in. He's got a couple of triumphs and he's a trident as well. He does like a trident as well because he's a bit of a Maserati man.
He is indeed, isn't he? It is indeed, by the way, 13 cars that will make the grid for this. The other 2 missing cars are going through the 4 that are on the entry that will not be on. The 45 car is perfectly healthy, the Avalon Formula Wolf, but has been sold to a customer that wants to have his own go in that one, so that car will not be taking the grid. The number 50 Simpson Motorsport car, we saw that car stop at the latter part of the race, John, with Philip Hazelbrook at the wheel. That car's not made it to the grid for the start of the race at least.